Why haven't you found it yet? Are you deliberately toying with me? Impossible. I can sense that guy's presence. He is right here. Look more carefully. In the desolate mountains, shrouded in darkness, a young man held a flashlight in his left hand and a toy sword in his right, intently searching for something. The peculiarity lay in the fact that he was conversing with the toy sword as he searched. In the pitch-black night, a solitary figure spoke to a mere plaything, accompanied by the haunting cawing of crows, evoking an eerie atmosphere. I found it. I never imagined you would be hiding here. Suddenly, the young man let out a shrill cry, hastily discarding the flashlight to grasp a black doll. I knew it. This guy had to be here. At that moment, the toy sword in the young man's right hand unexpectedly spoke. The scene was once again steeped in strangeness. The young man, named Xiaoyu, gazed at the sword, a hint of resignation etched on his face. He was merely a recent graduate in search of employment, but an ill-fated night of overindulgence at a childhood friend celebration had led him to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in a burning shrine, inexplicably clutching a black toy sword. This sword was known as the Dark Spark. Thus, Xiaoyu realized he had traversed into another realm, specifically the world of Ultraman, and had become the human vessel for Dark Luciel. However, Xiaoyu harbored no desire to be this unfortunate vessel, striving earnestly to extricate himself from Dark Luciel's grasp. Dark Luciel was a quintessential misfortunate being, having been vanquished by his own sibling, Galaxy, and subsequently modified by the Cheburashka aliens before facing that annihilation once more. In subsequent encounters, this ill-fated entity had merely served as a training dummy. The presence of the Dark Spark in Xiaoyu's possession indicated that he had yet to rid himself of this misfortune. Is there no other dark god-level being around here? Xiaoyu regarded the black doll in his hand, which bore a striking resemblance to Noah, save for the absence of a pair of large wings on its back. The Dark Destruction God Dark Zaki. Initially, Xiaoyu contemplated that since he could not escape this misfortune, he might as well preemptively destroy the Galaxy Spark and eliminate Ultraman Old 6. If he succeeded, perhaps he could live in peace. After all, with the protagonist gone, who would remain to enact the drama? Yet, fate proved unyielding every time he attempted to act. A suffocating sense of impending death enveloped him. Thus, he was compelled to abandon this strategy. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained undeterred. If he could not eliminate those beings in advance, he would seek out powerful allies and eradicate Galaxy in a legitimate confrontation. After all, the Battle of the Spark Dolls was a genuine historical event, where Dark Luciel had annihilated all Ultramen and cosmic beings, including the enigmatic four gods, Noah, not among them. Regrettably, after searching in the Falling Star Mountain for so long, Xiaoyu had yet to catch a glimpse of the mysterious four gods. Thus, he was left to seek out the Dark Gods instead. To his delight, the Dark Gods who had appeared in the Galaxy series were mostly present. That's that this fellow is the strongest. The others are akin to mere ants. Within the Dark Spark, Luciel shook his head. Luciel had descended to this place intending to control a human as a temporary vessel, thereby collecting negative energy to heal his injuries. However, the individual he randomly selected proved uncontrollable, and surprisingly, his companion artifact, the Dark Spark, recognized him. Believing that his companion would not betray him, Luciel placed his trust in Xiaoyu, albeit perplexed as to why this individual incessantly referred to himself as unfortunate. By the way, I've sensed that Galaxy has awakened and located his human vessel. Not to worry, I refuse to believe he can defeat me within the framework of my meticulously devised plans. Xiaoyu shook his head, having concocted numerous strategies to ensure his survival. Luciel fell silent, aware of some of Xiaoyu's plans, yet held them in contempt. After all, if Xiaoyu diligently amassed negative energy to restore Luciel's health, he could simply launch a direct assault without all these elaborate schemes. Xiaoyu extended his right hand, revealing a hexagonal black emblem on the back of his hand. He positioned the Dark Spark above the emblem, which illuminated and absorbed the Dark Spark, subsequently drawing in the Dark Zaki doll as well. The emblem was a mark of recognition from the Dark Spark and served as a miniature space wherein Xiaoyu stored all the Spark dolls he had collected. Even Luciel was astonished to discover such a small space existed within the Dark Spark, as he had been oblivious to it. Having prepared everything, Xiaoyu picked up his flashlight and began his descent toward Falling Star Town. Next, the protagonist shall make his entrance, and I shall commence the execution of my first plan. At that moment, aboard a speeding bus, a young man clutched his luggage, peacefully asleep, a similar emblem appearing on the back of his right hand. This was the human vessel of Galaxy Ultraman Rita Hikari. Xiaoyu, it's time to wake up. In the early morning, a middle-aged woman clad in white called from outside Xiaoyu's room. This was none other than Principal Shirai of Falling Star Elementary School. Had Xiaoyu not appeared, this woman would have become a pawn of Dark Lucille. At the shrine atop Falling Star Mountain, Principal Shirai had discovered the homeless Xiaoyu and brought him to the school. Ugh, understood. Please go about your business. Inside the room, Xiaoyu replied, then drifted back to sleep. Principal Shirai shook her head and departed, feeling somewhat exasperated with the little fellow she had rescued from the Galaxy Shrine. Yet despite his laziness, Xiaoyu possessed genuine abilities. Xiaoyu's room, though it could hardly be called a room, was merely a classroom, with his bed resembling a small tent filled with blankets. Get up, kid! I can sense that the one chosen by Galaxy has arrived in Falling Star Town. If you wish to execute your plans, shouldn't you investigate the enemy situation now? The voice of Lucille echoed in Xiaoyu's mind, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. It appears that there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 2. Retirement at Falling Star Elementary School. Myling Sherdong led Hikaru Rito to this place. Not long ago, Myling encountered Hikaru, who had just returned to Falling Star Town, and they reminisced about old times. Hello, Principal Shirai. Hikaru greeted as he dragged his luggage toward Principal Shirai, who was watering the flowers at the entrance. Oh, it's little Hikaru. You've grown so tall, Principal Shirai replied with a nod, continuing his task. Along the way, Myling had informed Hikaru that the Galaxy Shrine had been destroyed, and Principal Shirai had lent the music room of Falling Star Elementary to Hikaru's grandfather, Hidetaka Rito, to serve as a temporary Galaxy Shrine. Thus, Hikaru made his way directly to the school. Your grandfather is currently in the music room. Go on. In the music room, an elderly man in his 60s knelt before a wooden box, singing an eerie song. Grandpa, Hikaru exclaimed as he entered. Hidetaka did not turn around immediately, but a man glanced toward the entrance. Summeryu, hearing the call of Grandpa, pondered whether he should respond. Hikaru, slightly taken aback, thought Myling had mentioned only his grandfather was present. Who was this man? After calling out, the man had turned his head. Did he think Hikaru was addressing him? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Oh, little Hikaru has returned. At last, Hidetaka finished his ritualistic song and turned to Hikaru with a kind smile. And this is? Hikaru asked, looking at Summer. Hello, my name is Summeryu. I was brought here by Principal Shirai and am currently homeless, temporarily residing at Falling Star Elementary. You must be Hidetaka's grandson, Hikaru Rito. I've heard much about you. Summer approached, casually placing a hand on Hikaru's shoulder. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure, Dark Rukiel, observed Hikaru, the choice of his brother. However, Dark Rukiel could not discern any extraordinary qualities in Hikaru that warranted the Galaxy's selection. Hello, I'm Hikaru. You can call me Little Hikaru. Hikaru, possessing a similarly affable demeanor, quickly struck up a rapport with Summer. The two sat close together, listening to Hidetaka narrate the tales of the Galaxy Shrine, including the treasured artifact safeguarded by their family for generations, the Galaxy Spark. The Galaxy Spark, Hikaru exclaimed in confusion. His family had been guardians of such a relic, yet he had been completely unaware. However, he was astute enough to wonder if his return from London was in response to the call of the Galaxy Spark. Little Hikaru, I am now too old to continue as the guardian of the Galaxy Spark. It is officially entrusted to you. Hidetaka opened the box and presented a weapon strikingly similar to the Dark Spark, placing it in Hikaru and Appo's hands. He had no choice. His son and daughter-in-law did not believe in the family legacy, and now that his grandson had finally returned, he did not know how long he would stay. He was eager to pass this responsibility to his beloved grandson so that he could retire, watching Principal Shirai tend to his flowers and enjoying a leisurely life. Thus, under Hikaru's bewildered gaze, Hidetaka swiftly placed the Galaxy Spark in his hands and exited the makeshift Galaxy Shrine. Outside, Hidetaka's laughter echoed. What now? Hikaru stared at the Galaxy Spark in his hands, feeling somewhat lost. Looks like your grandfather is eager to retire. From here on out, the burden falls upon your shoulders. Summer patted Hikaru on the shoulder, then picked up a sack from the corner, preparing to leave. Hey, Summer, where are you going? I'm heading up Falling Star Mountain. I set up some simple traps a few days ago to see if I can catch any rabbits. Wait for me. I'll join you. It's a perfect opportunity to stretch my legs. In a corner, a red figurine observed the two departing figures. Affirming its earlier suspicion, Hikaru was indeed the one chosen by the Galaxy Spark. Only he could lift the curse and become the savior. With that, the figurine transformed into a beam of red light and vanished. Summer, you're incredible. You actually managed to catch a rabbit. On Falling Star Mountain. Hikaru held up a large rabbit with a beaming smile. Hikaru and Apos' dream was to become an adventurer, and mastering the skills of hunting was essential for him. Now, before him stood someone proficient in such skills, which filled him with excitement. Little Hikaru, doesn't that person sitting on that dry log look familiar? Summer asked, glancing at a figure in the distance. Myling, what is she doing here? Hikaru exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he ran toward her with the rabbit in hand. Myling Sherdong was his childhood friend, and Hikaru harbored an indescribable affection for her. Little Hikaru, Summer, is that you? How wonderful. Myling called, cradling a figurine in her hands as she gazed at them. Little Hikaru, do you trust me? If you do, use the divine sword to pierce my treasure. Hikaru. Myling, what are you talking about? And isn't this something we should do only after we've established our relationship? Besides, isn't this something that should be done indoors? Not out here in the wild? Ah, Myling, I didn't realize you were this bold. Perhaps sensing Hikaru's strange gaze, Myling and Apos' cheeks flushed crimson. A wave of embarrassment surging from her spine to her head. No, I didn't mean that. After Myling explained, Hikaru finally understood what the divine sword was and what her treasure entailed. Myling, how can you believe in such things? Hikaru chuckled helplessly. Placing the rabbit on the ground and retrieving the Galaxy Spark from his pocket, he positioned the tip against the left foot of the Tyro figurine. In Myling and Apos' expectant gaze, nothing happened. This is impossible. Suddenly, the Tyro figurine emitted a sound, startling Hikaru. The figurine can talk. Long ago. Enough, Ultra 6. No need to elaborate. The chosen one of the Galaxy Spark has already appeared, and you have been pierced by it, yet you show no signs of change. I am quite curious. Are you some sort of new robot, with a silicone body housing a chip? Tyro attempted to explain his origins but was interrupted by Summer, who interjected, Wait, are you two hiding something from me? Chapter 3. The arrival of Galaxy Ultraman. Ratang gazed at Xiaoyu and Sherdong Mailin, his heart sinking. Could it be that the two of them? Upon this realization, he felt as though his heart might shatter. Xiaoguang, our relationship is not what you think. Sherdong Mailin hurriedly clarified, noticing that Ratang was spiraling into wild thoughts. This puppet is called Taro. He is under a certain curse that can only be lifted by one chosen by the Galaxy Spark. Previously, Taro had attempted to break the curse with Xiaoyu and me, but to no avail. After Sherdong Mailin and Apos' explanation, Ratang finally ceased to dwell on their relationship and instead focused on Taro, who stood atop a withered tree, deep in thought. Do you truly believe this puppet and Apos' words? Ratang scoffed suddenly. Honestly, as a student with a high school education, he found it hard to fathom the existence of a creature towering 70 meters tall. What kind of structure could possibly support such immense weight? Just as Ratang was about to speak again, the Galaxy Spark in his hand emitted a series of sounds, seemingly reminding him that there was some kind of treasure nearby. Observing this, he followed the guidance of the Galaxy Spark and began to search in a particular direction. Xiaoyu watched Ratang and Taro, a flicker of murderous intent arising within him. However, as soon as this feeling emerged, a suffocating sense of death washed over him. At this moment, Taro was engulfed in existential doubt. Why? Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. Among the group, with the exception of Sherdong Mailin, everyone harbored ulterior motives. Another puppet? Following the direction indicated by the Galaxy Spark, Ratang unearthed another puppet from a pile of dead leaves. Discovering a familiar pattern beneath its left foot, compelled by an inexplicable force, he prodded it with the Galaxy Spark. Yama King Monster, in Mago. Superfusion, in Mago. With Taro's exclamation, Ratang had completed the fusion within Mago using the Galaxy Spark. Boom. With a resounding crash, a colossal being several dozen meters tall suddenly emerged. The creature brandished a large cleaver in its right hand and a shield in its left. Its face adorned with a terrifying expression. Why? Why can I not lift the curse, yet this monster can? Taro was once again mired in existential despair, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, Ratang found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, being a future adventurer. He quickly adapted to the sudden change and reveled in it. Sherdong Malin's eyes widened. It turned out Taro had spoken the truth. Soon, Taro emerged from his doubts. And as he looked at the foolish Inmago in the distance, a wave of unpleasant memory surged within him. After all, in his past experience on Earth, Inmago had severed his head, but this was not the same creature that had done so. What a delightful experience, Taro. Xiaoyu observed the terrifying monster with a childlike smile, thinking how much fun it would be. Get ready, Xiao Wang. Your first beating is about to commence. Just as Ratang Guang was enjoying himself, an attack suddenly struck from behind Inmago. Stealth attack. Tyrant launched his assault, and Inmago collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth. Ah, that hurts. Ratang Guang stumbled to his feet, gazing at the colossal beast approaching him. Cosmic Tyrant. Taro's expression darkened. The appearance of Tyrant signified that the opposing force, the Dark Spark, had also emerged, and it was a formidable enemy that would make the Ultraman brothers suffer. Was it you who initiated the ambush? Enraged, Ratang Guang commanded Inmago, swinging the cleaver and charging forward. You seem unaware of the harshness of reality. Tyrant, seeing the furious Ratang Guang, opened his monstrous jaws, unleashing a searing flame directed at Inmago. The intense heat seared Inmago and Apos' body, making Ratang Guang feel as if he might melt. The surrounding temperature began to rise dramatically. Child, return. This is not a game for you. Tyrant shook his head, and with a sudden flick of his left hand, an iron whip ensnared Inmago and Apos' neck, tightening its grip. Xiao Wang, Sherdong Malin, having long since retreated from the battlefield, felt a pang of heartache upon witnessing her childhood friend in such agony, and she rushed toward the fray. If only I could materialize. Taro was equally anxious. Ratang Guang was their last hope to lift the curse. He could not perish here. Only Xiaoyu remained unfazed. Come on, just based on Sherdong Malin's shout for Xiao Wang. Even if he's facing Zero right now, he'd still stand alone against him. Indeed, despite the distance. Ratang Guang heard Sherdong Malin's cry, and it seemed to awaken a latent potential within him. He grasped the iron whip with both hands and, astonishingly, tore it apart. Damn it, my dreams have yet to be realized. I haven and Apos, to even confirm my relationship with Malin. I cannot die here. Feeling Ratang Guang and Apos' fierce determination, the Galaxy Spark responded, unveiling a brand new puppet. As if he was born to do this, without a hint of hesitation, he seized the puppet and placed it atop the Galaxy Spark. Super materialization, Galaxy Ultraman. What is this? Tyrant screamed in disbelief as the iron whip shattered, and his entire body was hurled backward. Two ethereal forms of the galaxy manifested in an X shape, and Galaxy Ultraman spun into view before Xiaoyu and the others. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust, Galaxy Ultraman landed on the ground. Impressive, young man. 99 points. The swirling dust around Galaxy seemed to dance joyfully, as if the faithful followers of a deity witnessing their gods return to the world. Galaxy Ultraman, Ratang Guang murmured. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the battle of the Spark Puppets, seeing a gigantic black titan wield its right hand, transforming all combatants on the battlefield into puppets. In the final moment, Galaxy had appeared to confront that dark giant. Galaxy Ultraman, adorned in a shimmering crystalline body, now stood before the Titan, exuding an aura of divinity while coldly regarding the re-emerging tyrant. Chapter 4. The plan commences. Who is this Ultraman? Taro was utterly perplexed. As the chief instructor of the Land of Light, he prided himself on remembering every formidable warrior and nurturing their potential. The individual who had caused Tyrant to suffer such a significant loss upon their first encounter must possess extraordinary power. After all, even the former Ultraman brothers could not evoke such a response upon transformation. You have successfully enraged me, Tyrant roared furiously, reopening his massive jaws as flames surged towards the motionless Galaxy. Yet, in the face of such intense heat, Galaxy merely extended his right hand slightly forward, effortlessly dissipating the flames. Yolan, Galaxy dashed forward, seizing one of Tyrant and Apos' arms and executing a shoulder throw that sent Tyrant flying several hundred meters, causing the ground to tremble once more. Impressive, Taro observed Tyrant, rendered utterly defenseless by Galaxy, feeling an overwhelming shock. But who on earth is this individual? Could it be possible that he does not belong to your so-called Land of Light? Summer, holding the Inmago figurine, approached Ishido Myling and addressed Taro. After finishing his words, Summer turned his gaze back to Galaxy, who continued to mercilessly assault Tyrant. Despite his grievous injuries, Galaxy was still instructing the Hall Light on how to battle. Dark Luciole watched the divine Galaxy with disdain, planning to teach him a lesson later. Once he spins around, I will deliver a kick. Let us see if he dares to act so flamboyantly again. Upon hearing this, Summer recalled a memorable scene. It turned out that Dark Luciole had been harboring this intention since the first time Hall Light had transformed into Galaxy. Wait a moment. Why do I sense that Galaxy's injuries are slowly healing? Dark Luciole felt an overwhelming disbelief. Although Galaxy's recovery was painstakingly slow, it was indeed occurring. Of course, Galaxy was currently in a state of idealism, relying on this condition to heal at a pace far surpassing Luciole and Apos' ability to absorb the negative energy produced from shattered dreams. Moreover, this power could elevate Galaxy's potential. Summer immersed his consciousness in a small space where Dark Spark was absorbing the negative energy from the individual controlling tyrant. This quality of energy was but a mere trifle compared to the energy of idealism. Thus, Summer communicated with Dark Spark, using this energy as a disposable resource and preventing Dark Luciole from absorbing it. Summer, are you not going to let me absorb this energy? Luciole was quite displeased. His rival Galaxy was steadily recovering while a troublesome teammate was obstructing his healing. Calm down, you will have a chance to recover with better quality energy later. After all, Luciole, you wouldn't want Galaxy to surpass you in the future, would you? Upon hearing this, Luciole ceased his complaints about absorbing the negative energy. He and Galaxy had separated from the same entity, and both their skills and strength were identical. If he were to absorb this negative energy, only to find himself pinned beneath Galaxy in the future, it would be better to eliminate him altogether. Rest assured, I have a plan in place that will undoubtedly allow you to defeat Galaxy. Summer contemplated his comprehensive strategy, confident that he would emerge as the ultimate victor in the end. Taro gazed at the disheveled tyrant, then looked at the divine Galaxy standing still, harboring a decision that contradicted his ancestors' and Apos' wishes. He, Taro, must bring this unfamiliar Ultraman into the land of light. Subsequently, Taro thought of his inept son, Taiga, and sighed softly. If only Taiga possessed half the strength of this Ultraman, he would be satisfied. Galaxy Fireball. Several large fireballs appeared around Galaxy, launching an assault on the barely conscious tyrant. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as Tyrant transformed back into a figurine, falling at Summer's feet, while a muscular middle-aged man appeared on a nearby lawn. Having vanquished the enemy, Galaxy reverted to his original form, and Hall Light re-emerged into the world. Smiling, Summer, did you see that? Wasn't and Amp. Apos, Ti incredibly cool just now? Hall Light exclaimed excitedly, grinning like a giddy child. Today and Apos' encounter had opened the door to a new realm for Hall Light. Yes, very impressive. However, isn't the most pressing matter ensuring that the smoking gentleman over there gets to a hospital? Ishidu Miling replied with a smile, her eyes reflecting joy as she regarded Hall Light. Soon, Summer made a call to the security at Kusei Elementary, instructing them to take his first pawn to the hospital. The three of them, Hall Light and Ishidu Miling each carrying a rabbit, strolled along, exchanging playful banter, while Summer walked aimlessly down the hill. Great Dark Overlord. What shall we do next? Galaxy has appeared, but the impact is too limited. Your primary task is to elevate the situation, making it known across the entire Earth. Understood? Understood. Summer's gaze deepened. Truthfully, he still found himself bewildered by his inexplicable arrival in this world. After all, there were many individuals far superior to him. It made no sense for him to have crossed over, since he could not rid himself of the unfortunate Dark Luciole if he wished to survive. He would not hesitate to upend the table. Prior to Galaxy's emergence, he had already materialized a batch of extraterrestrial beings, dispatching them with numerous monsters across the globe. Today's tyrant was merely an appetizer. At that moment, in a secluded corner of Tokyo, the Baljazian toyed with a spark figurine, speaking coldly, tomorrow. It is your time to shine. Remember to perform well. Meanwhile, far from Tokyo in Kumamoto City, the Nakulian similarly held a spark figurine, his gaze icy. Summer had assigned them their task. If any one of them failed to meet the standards, they would revert to being mere figurines once more. Having endured the pain of being trapped in a suspended state, they vowed never to become mindless figurines again. At Kusei Elementary, Hall Hidemitsu sensed the commotion atop Kusei Mountain, a look of relief crossing his face. It seemed that Little Light had not disappointed him, becoming a companion to Galaxy Spark. Yet, soon after, Hall Hidemitsu felt a twinge of fear. Up until now, he had not sensed any trace of the Dark Spark. After all, every time the Dark Spark materialized a figurine, he could use that opportunity to locate the host of the Dark Spark. Perhaps he could catch the threat posed by the dark spark before it could manifest. However, despite his utmost efforts to sense the whereabouts of the dark spark today, he found no trace whatsoever. Contemplating this, Hall Hidemitsu gazed at the tranquil sky, reminiscent of the calm before an impending storm. Chapter 5. Is it possible that Diga is still lurking? An urgent news bulletin interrupts. Tokyo is experiencing severe weather, blizzards. Oh my heavens. During breakfast, Hikaru Mirai had just turned on the television to watch his favorite adventure series, only to be greeted by a desolate, snow-covered Tokyo, with a colossal creature emitting frigid air throughout the city. The freezing monster, Gandar. Taro gazed at the enormous beast on the screen, his expression tinged with cold apprehension. This creature had been vanquished by his elder brother, Seven, during his trials on Earth. Back then, it had even bested Seven's capsule monster, Makuras. Had Seven not absorbed solar energy, he might have met his demise at the hands of this monster. Why must it be in Tokyo? Taro felt utterly helpless. If such a creature were to manifest in a sparsely populated area like Starfall Town, the consequences would be minimal. But in a densely populated area, the ramifications could be catastrophic. In Tokyo at that moment, Gandar was unleashing icy blasts, causing the blizzard to spread from the city center outward. The sudden upheaval sent office workers fleeing in panic, cursing Gandar and Appo's entire lineage. Chaos reigned in Tokyo. A monster has appeared in Tokyo. Hikaru Mirai observed the colossal creature and prepared to transform into Galaxy, intent on eliminating the monster. Just last night, he had engaged in a profound discussion with Taro, the esteemed instructor from the Land of Light, who had imparted a wealth of combat techniques, greatly benefiting Hikaru. Naturally, these were combat postures, nothing inappropriate. Another urgent news bulletin interrupted. A gigantic creature is wreaking havoc in Kumamoto City. The news on the television darkened Hikaru's countenance. The two-headed monster, Pondan King. Why? Why are monsters appearing simultaneously in two cities? Taro grimaced at the sight of the creature causing destruction in Kumamoto City. Pondan King had also been defeated by his brother Seven during his trials on Earth. Currently, only Hikaru possessed the ability to transform, and both locations were under siege by monsters. Moreover, the distance between Tokyo and Kumamoto City was considerable. It is well known that transforming into an Ultra Warrior on Earth has time constraints. If Hikaru cannot defeat one of the monsters within 3 minutes, the other location will remain unprotected. Even if Hikaru takes just a minute to defeat one monster, traveling to the other location will consume precious time and energy. Despair washed over Taro as he contemplated the situation. Earth is devoid of resources. If only there were a defense force. Taro, which city should I go to? Hikaru, in his confusion, turned to Taro for guidance, though Taro was still merely a puppet at that moment. Hikaru, this is a dire battle. You must defeat one of the monsters within 1 minute, then fly to the other location to confront the second monster. The entire endeavor must be completed within 3 minutes. Upon uttering these words, Taro was once again engulfed by despair. This method of combat would be an insurmountable challenge for any of the Ultra Brothers. It was evident to any discerning observer that these two monsters had conspired to appear simultaneously. Once Hikaru transforms into Galaxy and heads to any battlefield, the monsters may not engage him directly. Instead, they could hinder him, ensuring that when time runs out, Hikaru would be as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Do not worry, Taro. Until I truly become an adventurer, I will not easily fall. With that declaration, Hikaru grasped the Galaxy Spark and resolutely stepped outside. He understood the enormity of the task ahead, yet he was determined not to shy away from standing up in this moment of need. Taro watched Hikaru's retreating figure with a sense of pride. If only his son Taiga possessed half of Hikaru's courage, he would feel content. Enough, enough. Dawn and Amp. Appos. T look like you and Amp. Appos. Re-heading to your demise. Let me assist you. Xiaoyu approached slowly, a serious expression on her face. This is not a game. Lives are at stake. Taro and Appos' demeanor was grave as he regarded Xiaoyu. The Land of Light had previously lost numerous elite members of the Cosmic Patrol while quelling rampant monsters and vicious extraterrestrials. Xiaoyu remained silent but pulled a small figure from her pocket. Is this Diga, Ultraman Diga? Taro exclaimed with excitement. With the Diga figurine, this crisis would surely be resolved. I found this by my pillow when I woke up this morning, Xiaoyu explained. So, his name is Diga. As she toyed with the Diga Spark figurine, a smile graced her face. I see. It appears Diga has chosen you. Taro remarked, grateful to Diga for his efforts. During the Cosmic War, only the Ultra Warriors from the Land of Light had participated initially, but then Zero had brought his friends, Gauss and Dinah, warriors not from the Land of Light. Subsequently, a stone statue of Diga in a cosmic ruin emitted a brilliant light, awakening Diga to join the fray. Xiaoyu regarded the Diga figurine, knowing it was the first treasure she had discovered on Starfall Mountain. As for telling Taro that the Diga figurine had come to her, that seemed implausible. However, since the plan had commenced, she was determined to partake. It was the perfect opportunity to validate whether Diga could transform if one's heart contained light. Diga, do you see the devastation wrought by the monsters? Lives are in peril. If you have truly chosen me, please lend me your power. I wish to fight. To battle for the lives of the people. Light, come forth. Xiaoyu directed the Diga figurine toward the television, where the monster continued its rampage. Buildings crumbling and lives in turmoil. Perhaps the destruction caused by the monster had incited the wrath of the heavens. Or perhaps the brilliance in Xiaoyu and Appo's heart had truly garnered Diga and Appo's recognition. In the next moment, the Diga figurine began to glow, and shortly after, a divine light stick materialized in Xiaoyu and Appo's hand. All right, go forth and fight. You are the new light. Taro observed the two young successors with deep satisfaction. At that moment, he resolved to bring both of them to the land of light. Chapter 6. Let the Bullets Fly, Tokyo. Ganda continued to unleash jets of freezing gas in all directions. This international metropolis had transformed into a frozen city. Along the roads, lifelike statues stood, their faces etched with terror. The transportation system had collapsed, and the speed of people's feet could not match that of the chilling gas. They could only watch helplessly as those slower than themselves turned into ice sculptures. Oh my heavens, is this to bring about the extinction of humanity? Is there no deity to save us? Panic-stricken, distraught, furious, and exhilarated voices erupted from the group of individuals who had not yet fully turned into ice statues. Look, what is that? A dazzling light suddenly appeared in the city, captivating amidst the blizzard. Perhaps humanity has an innate affinity for light. When it graced their eyes, hope was ignited within their hearts. As the light gradually faded, a giant emerged before them. Was that a giant? No, that was not a giant. That was a deity sent from the heavens to deliver us. Xiaoyu arrived in Tokyo and, upon seeing Ganda before him, delivered a swift kick. How dare you? Who has the audacity to strike me, Musashi? Ganda rose, furious, roaring at the figure of Diga before him. The Dark Overlord. The individual controlling Ganda trembled at the sight of the one he had just challenged. Oh dear, can I take back what I just said? Mother. I shall embark on a voyage tonight. You may dine alone. No worries. Let us engage in a performance. Remember to wreak considerable havoc around us. Xiaoyu said to the chosen, one of the Balji Star people. This is merely one of my subordinates. As the leader, eliminating my own subordinate is hardly a concern. Since I do not wish to kill him, let us feign a match. It is also an opportunity for me to adapt to the form and combat style of Diga. Yes, in Kumamoto City, the galaxy descended. Witnessing the city ablaze, a fire ignited within Li Tangguang. Hello, handsome. Would you like to play with your elder sister? The first time is free. I shall make you pay for your actions. A lightsaber manifested in the right hand of the galaxy, cleaving the flames spewed forth by King Pondan and Twain before charging forward. Despite being novice warriors, they exhibited remarkable combat prowess, a testament to their innate talent. Taro observed the two battlefields on television, his anxious expression easing. In the Tokyo battlefield where Xiaoyu fought, two colossal beings appeared to be locked in an intense struggle. Yet neither had sustained any injuries, merely the surrounding buildings were unfortunate casualties. Ehara Long, look at what you are protecting. Roaring voice, if you wish to hone your combat skills, it need not be so cumbersome. Simply communicate with the Dark Spark, within which lies all the combat techniques of my true self. Whether in light manipulation or close combat, they are unparalleled. The Dark Luciole discerned Xiaoyu's intentions and spoke directly. My true self will one day stand at the pinnacle of the multidimensional universe. Even the strongest in other dimensions would not dare to underestimate me. Once Dark Luciole recovers, he too will have his place among the powerful of the multidimensional universe. One can only imagine the might of Dark Luciole's true form. Why not say it sooner? Xiaoyu, while familiarizing himself with Diga's form, communicated with the Dark Spark, and a torrent of fighting techniques and light manipulations flooded into his mind. In an instant, Xiaoyu and Appo's perception of the world transformed. Ganda and Appo's movements became riddled with openings. And with a mere flick of his hand, he could disrupt and ultimately vanquish his opponent. However, Xiaoyu chose not to alter his approach but continued to feign the match. Surely, such techniques must also reside within the Galaxy Spark. Why does the galaxy not share them with Li Tangguang? That fellow, The galaxy believes in overcoming adversity, allowing beauty to persist for the next generation. To him, these are challenges that Li Tangguang must face alone, and he will not intervene. The Dark Luciel coldly remarked, his views on the galaxy starkly contrasting his own, filling him with indignation. Were it not for the galaxy's philosophy, they would not have parted ways. All right, now you have absorbed combat techniques. Hasten to conclude the battle. There is no rush. Xiao Yu did not immediately finish the fight but practiced the combat techniques. After all, possessing the knowledge in one's mind is quite different from applying it. 2.5 minutes later, the timer on Diga's chest had yet to illuminate, but he had feigned the match sufficiently. Coordinating with his subordinate, he unleashed the Zeppeli ray, reverting Ganda back into a puppet. As for that subordinate, never mind. He is not truly mine. After dealing with Ganda, Xiao Yu dusted off his hands and took flight, leaving behind a desolate wasteland and ice sculptures. However, after Xiao Yu departed, what is this? The Dark Luciel gazed at the swirling mass of golden energy accumulating in Xiao Yu and Apos' hands, its quality surpassing the negative energy collected thus far. The light of hope. Xiao Yu beamed at the energy in his grasp, a smile gracing his lips. This energy, born from idealism, is akin to divinity in the Ultraman realm. Without further ado, Xiao Yu directed the energy for Dark Luciel to absorb. How does it feel? I feel splendid. Dark Luciel sensed his injuries healing and a peculiar transformation occurring within him, though he could not articulate it. Very well, this energy will only increase, and your wounds shall fully heal. Presently, Xiao Yu possessed only a city's worth of energy, yet his ambition was for all of humanity to labor for him. Following the absorption of this energy, Dark Luciel began to take Xiao Yu and Apos' plan seriously. Next, will you dispatch monsters, and then, like a divine warrior, defeat them to collect energy? No, no, no. Today marks the true emergence of these supernatural creatures in the eyes of humanity. In the following days, allow them to speculate and ponder. The human mind is intricate. They may attribute the monster's appearance to the giant who came to their rescue. After all, the monsters did not appear because of you. Why then should you giants seek to vanquish them? Chapter 7. Atone for humanity in light of the recent monstrous events. Our Tokyo television station has invited the esteemed monster expert, Mr. Kojiro Watanabe, to elucidate the matter. Now, let us hear from the expert. Behind a desk, a middle-aged man with a full beard sits upright, his expression grave as he gazes into the camera. The bizarre occurrences have piqued the curiosity of people across the globe. The rigorous scientific perspective renders many scientists skeptical about the existence of such colossal creatures. However, the footage confirms their presence. Moreover, the devastation caused by the two monsters is undeniable. The cherry blossoms could not possibly incur such immense losses merely to attract international attention. Thus, the existence of monsters is irrefutable. With their reality established, the location of their next appearance remains an enigma. Since the cherry blossoms have already witnessed a monster, it would be prudent to heed the proclamations of their so-called experts. After all, the cherry blossoms possess experience in this matter. In my view, the emergence of these two monsters heralds a significant transformation of our planet. Additionally, I hold another perspective. The appearance of these monsters is attributed to two mysterious giants. On television, Kojiro Watanabe presented two viewpoints, but the first was swiftly dismissed as he elaborated on what he deemed the second perspective. How outrageous! How can this man assert such claims? It was, after all, Hikaru and Natsuyu who transformed into giants to rescue them. Yet their own incompetence leads them to blame the monster's appearance on Hikaru and Natsuyu. Such shamelessness. Mirai Ishido, upon watching this so-called expert's lecture, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Monsters have only appeared for a few days, and already these alleged experts are emerging. It seems they are merely riding the wave of crisis to profit. Hikaru, Natsuyu, will you allow these individuals to cast all blame upon you while they claim all the credit? Observing the two beside her, seemingly unfazed, Mirai's frustration reached a boiling point. What can we do? Mirai, we cannot simply refrain from intervening the next time a monster appears. We must endure this silent grievance. Hikaru sighed in resignation. Though he too felt anger, there was little they could do. As he pondered, Hikaru glanced at Natsuyu. After spending time together over the past few days, he recognized that this seemingly honest yet cunning individual would not simply accept this injustice. Yet, Natsuyu remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the blame being thrust upon him. Natsuyu watched the so-called expert speak confidently, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Though the appearance of the monsters was indeed a consequence of his actions, he had also been the one to vanquish them. The credit for his own achievements was being stripped away by these individuals. How could he tolerate such an affront? Natsuyu had already devised a plan for retribution against these charlatans. Fear not, for the discerning public will see through this facade. They will not place their trust in these so-called experts. At a crucial moment, Taro interjected. No, Taro, you're mistaken. People are inherently inclined to follow trends. The fact that this program is being broadcast on Tokyo television signifies that the Cherry Blossom officials endorse this stance. Natsuyu countered, asserting that the public has considerable faith in official narratives. Moreover, as long as the authorities continue to propagate the notion that the monsters are the result of giants, it is uncertain whether the public will believe or disbelieve. Such ambiguity is difficult to fathom. The crux of the matter lies in the innate fear people harbor towards the first viewpoint. They are uncertain if humanity will retain its dominion over Earth following its transformation. Dinosaurs once ruled this planet. Their extinction occurred due to a cosmic alteration. The outcome was catastrophic. Humanity is a species adept at deception, and thus they will unconditionally support the second viewpoint as a means of self-deception. This left Taro at a loss for words, as he had not considered this angle. As Natsuyu concluded his remarks, silence enveloped the room. Will you allow them to usurp your achievements? Will you toil for their benefit? Mireille understood all too well the peril of battling monsters. A single misstep could lead to a fatal encounter. We have already contacted the two giants, who have claimed responsibility for the monsters' emergence due to their negligence. The giants have assured us they will defeat the monsters and atone for humanity. On television, Watanabe and Appo's discourse remained unfinished when Mireille abruptly switched it off. In my 17 years of life, I have never encountered such unabashed individuals. How can they utter such words? Even Taro's expression turned icy. While he had previously tolerated the situation, the outright labeling of Natsuyu and Hikaru as criminals was beyond his endurance. Natsuyu, Hikaru. Should another monster appear, do not involve yourselves. Let humanity resolve its own issues. Taro envisioned the public and Appo's reaction once the narrative gained momentum. The moment Natsuyu and Hikaru transformed to confront the monsters, they would be branded as sinners, their presence a form of atonement. The warriors from the land of light protect humanity without requiring justification. They are not criminals. If humanity proves itself so ungrateful, then they need not shield the inhabitants of this planet any longer. Taro, this is untenable. It represents merely a segment of public sentiment. Let us not be so hasty in our judgments. Why not inquire with the residents of Kusei Town to gauge their opinions? Mireille glared at Hikaru, exasperated. Her childhood friend was admirable in many ways, but his navet was vexing. Just as Hikaru prepared to leave, Natsuyu turned the television back on. An emergency news bulletin interrupted. A monster has appeared in Tokyo, wreaking havoc. The missile monster, Balakan. Taro recognized the creature on the screen immediately. A super monster. This was no ordinary beast to confront. Furthermore, it was a missile monster of considerable destructive power. It seemed the people of Tokyo were in for another calamity. Yet, their plight was no concern of his. Let humanity deal with this super monster on its own. Mr. Kojiro Watanabe, a monster has emerged. Have you managed to contact the two giants? The female host, her face pale, inquired about the creature still distant from their commercial building. And no, it's fine. We are contacting the two giants to ensure they come to atone. Watanabe's complexion mirrored hers, yet he persisted in his assertion. This group had concluded through numerous discussions that whenever a monster appeared, the giants would inevitably emerge to vanquish it. They even hoped for more monster appearances, ideally resulting in a mutual downfall between the giants and the beasts, thus providing them with an opportunity to harness technology to control these two entities. If successful, the Cherry Blossoms could ascend to a position of leadership on the international stage. Chapter 8. The power of Barakan missiles launched indiscriminately from Barakan's shoulders, raining destruction upon the city. Those at home, engrossed in television programs, suffered grievously. However, after several days of turmoil, the government of Sakura had not been idle. They stationed tanks and artillery around Tokyo. Now was the moment for Sakura's most advanced weaponry to showcase its might. Tanks approached Barakan from all directions, their cannons trained on the colossal creature at the center. For reasons unknown, this event was broadcast live globally, and leaders from all nations watched with bated breath. They had come to believe in the existence of monsters and were eager to observe whether this creature could withstand the full brunt of human firepower. Fire! Strike it down with all your might. An officer shouted from a temporary command post, his eyes brimming with confidence in their armaments. As his command was executed, All tanks unleashed a barrage upon the motionless giant. The thunderous roar of artillery filled the air, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. Is the monster dead? I dare say it has turned to ashes. It seems this creature cannot withstand human technology. With the threat seemingly neutralized, the leaders resolved to capture one for research purposes. Their eyes gleamed with greed. If the monster could grow to such an enormous size, did it not imply an extraordinary lifespan? Perhaps capturing one could unlock the secrets of immortality. They perceived the creature as a divine gift, sent to aid them in their quest for eternal life. As the smoke began to clear, Bayrakin's form emerged, revealing a stark contrast to their expectations. It bore no injuries, its eyes surveying the tanks with a fierce, unyielding glare. How is this possible? It cannot be unscathed. The officer's face drained of color, fear morphing into frenzied orders. The soldiers operating the tanks shared his disbelief. How could such a being withstand their onslaught? They convinced themselves it was merely a matter of insufficient firepower and redoubled their efforts. Meanwhile, the leaders of other nations watched intently, their expressions sharpening as they feared missing any detail of the unfolding drama. As the smoke lingered, missiles erupted from within it, targeting the very tanks that had fired upon Bayrakin. Explosions shook the ground, and mushroom clouds blossomed around the battlefield as Bayrakin advanced with purposeful strides toward the command post. Panic ensued among the observers. Could such a creature, impervious to artillery, truly exist? Xiaoyu watched the live broadcast, a smile playing on his lips. How absurd. Attacking a super beast with artillery, are they simply offering it sustenance? Witnessing the carnage wrought by Bayrakin, a flicker of guilt crossed his mind. But then he remembered it was Sakura, thus he dismissed it. Quickly, halt its advance. Do not let it come closer. An officer at the command post shouted, hastily retreating. Fearing for his life. His son had married a beautiful bride just the day before. If he perished here, who would care for her? Young soldiers, trembling before the imposing creature, turned and fled, defying orders with a courage they could scarcely understand. In the distance, Bayrakin appeared to have identified its target. Missiles launched from its shoulders, transforming the command post into a series of deep craters. Both officers and fleeing soldiers met their demise. Mr. Watanabe, you said you could contact the giants. Why have they not come to save us? The female host inquired of the monster expert, but upon turning back, Watanabe's presence had vanished, leaving only an empty table behind. It became glaringly obvious to all that the Sakura government's claims of having communicated with the giants, asserting that the monsters were brought forth by them, were mere fabrications. The giants had valiantly subdued the monster, yet the people of Sakura showed no gratitude, instead attributing the giants' accomplishments to themselves while branding the giants as villains. Now, retribution had come. World leaders recognized that ordinary artillery was futile against such a creature, and whether it could withstand an atomic bomb remained uncertain. However, given its propensity for urban destruction, the prospect of deploying nuclear weapons was increasingly grim. Yet, should Sakura request atomic support, they would not hesitate to provide a bomb to detonate over Tokyo. Back in Tokyo, Bayrakin continued its march, no longer wreaking havoc but rather surveying its dominion, circling the city. While Bayrakin reveled in its power, the citizens of Tokyo were gripped by despair. They had come to realize that their government had deceived them. The giants were their allies. Hope surged within them that the giants would return to vanquish the monster. But would they? Surely, the giants must feel disheartened by their past treatment. No one could forgive such betrayal. They will come, they murmured. The giants are embodiments of light, bringing warmth to all. Memories flooded back of the giants and Appo's previous appearance, when they had been enveloped in a glow that elicited a profound sense of comfort. As the people cowered within their homes, they whispered to one another, awakening to a newfound understanding. It has arrived. This time, the energy is of a higher quality, more potent. Dark Lucille thrummed with excitement, greedily absorbing the energy radiating from the influence of Diga. Diga, is this your light, Lucille? Absorb it? Aminos interjected. However, Lucille found it perplexing that such pure energy could manifest once more. Human beings are curious creatures. Once they have firmly established a belief, they may unjustly accuse others. But upon realizing their error, they are often consumed by guilt. In such moments, they become inclined to embrace the beautiful. This phenomenon arises especially when they are in desperate need of assistance. While in ordinary circumstances, they are more likely to react with anger and shame. Are you not human? Then, Xiaoyu and Appo's voice cut through the air as he brandished his divine light staff, stepping forward, a premonition of his forthcoming actions already evident. Diga has chosen me. Defeating the monster is now my responsibility. They may act without compassion, but I shall not abandon my duty. With that declaration, Xiaoyu raised his staff, transforming into a radiant light that vanished from sight. Chapter 9. A true man, existing between heaven and earth, cannot long endure living beneath others. Mom, will we die? Not at all. We have the giants. The giants will come to save us. In Tokyo, although the enormous figure of Beklon wandered through the city, not a single soul felt fear, for they believed that the previous giants would come to their rescue. Yet, one could not help but wonder where their unwavering confidence stemmed from. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had arrived. On the way, Lucille was perplexed as to why Xiaoyu had come. But Xiaoyu offered no explanation. Why not come? Lucille suggested that they let Beklon roam freely, allowing the people to continuously generate energy. How absurd. That would be akin to draining the pond to catch fish. The citizens of Tokyo resembled infatuated admirers, with Diga serving as the goddess they desperately sought. At that moment, if Diga merely fulfilled a fraction of their desires, they would shower her with an abundance of golden coins. For Xiaoyu, this was merely a performance, devoid of any cost and replete with rewards. Why not engage? As a beam of light illuminated the city, Diga's form materialized before the crowd. A giant. A giant has come to save us. Indeed, I told you the giants are the guardians of humanity, yet you did not believe me. Shut your mouth. You were the loudest when Watanabe proposed his views. Diga's appearance ignited an overwhelming wave of admiration, causing the generated energy to multiply exponentially. The once feeble Lucille felt himself grow robust and erect in stature. However, Xiaoyu felt slightly irked as, upon Diga's arrival, Beklon launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, enveloping Diga in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, an Ultraman screen had shielded Diga from the onslaught. What are you doing? That is the Dark Ruler. Do you wish for my demise? Witnessing Beklon and Appos' silent aggression towards Xiaoyu, the hidden Balgians felt a cold sweat trickle down their spines. My lord, you are too timid. The so-called Dark Ruler is merely a child at heart. If he can be the Dark Ruler, so can you. A true man, existing between heaven and earth, cannot long endure living beneath others. With these words, the Balgians' chosen controller commanded Beklon to attack Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the Balgians, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in horror, as if they had consumed something vile. Xiaoyu overheard their entire conversation. As Beklon charged toward him, he couldn't help but chuckle. You intend to fight with a long-range artillery monster? What? Do you wish to unlock a joyful form? Xiaoyu crossed his arms before him, and the diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead shimmered as Diga transformed from a composite form to the joyful form of Daigo. Beklon rushed before Diga, raising its massive fist to strike. Is that all the strength you possess? Have you not eaten? Yet, this seemingly formidable fist was effortlessly captured by Diga. With a slight twist, Xiaoyu forced Beklon to crouch in agony. Taro, how can the Ultraman that Xiaoyu transforms into still change forms? Raida Guang observed the crimson Diga on the screen, clearly noting that this transformation enhanced its power. Now, I wonder if the galaxy can change forms as well? That is Diga Ultraman's powerful form, augmenting its strength but sacrificing agility. Diga is a composite warrior, able to adapt to different opponents with varying forms. You spoke of wanting to pull me down so the Balgians could rise. Is this your strength? Tell me, who granted you the opportunity to transform? Who bestowed upon you the right to live? Answer me. As Xiaoyu gazed at the battered Beklon, he bombarded it with questions. Did you not claim that a true man, existing between heaven and earth, cannot long endure living beneath others? Are you Elbu? Lacking Elbu's fate, but afflicted with Elbu's plight. You understand nothing of gratitude, do you? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me, why, baby, why? Upon hearing these words, Beklon opened its mouth, attempting to respond, but before it could utter a sound, Xiaoyu thrust an 8-pointed light wheel into its mouth. In the next moment, Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful blow, sending Beklon soaring into the sky, followed by a mighty Zai-Pali AO light beam that banished this rebellious creature from existence. Taro, is Xiaoyu and Appos' combat style excessively cruel? Raida Guang observed the merciless tactics employed by Diga, which shattered his previous notions. My brother Ace once said, any creature under attack feels pain, fear, and reveals weaknesses. Yet super beasts lack such sensations. Therefore, Xiaoyu and Appos' combat method is justified. Taro gazed upon Xiaoyu, standing against the setting sun, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. If Ace were here, they would surely share many commonalities. As the energy generated by the people of Tokyo surged, A familiar smile graced Xiaoyu and Amp, Apos, lips. With Digga soaring into the sky and vanishing, it felt as though the entire world had drifted into a dream. This day was surreal. Monsters truly existed. And giants had saved the world. How utterly fantastic. At this moment, the citizens of Tokyo, having witnessed Xiaoyu and Apos' brutal methods against the monsters, felt not fear, but exhilarating excitement. They took immense pride in having such a formidable guardian over their cherry blossoms. Had the giants hesitated, it might have provoked discontent among the cherry blossom folk. Such is the nature of the cherry blossom people. They fear power, but not virtue. In simpler terms, they are utterly ungrateful. Have the satellites located where the giant descended? No. After the giant ascended into space, it transformed into light and vanished. The satellites can find no trace of it. Upon hearing this, a senior official from an unknown nation fell into deep contemplation. The giant had emerged from a beam of light and dispersed into radiance upon departure. Could it be that the giant was composed of light? Its intentions were simple. Initially, it sought to locate the giant and offer conditions to make it the guardian of their nation. However, after witnessing the destructive power of the monsters, this notion was magnified infinitely. Yet, if the giant was indeed composed of light, could their nation possibly develop its own giant from light? This plan was beyond the capacity of a single nation. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss it collaboratively with other nations. Chapter 10. The Galaxy Works for Free. The Bulgins, this time, have proven to be rather disappointing, displaying a rebellious spirit. Master of the Dark Ruler, I misjudged this time. I swear on my life, it will not happen again. In a dimly lit room, a Bulgian knelt on one knee. His head bowed so low that he dared not meet the gaze of the figure before him. This shall not be tolerated. With that, the ethereal form of Xiaoyu gradually dissipated, and only then did the Bulgian muster the courage to lift his head. These cherry blossom beings are indeed troublesome, harboring thoughts of defiance against the master of the ruler. In the Galaxy Shrine, around a table sat Xiaoyu, Rida Guang, Ishid Miling, and Taro. In addition, a few spark dolls were scattered across the table. Based on the recent appearances of monsters, their true purpose remains uncertain, prompting us to convene today to deliberate on their intentions. Taro stood up to speak, expressing that the recent monster manifestations seemed solely for the purpose of destruction, and he too was in the dark about any ulterior motives. The sensation of being led by the nose by the opposition was profoundly unsettling. Thus, the group gathered to see if they could deduce the enemy and Apos' aims. I have no idea. I only handle the fighting. Don and Apos. T asked me about anything else. Taro remarked. If you were to ask me how to make desserts, I could certainly assist, but if you want me to speculate on the monster's motives, my mind draws a blank. Rida Guang and Ishid Miling chimed in, bemused by the thought of two high school students being tasked with such a daunting deduction. Taro silently contemplated their hopelessness and turned his gaze to Xiaoyu. Are you all foolish? We have an acquaintance who understands the enemy. Why not summon him? Xiaoyu gazed at the trio, exasperated that they could not seize the opportunity before them. Rida Guang? Ishid Miling? Are you referring to Galaxy? Fortunately, Ultraman and Apos' intellect remained intact, and he quickly grasped to whom Xiaoyu was alluding. Upon hearing this, Rida Guang hastily produced the Galaxy Spark and placed it on the table. Galaxy, you must be quite familiar with the one wielding the Dark Spark. Come forth and speak. No more hiding. Xiaoyu smiled at the Galaxy Spark, realizing it was time for Galaxy to assist them. Acknowledging the inevitability of revealing itself, the Galaxy Spark opened, and the Galaxy Doll emerged, standing alongside Taro. Ah, so you possess your own consciousness, Galaxy explained. The bearer of the Dark Spark is known as Dark Lucille. We were once one, but our ideologies diverged, leading to our separation. We hail from the future. Dark Lucille grew increasingly fanatical, igniting a cosmic war. And by the time I comprehended the situation, it was too late. In the end, I confronted him, resulting in mutual destruction. Galaxy recounted its origins, the background of Dark Lucille, and the reasons behind the Spark Doll battle. The others, except for Xiaoyu, were left in a state of shock. To be honest, Galaxy expressed bewilderment over Dark Lucille's recent maneuvers. Initially, Galaxy speculated that Dark Lucille sought to absorb negative energy to expedite his recovery and subsequently suppress him. Otherwise, he would not resort to such a hodgepodge of low-grade energy for healing. It was implausible that he was unaware of the repercussions of using inferior energy for recovery. As Galaxy sensed that Dark Lucille's wounds were mending at an accelerated pace, it was neither exaggerated nor superficial, leaving Galaxy perplexed. Thus, Galaxy too was at a loss regarding Dark Lucille and Apos' true objectives. Meaning you also do not know what Dark Lysiel intends, Taro said, furrowing his brow in concern. Not to worry, Taro. As an ancient saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will open. Let Lysiel come at us with all he has. Guang remained optimistic as ever. Soon, the meeting concluded without any clarity on Dark Lysiel's goals. Taro switched on the television, hoping to catch news of monster sightings. Given their limited resources, they could only rely on external information in this manner. Almost immediately, breaking news flashed across the screen. Tokyo and Cherry Blossom Sea have both encountered monsters, wreaking havoc. Taro exclaimed, "Why do I encounter monsters the moment I turn on the TV? And why Tokyo again? This city truly is plagued with disasters. I shall head to Tokyo. I am familiar with that area," he declared. "I will go to Cherry Blossom Sea." In no time, Xiaoyu and the others had divided their tasks. At that moment in Tokyo, despair reigned among the populace. It had barely been a while since the last monster attack, and here they were again. The destruction from the previous incident still lingered. Could they not wreak havoc elsewhere? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken as they hurried to find refuge. Lest they find their loved ones devouring their own flesh after the giants vanquish the monsters. The universe's greatest fool, Red King. Xiaoyu observed the creature in a daze. Recalling this nickname, Red King first appeared in the 8th episode of the original Ultraman, renowned for its formidable strength among Earth and Appos monsters. In its 2 appearances, it was known for thrashing monsters, earning the title of Internal War Mirage God. However, such might came at the cost of intellect, making it relatively easy to handle. Yet the Red King before him was not controlled by anyone. Rather, the Balgans had directly manifested the Spark Doll, temporarily lifting the time freeze on Red King. Clearly, the Balgans feared a repeat of the previous encounter. Meanwhile, at Cherry Blossom Sea, Taro and Appos' old friend, the octopus monster Digor, made its appearance. Upon spotting Digga, Red King exuberantly leapt about, causing minor tremors, then seized a skyscraper to hurl at Digga. Digga, observing the building hurtling towards him, vanished from sight. Boom. The building crashed to the ground, sending debris flying. Damage inflicted upon Xiaoyu, 0. Damage inflicted upon Tokyo, 100. Tokyo Aminos. As Red King scratched its neck in confusion, it pondered, how could such a large individual just disappear before my eyes? Chapter 11. The Red King. A tragic fool beholding the crystalline gaze of the Red King. One cannot help but acknowledge the truth behind his reputation as the greatest fool in the universe. Unable to tolerate the absurdity, Xiaoyu suddenly emerged from behind the Red King, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Rising to his feet, the Red King turned to find Digga inexplicably standing behind him, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Why did you suddenly appear behind me? I did not hear a single footstep," exclaimed the Red King. "There are filthy beings. I cannot play at all." With this, he hurled an entire building at the motionless Digga, swiftly spinning around to unleash explosive stones from his mouth. "Haha, this time I predicted your move. Prepare to be pummeled." The Red King silently congratulated himself on his own cleverness. Among the world and Appos' talents, I, the Red King, possess 12 stones, while the others are lacking by 2. Xiaoyu pondered, what on earth is this Red King doing? I find it rather incomprehensible. At that moment, the building that the Red King had thrown was effortlessly suspended in Digga's right hand. Rather than evade, Xiaoyu used Ultraman telekinesis to catch the building directly. Witnessing the Red King and Appos' baffling antics. "Ha ha ha, this creature is adorably foolish," exclaimed Ishidu Mailin, chuckling at the Red King and Appos' antics on the screen. "While the Red King possesses some intelligence, I have never encountered one so utterly dim-witted. Where is he?" The Red King, realizing his attack had missed, wore an expression of confusion. Then, as if coming to a realization, he turned stiffly to see Digga holding the very stone he had thrown. "No, my friend. Why are you deviating from my script? This makes me appear quite foolish." Suddenly, the Red King noticed the large stone seemingly floating in Digga and Appos' grasp. The Red King, determined to match Xiaoyu and Appos' prowess, hoisted another building, attempting to make it levitate in his hand. "Even while supporting this colossal stone single-handedly, I am invincible." However, as the Red King reveled in his delusions, the building plummeted downwards, crashing onto his foot. "Ow, ow, ow," he cried, clutching his foot in agony as the ground trembled beneath him, striking a pose reminiscent of a wounded rooster. Gazing at the stationary Digga, the Red King felt an overwhelming fear wash over him. "Mother, help. I cannot compete with him. I want to go home." In a moment of despair, The Red King collapsed under the weight of his own defeat, transforming back into his spark doll form and vanishing from Tokyo. Xiaoyu remarked, "Is it really necessary to go that far?" Truly, Xiaoyu was gifted, having cultivated his Ultraman telekinesis to such a profound level that he frightened the Red King into retreating. Meanwhile, in another part of the galaxy, the massive octopus creature was also subdued. The citizens of Tokyo, witnessing Diga's effortless triumph over the monster, began to radiate energy, channeling their strength towards Xiaoyu. Just as Xiaoyu prepared to depart, the previously clear sky transformed into a dark abyss, with ominous black lightning descending to envelop Diga. The sudden upheaval left everyone in stunned silence. Dark Luciole. At the shores of the Cherry Blossom Sea, the galaxy sensed a familiar presence, teleporting to Tokyo in an instant. Diga was now ensnared in a cocoon of dark lightning, his form barely discernible. "Luciole, I know you are present. Why do you not show yourself? Are you afraid?" As he spoke, the galaxy unleashed his skills towards the lightning prison, seeking to shatter it and rescue Xiaoyu. "Ha, whether you emerge or not, I fear no hound." Before his attack could reach the prison, a towering figure, cloaked in darkness with blood-red, cross-shaped eyes, intercepted him. Indeed, I recall this dark giant. He turned everyone on the battlefield into puppets. Tyro shouted upon sighting Dark Luciole. Faced with this menacing entity, which had vanquished their once hopeful giant, the people of Tokyo were engulfed in despair. "Your injuries have healed remarkably fast," remarked the galaxy, astonished at Dark Luciole's rapid recovery. "You must understand the repercussions of absorbing that impure energy. Do you truly wish to suppress me?" "Rest assured, I will not engage in self-destructive behavior," Dark Luciole retorted, shaking his head as a compressed energy sphere formed in his right hand, composed of all the negative energy gathered from beings worldwide. Without a flicker of hesitation, he cast this energy into the lightning prison, ensnaring Diga. "What do you mean?" A sense of foreboding gripped the galaxy. "This energy contains the 7 deadly sins, infused with a fragment of my essence. Do you believe this young man can withstand its corruption? How amusing it would be if a once illuminated soul succumbed to darkness. This is our conflict. Why involve others? I take pleasure in it. As long as you are unhappy, I find joy," Dark Luciole shamelessly declared. "Prepare yourself. My resolve has hardened." Ha. Galaxy, you face a choice. Ignore him and allow him to descend into darkness, becoming a mindless weapon of destruction, or save him, fully aware of the implications. Come, let me witness whether you, who pride yourself on being a beacon of light, can pause the passage of time for one destined to illuminate eternity. The echo of Dark Luciole's voice reverberated through the heavens, yet he vanished from sight. "And do not entertain thoughts of shattering this prison. Should you disrupt it, the energy will scatter, and the entire Eastern Hemisphere will be plunged into chaos." As darkness gradually receded, the sky began to clear. The galaxy cast a glance at the prison confining Diga, channeling a surge of energy that dissipated into the void. All that remained was the vast prison and Diga ensnared within. Observing the departure of the dark giant, the citizens of Tokyo slowly exhaled, glancing at the prison that had once safeguarded them, now harboring their protector. High-ranking officials from various nations contemplated a bold notion as they gazed at the ominous structure. Chapter 12. Manually crafting a max-level character. Alas, it was my oversight. I never imagined that the target of that individual would be Xiaoyu. Once again, in the same location, a few individuals gathered for a meeting, though one was notably absent. The light in the hall was dim, and Sherdong Miling had also ceased her blind optimism. This time, the dark Ruji and Appos, S intervention had ensnared Xiaoyu, revealing to both of them the harshness of this struggle. I had previously been perplexed by Ruji and Appos, S intentions, but now, clarity dawned upon me. Ruji and Appos, had first unleashed a multitude of corporeal monsters upon Earth, causing widespread devastation and plunging humanity into despair. At this juncture, it was certain that the galactic forces would intervene, and Ruji and Appos, had calculated that the radiant Diga would also take action. As humanity sank into despair, the giant, symbolizing hope, would emerge to rescue them from calamity. Before a solution to the monsters was found, all of humanity and Appos' hope would rest upon this giant. Then, Ruji would strike, defeating either Diga or Galaxy, forcibly infusing them with negative energy. The giant, once a beacon of hope, would be vanquished and turned into a dark entity, leading humanity to a complete loss of hope. In such a state, the desire for resistance would dissipate. Ruji could easily dominate humanity, extracting boundless negative energy from them, or even pausing time across the Earth, as there would be no means to thwart him. Can we save him? Tai Luo turned to Galaxy, inquiring. The term falling into darkness was particularly distasteful to Tai Luo. His former wife, no, his dear brother, had succumbed to such darkness, leaving him forever. Now, was his cherished prodigy destined to follow the same path? I will save him. This is a matter between Ruji and Apos, and me. Xiaoyu is innocent, and I shall rescue him. Within a resplendent palace, Xiaoyu, who everyone believed was being consumed by darkness, reclined comfortably upon a throne, indulging in fruit, attended by two lovely maids. Don't misunderstand. I am merely feeding Xiaoyu fruit, providing genuine service. What on earth are you up to? After defeating King Red the previous day, Xiaoyu had summoned the Dark Spark, manifesting as Rujier, and imprisoned the former Diga in a cage, transferring all negative energy to Diga. Do you know about Diga's nature? Xiaoyu asked with a smile, as a maid playfully offered him a piece of fruit. Diga? I know nothing, except that in the distant future, every universe possesses a statue of Diga. This fellow, much like Noah, enjoys scattering statues everywhere, yet I have never encountered the real Diga. Rujier contemplated this, surmising that the true Diga was likely a being of multidimensional cosmic strength. Diga, like your true self, has mastered both the paths of light and darkness to an extraordinary degree. Furthermore, Diga possesses the ability to absorb unlimited energy, ultimately transforming it into his own power. Although the Diga I have is likely a mere avatar, its potential remains exceedingly high. Thus, Xiaoyu had executed a clever maneuver. The next step was to unleash a multitude of corporeal monsters across the cosmos, instilling fear in the populace to gather negative emotions for Diga and Apos as consumption. Subsequently, he would lift a portion of the curses on the Ultra Warriors, enabling them to subdue the monsters, for Galaxy alone could not manage the task. The positive emotions generated by the survivors would then be collected and merged with Diga. Then, through a cycle of despair and hope, akin to harvesting crops, Xiaoyu would have all of humanity working for him. Ultimately, once this Diga avatar reached its pinnacle, it would represent a max-level character. Truly, you are remarkable, you heartless capitalist. Rujier could not help but applaud Xiaoyu's scheme. While capitalists may exploit their employees, at least they pay them. You, on the other hand, compel all life on Earth to work for you without compensation. At that moment, in a vast conference room filled with hundreds of seats, each occupied by an individual, a national leader exclaimed, "This is our opportunity. The first giant is currently subdued by the newly appeared third giant. He must be weakened. This is the prime moment to seize control of him." Greed shimmered in the leader's eyes. He was covetous of the giant. Are you jesting? The first giant was effortlessly overpowered by the third. Even if we managed to control the first, the third could easily incapacitate you. But your reasoning is flawed. If we can control the first giant, why cannot we also control the third? Moreover, as you witnessed yesterday, the third giant exhibited significant trepidation towards the second, suggesting their powers are closely matched. The national leader spoke with growing confidence. Furthermore, I believe these two giants harbor animosity. Therefore, why not wait until they are mutually weakened before we seize control? Upon hearing this, the eyes of many present gleamed with intrigue. Based on our recent deductions, these monsters and giants likely do not originate from Earth but rather from the cosmos. If such creatures exist in the universe, could there not be other civilizations as well? By controlling the giants, we could deploy them as pioneers in cosmic exploration, far superior to any machines. I refuse to believe you are not envious of the rare resources on other planets in the universe. This national leader evidently excelled in swaying opinions. Naturally, those present were astute individuals. They recognized that the benefits of controlling the giants far outweighed the risks. However, they remained composed, for none could guarantee the successful domination of the giants. Should they fail, it would spell catastrophic consequences for humanity. Noticing many were in agreement, yet refraining from committing, the national leader gritted his teeth and decided to unveil his trump card. He produced a doll, stating, "Our nation's technicians have detected an extraordinary life force within this doll, which evidently is linked to the monster previously seen in the cherry blossoms. I know you may be skeptical, so allow me to present a video." A video began to play on the large screen, showcasing the moment King Red, in a state of despair, transformed into a spark doll. Though King Red vanished, the transformation into the doll was captured on film. We can seek out these dolls. Once we find and activate them, even if the two giants still possess strength, we can wear them down. Action speaks louder than words. If we do not act now, such opportunities may never arise again. I, the Empire of the Sun never sets, shall invest in this venture. I, the free nation, shall invest. As two-thirds of the attendees expressed their agreement, the national leader beamed with satisfaction. We in the Celestial Empire shall not partake in your endeavors. However, one leader from a different nation shot them a glance before departing without a backward glance. Hearing the disdainful remarks from behind, the Celestial Empire leader scoffed. Greed leads to ruin. A flock of oblivious individuals. Chapter 13. Hao Xiaoguang. Taro gazed at Sherdong Miling, who had just emerged from the hall, with a tone laden with concern. He has just fallen asleep, but I doubt it will last long. He will soon have to rise to fight again, Sherdong Miling replied, casting a worried glance at the slumbering Xiaoguang. For a week now, Xiaoguang had been incessantly transforming into the galactic warrior, facing 4 battles each day. This relentless combat had left both him and the Hall and Appos Light utterly exhausted. Yet, they had no choice but to confront their fate, to rescue Xiaoyu, who was trapped in a cage, and the nations ravaged by monsters. Xiaoguang was compelled to fight. Hearing this, Taro lowered his head in guilt, wishing he could materialize and take responsibility himself. It was the duty of their generation. Yet they had thrust this burden upon a young man. Suddenly, the bargy alien swaggered in with an air of nonchalance. As the envoy dispatched by Lugier to the galactic side, he was tasked with announcing the location of the first monster. Ha ha, Ultraman Old 6. Do you find me particularly irksome? The bargy alien noticed Taro and Appos' piercing glare and promptly teleported before him, seizing Taro and Appos' figure. Honestly, Ultraman Old 6, I have longed to see that expression on your face. I relish your disdain, yet your inability to eliminate me. The bargy alien teased, playfully slapping Taro and Appos' figure. This is unfair. Xiaoguang has only just fallen asleep and cannot transform to fight, Sherdong Miling retorted, snatching Taro back. Young girl, life is inherently unjust. Besides, we are far more powerful than you at this moment. The rules of the game are dictated by the Dark Ruler, and you possess no right to resist. The bargy alien continued to chuckle, undeterred by her outburst. I will only tell you this. The first monster will appear in a nation where any existence with an opening will be targeted. As for the rest, that is beyond my knowledge. All right, I understand. I will head out immediately. Unbeknownst to them, the Hall and Appos' Light had already reached the door, holding the galactic spark, though his condition was far from ideal. Dark circles under his eyes and tousled hair betrayed his fatigue, and his voice was feeble. Yes, go now. You are far more useful than this incompetent Ultraman Old 6. Taro exclaimed in frustration. Just wait. Once I can grow larger, if you do not flee, you are truly impressive. If you escape, I will resign from my position as chief instructor on the spot and pursue you. Xiaoguang, I am fine. I can hold on. The Hall and Appos' Light shot Sherdong Miling a confident glance before transforming into the galactic warrior and soaring towards his destination. Meanwhile, by a river brimming with elements from the entire periodic table, a monster hesitated, contemplating whether to take a bath. This creature was the cosmic sea beast, Raichubus. Should I not go down? The mud clings to me uncomfortably. But if I do, I fear I might be corroded and revert to a mere spark figure. Such was the dilemma. Just then, a foul substance plummeted from the sky, landing upon Raichubus. It was the nation's fighter jets, the geniuses of the A3 nation. Having observed that conventional weaponry inflicted little harm on monsters, had replaced the explosives in their bombs with cow dung. They believed that since conventional firepower was ineffective, cow dung would surely destroy the creature. Additionally, as monsters had appeared worldwide, yet not in A3, the leaders naturally concluded that the monsters feared their cow dung bombs, hence their absence from their land. They even boasted domestically that monsters dared not descend upon A3 due to their fear of cow dung artillery. This assertion garnered unanimous support from the people of A3, leading to a situation where, upon Raichubus's emergence, the populace gathered nearby, laughing and chattering without a hint of fear. They were convinced that the presence of cow dung was the reason the monster hesitated. Now, with their fighter jets approaching and launching their prized cow dung bombs, they believed it was only a matter of time before the monster would perish. Once it fell, A3's international standing would undoubtedly soar, especially since they would have vanquished a monster when others had failed. Raichubus, upon smelling the foul substance that struck it, instantly recognized it as excrement. These ants dare to assault me with feces. Raichubus seethed. Prepare to face my wrath, you insignificant beings. As fighter jets soared overhead, Raichubus's eyes glowed red, and it unleashed a barrage of powerful flame projectiles towards the aircrafts. Boom, boom. Clearly, these pilots were far inferior to the famed Flying Ace. As their costly cow dung fighters were swiftly shot down, the A3 citizens, who had anticipated a display of their military prowess, panicked and scattered upon witnessing the destruction. Yet, would Raichubas spare these stinking fools? Obviously not. Its eyes shifted to blue, and it exhaled a stream of freezing gas towards the disorganized crowd, instantly encasing hundreds in ice. Even Michelangelo's sculptures would pale in comparison to these frosty figures. After dealing with the crowd, Raichubas turned its gaze towards the distant city and began its approach. However, just as Raichubas took a step, several blazing rocks struck it. Accompanied by its anguished roar, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Galactic Warrior descended to the ground, first surveying the ice sculptures, then turning to the imposing Raichubas. Now, he had no time for idle chatter. He needed to defeat this monster swiftly to conserve energy for the next, which could appear at any moment. With a swift motion, the Galactic Spark gun materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Raichubas. Chapter 14, The Ultimate Ultra Beast, the appearance of Ultra Killer Soras at the Cherry Blossom Sea. As the galaxy flickered with red lights beneath the setting sun, although the expression of Hikaru Mirai was concealed, weariness was unmistakably etched upon his face. The four monsters of the day had been vanquished, and as he gazed at the four spark dolls in his hands, a semblance of relief graced his features. Finally, he could indulge in a restful slumber tonight. These past few days, the relentless transformation into Galaxy had rendered his body nearly incapable of enduring further strain. Be cautious, Hikaru. There may still be adversaries lurking, he advised. Despite his exhaustion, Galaxy remained ever vigilant against the dark presence of Dark Lugiel. In recent days, the enigmatic nature of his brother had grown increasingly opaque, as if Dark Lugiel had undergone a profound transformation. Had it not been for the unchanged essence of that last fiend, he might have suspected that his brother had been possessed. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the Cherry Blossom Sea, aiming directly at Galaxy. However, forewarned by his suspicions regarding Dark Lugiel and Apos' potential to summon other monsters, Galaxy deftly evaded the surprise attack. As he hovered in the air, the looming figure of a monster gradually emerged from the Sea of Blossoms, and a grave expression settled upon his countenance. The ultimate Ultra Beast, Ultra Killer Soras. Teru, upon witnessing this creature on television, was unable to remain in CQ Town any longer and rushed towards the Cherry Blossom Sea. Ultra Killer Soras made its debut in the film featuring Mebius Ultraman, created by the Aberrans as the ultimate Ultra Beast. From its very first appearance, it overwhelmed the original Ultraman, Seven, Jack, and Ace, ultimately being sealed by the four Ultra Brothers at the harbor near Kobe, at the cost of their ability to transform. 20 years later, Soras was unsealed by those with ulterior motives. For decades, the resentment of the Aberrans had intensified, leading Soras to evolve into the even more formidable Soras Enio. Had it not been for the Ultra Six Brothers transferring their energy to Mebius, allowing him to assume his infinite form, the Ultra Brothers would have likely faced annihilation on Earth. Teru, fully aware of Soras' might, recognized that Galaxy in his current state stood no chance against it. With Soras and Apos' emergence, a wave of vengeful energy surged forth, radiating in all directions. Ultra Warriors, I have never encountered your kind before. If the Ultra Brothers do not appear, I shall deal with you first before seeking them out. Galaxy remained silent, brandishing his Galaxy Spark gun and launching an attack towards Soras. Observing the unfamiliar Ultra Warrior who not only displayed no fear but also dared to strike first, the Aberran within Soras erupted in laughter. How brave! Since you fear not for your life, allow me to send you on your way. Soras unleashed a barrage of purple lightning Soras shock aimed at Galaxy. Yet, with agility, Galaxy evaded the onslaught and managed to strike one of Soras' tentacles. In an instant, that appendage succumbed to Galaxy's force and shattered. Roar. Soras bellowed in agony. This pain is unbearable. Very well, it seems your strength surpasses that of the Ultra Brothers. But when did they cultivate a warrior as formidable as you without my knowledge? The Aberran chuckled, contemplating the prolonged suffering this unfamiliar Ultra Warrior would inflict upon the Ultra Brothers once he was defeated. With that, a brilliant light emanated from Soras, pushing Galaxy back. Subsequently, a series of spikes emerged from Soras and Apos' back, lunging towards Galaxy. These spikes possessed the capability to track their target and delivered significant damage. Not far from their location lay a city. Due to the recent surge in monster appearances, various nations had implemented lockdown measures, forbidding travel between major cities. The residents of the city watched the satellite broadcast with bated breath. This was not the first time a monster had appeared near the Cherry Blossom Sea. They were uncertain why these creatures favored this location. However, they understood that should the giant falter, their fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, Terra was still en route. On the battlefield, Galaxy, battered and bruised, stood resolutely, gripping his Galaxy Spark gun. Hikaru felt his hands tremble, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. The relentless high-intensity battles left him drained. If he faltered even once, the people would suffer, and the darkness would consume them. These burdens pressed down upon Hikaru's shoulders. You are indeed powerful, far beyond the Ultra Brothers. However, in your current state, you are no match for me. Below, Soras appeared in a significantly better condition than Galaxy, though the 4 tentacles behind him had been severed, and he bore various injuries. Once I defeat you, I shall not kill you. Instead, I will drag your broken body to witness the demise of the human you cherish most. At that moment, the Aberrant spoke, and every viewer of the satellite broadcast across the globe heard his words. However, he spoke in the language of cherry blossoms, as the Aberrants believed that the human forms of the Ultra Brothers were all cherry blossom folk, naturally assuming that this Ultra Warrior's human form was likewise. Ha ha ha, tremble in fear. Your guardian is no longer capable. Once I vanquish him, it will signal the end for humanity. As he spoke, new tentacles sprouted from Soras's back, and a blinding radiance enveloped his form. Boom. Galaxy plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. What? Is this all you can muster? Soras advanced toward Galaxy, intent on dragging the fallen Ultra Warrior towards the nearest city. The giant shall not fall. He is our hope. I refuse to believe he can be bested by such a grotesque creature. Indeed, the giant had saved them more than once. If he could save them, why could they not save him? As Soras approached Galaxy, chaos erupted among the city and Apos' inhabitants, who yearned to rush forth and rescue him. Have I lost? Forgive me. Summer Rain, I have tried my utmost. Perhaps I shall never see you again. Hikaru closed his eyes in despair as Soras drew ever closer. At that moment, Terra was still en route. Suddenly, Hikaru felt a warm power mending his body, prompting him to open his eyes in confusion. Before him stood a group of children, their innocent smiles radiant as they extended their hands toward him. You. Hikaru felt tears welling in his eyes and rose to his feet. I have not lost. I am not defeated. With so many supporting me, I cannot falter. As he gazed at the fallen Galaxy, the once flickering timer transformed into a brilliant blue, and his injuries vanished entirely, leaving Soras utterly dumbfounded. Soras exclaimed, "What cosmic jest is this? He has fallen, yet rises anew, fully revitalized." Chapter 15. The Working People. The spirit of labor. The Galaxy rose, casting a gaze upon Solace that resembled the stare of the deceased. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Prepare to face my strongest attack. Galaxy Supreme Impact. As the radiant light executed its move, the children surrounding began to mimic it, unleashing a beam of tremendous destructive power that struck Solace with precision. A colossal splash erupted from the sea of cherry blossoms as Solace was utterly obliterated within its depths. With a sigh of relief, the radiant light glanced around at the children. Big brother, you must not lose. Remember that giant we faced before. You must save him. Big brother, we will always stand behind you. Thank you for your support. I promise I will rescue my comrade. After bidding farewell to the adorable children, a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over the radiant light. Though the physical wounds had healed, the exhaustion of the spirit lingered unabated. The Galaxy vanished, and the radiant light found himself back in his tent at Falling Star Elementary, succumbing to a profound slumber. Meanwhile, the people surrounding the Sea of Cherry Blossoms realized they need not fear this night. They could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. How about that? The quality of energy this time is even higher. In a concealed space above the Sea of Cherry Blossoms, Xiaoyu observed as the Galaxy triumphed over Solace. Humanity is indeed a peculiar race, capable of generating such formidable energy, one that could be deemed a primal essence. Dark Luciole absorbed this energy, its quality rivaling that of the primal source, with a puzzled expression. How could such seemingly weak humans continuously produce this energy? Of course, Yuuden and Apos, understand. If you had, you would not have transformed from a being comparable to the enigmatic Four Lords into mere cannon fodder throughout history. Within the Ultraman universe, the core theme revolves around the bond between Ultraman and humanity. Together, they embody invincibility. Xiaoyu gazed at the confinement standing tall in Tokyo, where Diga awaited. This time, the people sought to save not just the Galaxy, but also Diga. However, the Galaxy had garnered the lion's share of victory, while Diga claimed only a third, and Luciole, Merely scraps. Diga's cultivation continued, and to expedite the process, the inhabitants here must persist in their production. Xiaoyu conjured a sphere of negative energy and directed it towards Solace, who was yet to revert entirely to a mere puppet. Your mission is far from over. Continue to extract humanity and amp, Opos, as hope. With that, he glanced at the approaching Taro, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Taro, I hope you appreciate the gift I have prepared for you. Here lies where Solace was cast down by the galaxy. Taro finally arrived. Poised above the sea of cherry blossoms, ready to retrieve Solace and amp, Opos, puppet. Such a formidable foe could not be left to Luciel any longer. Just as Taro was about to descend, a tentacle erupted from the sea of cherry blossoms, ensnaring him instantly. Ah, is this not Taro Ultraman, ranked 6th among the Ultraman brothers? It has been quite a while. How have you become so feeble? From the surface of the sea emerged a terrifying behemoth towering over 300 meters. Its upper body resembled that of Solace, while its lower half morphed into a shape akin to a shovel-nosed worm, its tentacles increasing from 4 to 6. Curse you, Abyssal One. How are you still alive? Were you not vanquished by the galaxy? Indeed, I was defeated by that unfamiliar Ultraman, but the Dark Overlord granted me rebirth, even more powerful than before. Dark Luciel. Taro clenched his teeth, but he was ensnared by Solace, left with nothing but impotent rage. That boy named Galaxy would not be coming to his aid now. I know your kind shares a deep friendship with humanity. Today I shall show you, Ultraman, how I will obliterate your allies. Solace chuckled as his shovel-nosed lower jaw opened wide, targeting the nearby city. Ultimate Explosion. This was Solace's most potent skill at this stage, capable of annihilating everything within a radius of several thousand meters. Stop. The humans on this earth are innocent. Taro and Opos, eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the lower jaw filling with destructive energy. The people were already aware of the unfolding chaos. After all, Solace had only recently been defeated, and they were not yet ready to sleep. As they beheld the resurgence of Solace, the fear that once gripped them had dissipated. What good is your strength? We have stood alongside the giants and triumphed over you before. If we can defeat you once, we can do so again. Confidence surged within them. It seems the giants have gone to rest. We no longer have their protection. Why didn't you say so earlier? As the realization dawned upon them that the giants had fought tirelessly throughout the day and were likely resting, the calmness quickly morphed into panic and fear, with some even beginning to curse the galaxy. As Solace prepared to unleash his attack, Taro felt utterly powerless. Why? Why must I be the only one with clarity of mind? If I am granted awareness, why am I not bestowed the power to protect these people? In this moment of despair, Taro envisioned the faces of his parents. Because you are an Ultraman, your inherent duty is to safeguard these fragile lives. Taro, do not succumb to fear or confusion. Take pride in being an Ultraman and continue to fight. Fight on, relentlessly. I understand now. Taro seemed to awaken to a profound realization, breaking free from Solace's grasp, standing above the city. What are we afraid of? We have traversed this world, witnessed its splendor, and fought alongside the giants. What more do we have to regret? Let us engage in one final battle alongside the giants, sharing our brilliance with them. If we survive this battle, we shall gather once more to celebrate in exhilarating revelry. Amidst the frantic crowd, a young man with a megaphone proclaimed these words. Feeling the vigor and audacity within his speech, the people suddenly found their resolve. Indeed, what is there to fear? We all must face death eventually, whether early or late. Death is inevitable. I would rather die gloriously than languish in cowardice. At this moment, those who had recently produced high-quality energy began to generate it anew. Most of it surged toward Diga and Tokyo as sustenance, while a portion flowed toward the enlightened Taro. I feel invigorated. Taro relished the warmth of this newfound power, positioning himself before the impending ultimate explosion of Solace. Ah, the energy generated this time exceeds the last. My efforts to inspire the people were not in vain. As Taro observed the people channeling their strength, Xiaoyu discarded his megaphone and took a seat on a balcony, preparing to watch the unfolding drama. Oh, indeed. Taro alone may not be a match for this fellow. Let us provide Taro with a few more allies. Glancing at the nearby spark dolls, Xiaoyu smiled. After all, the greater the number of Ultramen, the more hope the people possess, and the higher the energy output. Chapter 16. The difficulty of the game begins to intensify before the formidable beam of light. A towering figure emerged, the stellar beam. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion resonated as a halo spread from the point of collision in all directions. Despite your strength, this time, I shall not be defeated. for behind me lies a city ablaze with countless lights. The inhabitants of the city witnessed another giant standing at the forefront. Their determination to battle the monster surged ever higher. At this moment, Solace was utterly astonished. Was it a mistake? The last time it failed was due to the Ultraman brothers' lack of martial ethics. Several of them ganged up on it, and even more shamelessly, they combined their powers. Yet, it was through that fusion that they managed to defeat it. This time, however, it was even more absurd. An Ultraman, proclaiming something about bonds with humanity and friendship, had the audacity to block my strongest ultimate technique. Is my mechanism too outdated? Or have they secretly undergone mutations? Damn, how am I supposed to play this game now? The more Solace pondered, the angrier he became. The spikes all over his body stood erect as he launched them towards Taro. Humph. I am not limited to just one attack point, but you certainly are, Ultraman. As the attack approached him, Taro changed his stance from actively firing beams to forming a protective shield in front of him, adopting a passive defense. This was the only way to protect the city behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed as Taro struggled to hold on. Indeed, facing this foe was a daunting task, yet he had no reason to retreat. Just as Taro was on the verge of faltering, several warm and familiar powers surged from behind him. Instantly, the precarious shield transformed into an impregnable barrier. Taro turned in astonishment to find familiar figures standing behind him. Zafie, the first generation, Jack, Ace, Leo. How did you all appear here? Now is not the time for idle chatter. The priority is to eliminate this bothersome creature. Ultraman brothers, it's you again. Since you take pleasure in thwarting my plans, I shall send you to meet the Grim Reaper. The sight of their enemy ignited a fierce animosity, especially with Ace, who was notorious for spreading rumors of super beasts throughout the universe. I have no desire to reason with you. You are not worthy of listening. Even if you plead for mercy today, we shall not spare you. As Taro and the others deflected Solace's attacks, they began to move independently, intending to perform a surgical strike on this giant. It turned out there were not only monsters, but also so many giants. Yes, poke its eyes, tear off its limbs. Don't hesitate, chop off its tentacles. Just the sight of that thing disgusts me. Look, are you all incapable of fighting? If not, let me take the lead. As more giants appeared, the people below had completely lost their fear, even beginning to act as commanders. For them, today was a dreamlike day. Oh, no. Every day now is dreamlike. A group of scoundrels, how dare you bully me? Solace glared at the 6 Ultraman warriors in the sky, his teeth clenched in rage. Their mechanisms are too formidable. As long as they have human trust behind them, they can unleash boundless fighting power. Compared to them, I am but a primitive being. How can I compete? Prepare to meet your demise. Taro, witnessing Solace, battered and bruised, fixed him with a cold gaze. Stellar Beam, M87 Beam, Spatium Beam, 8-point Light Wheel, Ace and Amp, Oppos, S Decapitating Blade. Taste my Leo Flying Kick. The 6 Ultraman warriors unleashed their most powerful techniques. I cannot defeat you, but I am merely a nameless pawn of the Dark Overlord. The Dark Overlord shall avenge me. Solace laughed defiantly as the attacks hurtled towards him, then exploded. At the center of the explosion, a spark puppet emerged, only to be engulfed by a dark vortex, vanishing without a trace. After overcoming such a formidable foe, the 6 Ultraman warriors disappeared without a trace. At Galaxy Elementary, 6 men appeared. Taro, who was the Dark Overlord that Solace mentioned, Belial or the Ampelia aliens. It's a long story, but I can summarize it. Moments later, after hearing Taro and Oppos, S account, Zafie, and the others fell into deep silence. They recalled all the events of the Spark War, realizing that the enemy was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Since Dark Luciole helped us lift the curse, the difficulty of this war will substantially increase. We still do not know what other spark puppets the enemy possesses or if those too will appear. What is there to fear? We still have the galaxy, and once we rescue that summer rain, I refuse to believe we cannot defeat Dark Luciole. What? Are you all intimidated by the appearance of so many giants? My lord, this is not about us being intimidated. The main issue is that the monsters you dispatched have been completely annihilated by those giants. How can we trust you? In a spacious conference room, hundreds of people sat, staring at a figure cloaked in black, conducting a meeting. Observing the faces of those present, the cloaked figure expressed evident disdain. Rest assured, those giants will not have it easy. To demonstrate the Dark Overlord's sincerity, I present you with this. As he spoke, the cloaked figure produced a glass cage containing a puppet. This one is entrusted to you, remember? Only if you possess the utmost confidence to control it should you take it out. Otherwise, if removed for even a second, it will materialize. With that, the cloaked figure vanished, leaving behind only echoes of laughter. In the conference room, greed overtook the faces of the gathered individuals as they gazed at the glass cage. They had learned from the cloaked figure that the giants now appearing on Earth were at least 10,000 years old. Not only did they possess immense strength, but they also had exceptionally long lifespans. Furthermore, the cloaked figure informed them that gaining the giants and Apos recognition would grant them immortality. This was an irresistible temptation. Recognition? No. What they desired was to control the giants. Since there are so many giants, it was evident they were a collective. Why could they not become giants themselves? They too wished to become light. Once they transformed into light, humanity would soon become the rulers of the universe. Previously, I pondered where the ultimate darkness in the universe lay, only to discover it was the humanity protected by the Ultraman warriors. In a desolate location, the cloaked figure appeared, revealing himself as a Nocralian. Humans are indeed a curious race, embodying both ultimate light and ultimate darkness. Fascinating. I hope you will enjoy the gift bestowed upon you by the Dark Overlord. Chapter 17. The Dark Ultraman Brothers Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the world. A change in the weather is imminent. Standing atop this majestic peak, Xiaoyu gazes into the distance as the biting cold wind lashes against his face like a steel blade. What is happening? The path that those beings from the galaxy are currently traversing, was it not laid out by you? Could it be that some unforeseen event has unfolded? The Dark Rukiel, sensing the weight of Xiaoyu and Apos' mood, inquired. I know not what it is, but I cannot shake the feeling that a pair of eyes is watching me, unveiling all my schemes. Xiaoyu and Apos' brow furrowed deeply. It was precisely because the plan had been progressing too smoothly that he felt as though an unseen hand had been aiding him all along. The Dark Rukiel fell into silence. In recent days, Xiaoyu had dispatched several extraterrestrial beings into the cosmos, yet not a single one had returned. These beings, temporarily freed from their curses, shared a connection with the Dark Spark. However, the thread linking them had vanished, indicating that they had all perished. But it matters not. Before victory is attained, there can be no turning back. The plan has reached its final stage. Once this step is accomplished, I shall possess several fully leveled forms, allowing me to escape even in the presence of Noah. Master of Darkness, everything is prepared. We await your command, and the entire earth shall descend into ultimate darkness. The plan commences. Remember, lead those from the galaxy to the laboratory of those beings. Yes. After concluding the communication, Xiaoyu stood atop the mountain, lost in thought for a prolonged period. Having played the role of a behind-the-scenes strategist for so long, the conclusion was near, and it was high time for him to engage in a fervent battle himself. In the frigid wind, a faint smile crept across Xiaoyu's face as he produced a crimson spark doll. Monsters had begun to emerge in Tokyo, wreaking havoc upon the city. Extreme weather phenomena were reported in the Free State, suspected to be caused by monsters. Creatures were surfacing in Antarctica, melting glaciers. At Xiaoxing Primary School, the news on television streamed relentlessly, revealing dozens of locations besieged by monsters. These fiends, truly relentless, have conjured so many monsters in an instant. The situation is dire, brothers. Let us swiftly locate Rukiel and eliminate him. Enough with the chatter. Let us transform and defeat those creatures, lest the consequences be dire. Watching the barrage of news reports on television, the faces of Zophie and his companions turned ashen. Rukiel had manifested so many monsters, intending to exhaust them into oblivion. Yet, they had no choice but to follow Rukiel and Apos' lead. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the Ultraman brothers were about to transform, a distinctly rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside Xiaoxing Primary School. Shuguang, look. Sherdong Miling rushed to the window, seemingly having spotted something peculiar, exclaiming in shock. That is, Dark 7 Ultraman. Dong Guang Taro approached the window, observing the towering figure advancing towards Xiaoxing Primary School, also gasping in astonishment. That vile Dark Rukiel dares to use the Ultraman brothers as mere tools. Such an act is unforgivable. Zophie roared, instantly transforming and standing before Dark 7. Zophie Ultraman. Are you here alone to thwart me, or will you and the galaxy join forces to battle me? Xiaoyu, now embodying Dark 7, addressed Zophie, his altered voice resonating even as Taro and the others listened in. Of course, Xiaoyu and Apos' tone had shifted, enveloped in the power of Dark Rukiel, rendering even the galaxy unable to discern that it was Xiaoyu who had materialized as 7. His intent was clear, to stall for time while the monsters wreaked havoc. Let Zophie brother engage in battle with 7 here. We shall deal with the monsters. Taro and the others swiftly devised a plan, convinced there was no issue. In their eyes, no matter how formidable Seven might be, he could not surpass the might of the elder brother, Zophie. Dark Hypermanifestation, Dark Mebius, Ultraman. Dark Hypermanifestation, Dark Max, Ultraman. Dark Hypermanifestation, Dark Dyna, Ultraman. 3 powerful whirlwinds of darkness emerged, and as they dissipated, 3 shadowy giants materialized beside Seven, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Zophie. In the past, it was always your light country beings who engaged in group assaults. This time, I too shall join in the fray, employing Ultraman warriors to combat you. Advance! Strip Zophie of his medals. Let us see if he still possesses any worth without them. As soon as Xiaoyu gave the command, a light sword materialized in the left hand of Dark Mebius, swiftly descending upon Zophie. Dark Dyna shifted into his miracle form, distancing himself from the battlefield, employing his skills to provide assistance. Now that he was a dark giant, he was free from the 3-minute constraint of activity on Earth, with limitless energy at his disposal. To be honest, he had long wished to unleash all the skills he had mastered at once, but alas, that fool, Fei Niao, could never quite manage it. Dark Max raised his right hand, and a black flash descended from the heavens, coalescing in his grasp. Dark Max Galaxy. Subsequently, Max's form began to enlarge, soaring from dozens of meters to a towering height of 300 meters, transforming the Max Galaxy into a colossal sword of light. Not to be outdone, the Dark 7 Xiaoyu also prepared an attack, slightly turning before unleashing a beam towards Zophie. Seven's beam. For attacks surged forth from 4 directions, 2 physical assaults colliding with 2 beams of light. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Taro and the others momentarily stunned. M87 beam. Faced with such a formidable crisis, Zophie's adrenaline surged, sharpening his focus like never before. However, as Zophie raised his hand, Mebius's sword struck his arm, and behind him, Dyna and Amp, Oppos, S Ultraman telekinesis rendered Zophie and Amp, Oppos, S movements cumbersome. From the left, a colossal light sword descended upon Zophie, propelling him into the air, while Seven and Amp, Oppos, S beam struck him directly. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud blossomed in the aftermath. Xiaoyu observed the explosion engulfing Zophie. Unless Zophie transformed into that esteemed figure, he would inevitably succumb to the combined assaults of several Ultraman warriors of comparable strength. Moreover, Xiaoyu believed Dyna and Oppos' power surpassed that of the Ultraman brothers. After all, Dyna had fought valiantly against Belial, enduring for an extended period without even a flicker from his chest light. Meanwhile, the Ultraman brothers, in the luminous realm illuminated by the plasma spark, had been annihilated by Belial's single-handed onslaught. Although this time, it was not Ace leading the charge. Boom. Zophie plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground before Xiangxing Primary School and creating a deep crater. Within the crater, Zophie lay battered and bruised, his chest timer flashing erratically. Observing this, Xiaoyu shook his head, realizing that Zophie had no intention of transforming into that esteemed figure today. After all, this was the domain of the galaxy. Should Zophie transform, he would overshadow the accomplishments of the galaxy. Would that not be a disservice to the galaxy? Thus, the invincible Zophie has fallen. Chapter 18. I have already apologized. What more do you want, Brother Zophie? With a furious roar, Taro Dongwang summoned the Ultraman brothers, led by Taro. To my surprise, you are rather incompetent. I merely increased the intensity a little, and you falter already? 7. You cur. Dare you face me in a one-on-one duel? Leo did not glance at Zophie, but instead pointed directly at Seven's nose, hurling insults. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Leo, is that remark directed at Seven or at me? However, upon witnessing the excitement in Leo's eyes, Xiaoyu understood that it was indeed meant for Seven. It seems that even after all these years, Leo has yet to relinquish his animosity towards Seven. Understandably so. After all, being struck by a jeep driven by that scoundrel, the Stilt Star man, during training, any slight misstep could have cost him dearly. Leo, why should I engage in a duel with you? My sole purpose for being here is to stall you, allowing those monsters ample opportunity to wreak havoc. Xiaoyu smiled at Leo, realizing that with Zophie absent, the remaining fighters here are rather lacking. The situation is dire. Perhaps I should remain here and eliminate Seven. Ace, in his impulsive nature, insisted on staying to vanquish Seven. You cannot. You would likely be beaten so badly that even Nanshizi Wu-Ti recognize you. Taro immediately dismissed Ace's suggestion. Though Mebius may be young, his combat prowess is on par with these seasoned warriors. Max, surprisingly formidable when unleashed, has combat abilities that few in the Land of Light can rival, save for perhaps Zero. Moreover, there looms the unpredictable Dina, watching intently. Allow me to handle this. You all should swiftly defeat those monsters wreaking havoc on Earth. In this critical moment, Galaxy stepped forward. Here, Galaxy's strength is paramount. Even though he has not fully recovered from his injuries, dealing with these opponents should pose no challenge. Very well, I entrust this to you, Galaxy. Taro nodded, ascending into the sky, with Ace and the others following closely. Seeing this, Xiaoyu did not intervene. He intended for Galaxy to remain and for Taro's group to provide support. After all, a grand surprise awaits those few. Galaxy, let us engage in a match. Xiaoyu smiled as Dark 7 charged swiftly toward Galaxy. At that moment, the radiant light within Galaxy attempted to regain control, aiming to retaliate. However, as Galaxy began to move, he felt his actions become unbearably sluggish. Dina, no one shall keep their gaze locked on you, except for the sixth. Observing this, Mebius raised his left hand, unleashing a blade of light aimed at Galaxy's back. The swift and robust Max was already searching for Galaxy's weaknesses, should Galaxy reveal any. Max was confident in delivering a devastating blow. 7 struck Galaxy in the face, yet it appeared to inflict little harm. Mebius' sword energy also struck Galaxy's back, producing a shower of sparks, but it seemed to cause minimal damage. Now, Galaxy had significantly recovered. Such attacks merely tickled him. Therefore, there was no need for further testing. He should unleash his full power. Dark Luciel declared, asserting that Galaxy and Apos' combat strength had now surpassed the 4 Ultraman warriors present. Suddenly, Dark Dina trembled, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Galaxy. This fellow has forcibly broken free from my telekinetic control. You must be the one chosen by Dark Luciel. Yet, I am intrigued. Luciel is known for his lack of reason. He should have controlled you upon selecting you rather than allowing you to take the lead. At that moment, Galaxy spoke. This certainly is not the Radiant Light's doing. As the Galaxy before Xiaoyu emanated an aura several notches stronger than before. Let these individuals return. They are no match for me. Galaxy, people can change. Am I not allowed to acknowledge a young one and let him guide me? This time, Dark Luciel communicated directly through the connection between the dark sparks and Galaxy's energy. Of course, state your purpose for leading this war. After all this time, Galaxy still could not comprehend what Luciel and his chosen one truly desired. Releasing dozens of monsters daily to harvest negative energy, then injecting that energy into Tokyo's Dina. Yet, in recent days, they have also infused Dina with considerable light. Currently, darkness within Dina far outweighs the light, but light can indeed resist the encroachment of darkness. Beyond the apparent strategy laid out by Dark Luciel, Galaxy could not deduce any further plans. As darkness grows stronger, so too does the light. However, this conclusion lacks authority when applied to humanity. Since you wish to know my intentions, then watch closely. Xiaoyu recalled Dina and his companions, raising his hand to reveal a massive mirror above Jiangxing Primary School. The mirror displayed Ultraman brothers preparing to subdue the monsters in various locales. Galaxy, upon witnessing this, lifted his head to observe. Though the embodiment of Dark Luciel before him, in the form of 7, appeared weak, this individual could instantaneously transform into Dark Luciel. Thus, without a guarantee of victory, Galaxy refrained from taking action. Tokyo. Still the familiar locale. Taro descended here, delivering a swift flying kick that toppled the rampaging monster. Ah, that hurts. Taro. Do you not know that kicking someone like this is painful? Bargy Starman, I did not expect you to take the field personally. Very well. Let us settle new and old grievances together. Taro glared at the volcanic avian monster, Barton, his anger igniting. The plan of the Dark Ruler has reached its final phase. Hence my presence here. I say, Ultraman 6, it is best to resolve enmities peacefully. I was in the wrong last time. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Despite Taro's fervor, Bargy Starman remained nonchalant, laughing as if unaffected. Enough. Take this blow, Taro shouted, placing his hands upon his great horns. Unleashing 2 radiant energy blasts towards the volcanic bird. Barton. Taro, I have already apologized. What more do you want? Must you be so ruthless? Your heart must surely be dark. Bargy Starman, witnessing Taro's fury, hastily flew into the sky to evade the energy blasts, then sped away in a particular direction. He was well aware of his own limitations. Engaging Taro would likely result in a dire defeat. Bargy Starman, do not run. Chapter 19. The Dark Father of Ultraman. How are we faring? Can we subdue this entity? Not yet. According to the machine's analysis, this being possesses an extraordinarily formidable mental power, far beyond the grasp of our current technological capabilities. On a solitary island stands a cluster of imposing edifices. Within one spacious chamber filled with intricate instruments, hundreds of individuals clad in white attire are diligently calibrating various machines. Above one massive apparatus, a glass cage contains a puppet. This is a biological research institute established by a certain nation, its usual purpose unknown to us, however. It is presently dedicated to the study of how to control the giants. I care not what methods you employ, you must subjugate this being. This is the sole path for humanity to transcend its mortal limitations and ascend to divinity. The final conflict between the so-called Dark Ruler and the second giant is imminent. Should they engage in a mutually destructive battle, we will emerge as the vanguard of humanity's advance into the cosmos. Yet, achieving this necessitates our control over this entity. Otherwise, if we cannot even master this being, how can we contemplate dominating the two most powerful giants? A venerable elder with a shock of white hair stood at the forefront. Addressing the assembly of researchers, his visage reflecting an ardent yearning for immortality. Upon hearing his words, the researchers were filled with excitement. If they were to succeed in controlling the giant, their names would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history, eternally celebrated. At their current juncture, wealth and beauty no longer swayed them. Rather, the aspiration to etch their names upon the ladder of human progress became their ultimate pursuit. Just as everyone was lost in their fanciful imaginings, a series of alarming voices pierced the atmosphere of the chamber. Prime Minister, we have a grave situation. The monsters have lured the giants to the very island where our research institute resides. A panting researcher in a white coat rushed to the elder's side. Urgency evident in his tone. What did you say? Repeat that. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The monsters have drawn those giants here? The faces of the researchers turned pale at this revelation. Should their activities be exposed to those giants, they would not only be erased from history, but would likely find their families mourning their demise shortly thereafter. Cursed black-robed figure, what a cunning ploy. The elder's mind raced, momentarily betraying a flicker of panic in his seasoned gaze. Though he had remained isolated on this island, he had been promptly informed of the happenings in the outside world. Professionals had extracted information revealing a connection between humanity and the giants. When humanity perceives the giants as saviors, a bond forms, significantly augmenting the giants' and Appo's combat abilities. From this perspective, the giants undoubtedly stand with humanity. However, while the giants view humans as beings to be protected, humanity seeks to control them. Such a notion is profoundly disheartening. Is this the intention? To instill complete disillusionment in the giants? The elder arrived at a chilling conclusion. Should the giants become disenchanted with humanity, the black-robed figure could annihilate humanity, and the giants would refrain from intervening. It seems that the so-called Dark Ruler, even in the face of such numerous giants, cannot guarantee absolute dominance. Indeed, with human support, these giants would likely be invincible. Alas, how misguided you are. A smile crept across the elder's face. The black-robed figure had claimed that the puppet and Appo's powers surpassed those of the giants outside. Surely, he could not have anticipated the might of human technology. Awakening and controlling this giant would enable them to vanquish and capture the giants beyond. But, Prime Minister, we cannot control this being. In light of the current predicament, if you wish to survive, we must resort to desperate measures. Belgigians, why do you not flee? Barbarians, you scoundrels. I did not expect to see you here. The Ultraman warriors, led by Taro, glared at the monstrous entities before them, their faces aflame with rage. Please do not look at us with such fierce gazes. It frightens us. Indeed, Leo, we are referring to you. Even in such dire circumstances, the Belgigians remained flippant. My dear brother Taro, are you not curious why we have lured you here? Allow us to introduce you to our Dark Ruler. As the Belgigians spoke, the 8 monsters parted, revealing a scene within the Research Institute. The glass cage, which had previously remained still, began to tremble violently. Boom! The glass cage shattered. In the elder and Appo's right hand, a dark spark emerged, while he grasped the puppet with his other hand. Dark Superfusion, Tycoon Ultraman. Is our Dark Ruler the Dark Lucille? Upon hearing this, Taro and the others turned grave expressions towards the path cleared by the Belgigians, their demeanor tense and wary. Boom, boom. From down that path, the sound of explosions echoed. Thud, thud, thud. A steady cadence of footsteps approached, gradually revealing a shadowy figure. This, how can this be? This cannot be real. It is absolutely impossible. Taro, in disbelief, gazed upon the dark figure, his father, the leader of the Land of Light. Ultraman Father. This. Ace and the others shared Taro's incredulity. The Dark Ruler, as proclaimed by the Baljigians, was none other than Ultraman Father. This is our Dark Ruler, this human from your planet. Witness what they have done to your father. The Baljigians projected an image into the air, capturing the attention of the Ultraman brothers. It depicted humanity's longing for the Ultraman warriors, their extensive research on the spark puppet of Ultraman Father, and the ambitions harbored to control them thereafter. Chapter 25. The escape begins impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Why? Why is it not the radiant Digga that has appeared? Gitanjir roared as he gazed upon the solidified form of Digga. Before him stood a Digga whose original colors had been supplanted by black, enveloped in a layer of shimmering light. A dark Digga in its radiant form. How on earth do we contend with this? Summer Rain felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as though a mere punch could obliterate the very heavens and earth. Die, unknown foe. Summer Rain directed Digga to strike forward, delivering a punch that collided with Gitanjir, instantly shattering the once impenetrable armor. Gitanjir was sent flying hundreds of meters away, revealing its lower half that had previously lurked beneath the sea. Without granting this terrifying creature a moment's respite, Summer Rain unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. With each strike, Gitanjir was propelled into the air, sustaining further injuries. The forces of light and darkness ravaged its consciousness, eroding its very essence. This time, Gitanjir did not restore its form as it had before. A variable, indeed, you are a true variable. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Perish. Digga spread his arms wide, and everyone mimicked his gesture. Dark Radiant Zai Pali Ao Ray. Boom. The beam struck Gitanjir, and the colossal beast began to disintegrate, ultimately vanishing from this realm. As the dark clouds in the sky receded, sunlight broke through, once again gracing the earth with illumination and hope. Digga's form also gradually dissipated, and Summer Rain found himself by the bay. Thankfully, the imminent crisis had been averted. Summer Rain observed the divine light stick in his hand. Unlike Dagu and Imp, Appos, it had not turned to stone but had instead become half light and half darkness. This indicated that he could still transform into Digga. Summer Rain, hurry and solidify. I sense the laws of this world beginning to unravel. It may very well collapse. The Dark Lysiel, having re-established contact with Summer Rain, spoke with great urgency. Previously, Dark Lysiel had sensed that he was sealed away. Witnessing Summer Rain on the brink of disappearance, he exerted every ounce of his strength but could not break free from the seal. Fortunately, Summer Rain had endured. Superfusion, Dark Lysiel. Sensing the urgency in Lysiel's tone, Summer Rain hesitated not for a moment and immediately solidified. A giant approximately 60 meters tall emerged amidst the heavens and earth. What is happening? Upon solidifying into Lysiel, Summer Rain felt that all life on Earth had vanished without a trace. Flee, the laws of this world are collapsing. Those humans have been assimilated by the fractured loss. Summer Rain dared not delay and instantly appeared on the moon. Xiao Guang, quickly solidify, we must escape. In the auditorium of Jiangxing Primary School, Li Tongguang gazed at his ethereal hands, a smile mirroring Summer Rain and Appos, gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Sherdong Miling had vanished without warning. Had it not been for the protection of Galaxy, he too would have succumbed. Galaxy, you must escape. I shall remain. Li Tongguang cast away the Galaxy spark. And without Galaxy's protection, his form began to fade. My Miling, my grandfather, they are all gone. Even if I achieve my dreams, what meaning does it hold without them by my side? Go, Galaxy, find Summer Rain. Promise me you will survive. Li Tongguang bade farewell to Galaxy with a smile. And then his entire being vanished. Galaxy and Amp, Appos, massive form appeared at Jiangxing Primary School, casting one last glance at the room before fleeing Earth. Summer Rain. So you are Dark Lysiel. You have deceived me terribly. Super Taro lamented as he beheld Summer Rain solidified into Dark Lysiel, then witnessed Dark Lysiel appear on the moon. Casting a reproachful look at Summer Rain. I apologize. There was no alternative. To survive, I had to do this. It's over. You're safe. Super Taro gazed at his slowly dissipating form, seemingly coming to a realization. At that moment, Galaxy arrived on the moon. Galaxy, where is Xiao Guang? He did not wish to leave. He has vanished. Galaxy only received this brief response before directing his gaze towards Dark Lysiel. No, towards Summer Rain. Neither of you wishes to depart? Super Taro nodded, then turned to Summer Rain. Summer Rain, I can sense that I, along with my brother and the others, are all but illusions. Even Galaxy and Lysiel are ephemeral. Yet you are not an illusion. You occupy a state between the real and the unreal. It seems you do not belong to this illusory world. Super Taro and Amp, Apos, words resonated with both Galaxy and Lucille. As the laws began to unravel, they keenly sensed their own states. Although we know not whence you came, you are the only one among us capable of conveying hope. Super Taro cast a sorrowful glance at the vanishing Earth. Carry our hope with you, and live on. A surge of essence appeared within Super Taro and Amp, Apos, timer, rushing into Dark Lucille's chest. Though our power may seem feeble to you now, please accept this gift. Summer Rain looked at the 7 cards in his hand, comprising the Ultra 6 brothers and 1 card of Super Taro. Having lost his essence, Super Taro disintegrated into 6, his form becoming nearly transparent. Summer Rain, once you escape this illusory world and encounter Taro in reality, be sure to send my regards. And if you see my incompetent son, kindly train him well. I am aware of my shortcomings and am not suited to train children. Please. Leo approached, glancing at Dark Lucille before imparting his essence to Summer Rain. Then, in a flash, Leo swiftly slapped 7. Summer Rain, once you escape, tell Leo to assemble the team quickly. Do not fear. With that, Leo met 7 and Apos' furious gaze and vanished without a trace. This fellow truly is. 7 and Apos' words remained unspoken as he too dissipated, followed by the complete disintegration of the Ultra 6 brothers. At that moment, Earth had vanished entirely, and the moon beneath their feet began to shimmer with unreality. Let us go. Do not let their sacrifices be in vain. Galaxy glanced at the last known location of the Ultra 6 brothers before soaring into the distance. Summer Rain hurriedly followed. Chapter 20. The first generation of Dark Overlords emerges upon witnessing those images. Ace and his companions felt their once fervent hearts turn cold. Is this truly the humanity they have strived so hard to protect on this earth? Why is it that those they aim to safeguard continually seek to usurp their power? Brother, I fail to comprehend why humanity treats us this way. Once we fulfill our mission here, we shall depart, posing no threat to them. Ace gazed at the first generation, the previous fervor now extinguished. In recent days, he often found solace in Xiaoyu's room, where a phrase adorned the desk. Human desires roll like stones down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. The first generation shook his head slightly, acknowledging that although he knew the captain and Amp, Apos' puppet was provided by the dark entity, Dark Lucille, humanity would have inevitably taken this step, albeit at a later time. Why? After their exposure in the main universe, did these Ultra Warriors hasten their return to the Land of Light? It is because these warriors could share a profound bond with humanity, bestowing them with numerous superhuman abilities. Initially, upon the revelation of an Ultra Warrior, humanity would revere and obey them as deities. Yet, as time passed, those once deemed inferior would question why they, despite their hard work, could not attain such elevated status simply by being chosen by an Ultra Warrior. Humanity is a peculiar race. Once jealousy takes root, all prior achievements become trivial. They disregard the countless life and death struggles endured to reach such heights, relying solely on what their eyes perceive. Thus, they ponder why they, who consider themselves superior, are not chosen by the Ultra Warriors. At this juncture, those who feel a profound imbalance may seek to control or even steal the powers of the Ultra Warriors to become one themselves. Now, the humans of this earth possess an insatiable thirst for power that far surpasses those they once protected. Have they never contemplated the repercussions of failure? Power. I sense an infinite reservoir of power. Belial, is this the sensation you once experienced? I can only say, it is magnificent. Standing at the center of 8 monstrous beings, Dark Tycoon Ultraman exuded an aura that rivaled even that of the Ampila aliens. Father, why do you? Oh, is that not my beloved son Taro? Come here. Stand beside your father, and together we shall become the noblest beings in the universe. Dark Tycoon Ultraman extended a welcoming smile toward Taro. No, you are not my father. My father is the most valiant warrior aspiring for light, the leader yearning for peace in the cosmos. You are merely a stranger inhabiting my father and Apos' form. Return him to me. Taro clenched his fists, charging toward the distant father of Ultra. My dear son, have you entered your rebellious phase? It has been many years since I have shown you proper affection. Today, let me impart a taste of a father's love. Dark Father of Ultra seized Taro and Apos' fist and delivered a swift kick to his side. Oh, my dear son, it seems your growth has been insufficient over the years. Begone. You are not my father. Return him to me. Observing the fierce struggle between father and son, the Balgite aliens chuckled at the spectacle. The Dark Overlord once said that every individual possesses two personas, one normal, the other extreme. What has emerged now is the extreme persona awakened from Taiken Ultraman, having absorbed the essence of darkness. In a sense, this too is Taro Ultraman's father. Balgite aliens, your Dark Overlord possesses remarkable methods to orchestrate such a scenario. The first generation remarked coldly, glancing at the volcanic avian, Barton. First generation, what are you insinuating? How can this matter be attributed to our Dark Overlord? Were it not for humanity's intentions, even the Dark Overlord could not compel them into action. The first generation and his companions pointed accusatorily at the Balgite aliens, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Surely, the upper echelons of humanity are not devoid of intellect. Those who have ascended to such heights must possess some wisdom. Are you still intent on rescuing those humans? The Balgite alien queried, casting forth more mirrors, revealing monstrous birds emerging from the Pacific, wreaking havoc across the globe. No. I have no desire to engage in a fruitless battle that leaves us both at a disadvantage, only for you to profit and sell us cheaply to humanity. The humans on this planet are not worth my intervention. Besides, I have lifted the curse and can return to the land of light at any moment. Why should I remain here in fear? Is that your true intention? Galaxy regarded Dark 7 with a calm demeanor. Indeed, not entirely. Humanity is presently enduring trials and tribulations, and I am curious whether they will transcend these hardships, leaving hope and a brighter future for the next generation. With that, Dark Seve vanished, leaving Galaxy standing alone. So, this is why Dark Luciole chose you? It truly boils down to a clash of ideals. With that, Galaxy 2 vanished, this time choosing not to intervene. Indeed. Your cunning prevails, having effectively ejected Galaxy from the fray, preventing him from partaking in our victory. The greatest threat has been eliminated, yet minor dangers remain. It is time to expel them from the conflict as well. The vanishing Xiaoyu returned to the summit of Everest, gazing at the soaring Zogia monsters above, a smile gracing his face. In the sky, the sun gradually faded, giving way to an infinite darkness. Deep within the Pacific, a resonance akin to a trumpet and amp, Apos' call echoed, the awakening of a colossal beast. The first generation of Dark Overlords, Gitangia. As a being of dark demonic caliber, Gitangia's power ranks among the highest in the cosmos. Now, Xiaoyu is poised to utilize this entity to fulfill the final step of his grand design. Chapter 21. The emergence of Super Taro, filial piety on an ordinary day. The bustling human metropolis now lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The streets and alleys were devoid of any life. Where could all the people have gone? It turns out that they have all sought refuge in the sanctuaries they constructed. The entire earth is now enveloped in a sudden, ominous black mist. This corrosive fog is capable of eroding electronic devices, infrastructure, and even the flesh of living beings. In the Pacific Ocean, a monstrous creature looms silently, the very source of this dark fog. Within every human sanctuary resides a mirror, reflecting the figure of the beast, Gitangia, hovering above the ocean. Despair, unparalleled despair, blankets humanity. The oppressive force of this creature plunged the entire world into darkness upon its arrival. Moreover, the giants have yet to make an appearance. It seems they too fear this beast. In one corner of the mirror, a dark lightning cage stands neglected. Meanwhile, on the moon, the Ultra Brothers gaze at the dark Taiken Ultraman with grave expressions. This fiend previously plotted to devour Taro, intending to bring about his demise, which provoked the first generation to take action. Together, they fought their way from Earth to the moon. The Cosmic Patrol, a force I created with my own hands. The most powerful in the universe, must you now oppose me? But are you truly my adversaries? In Taiken's hand appears a sword. The very blade that once severely wounded the Ampella aliens, now transformed from gold to black. If only Zoffy and Seven were here. Taro, battered and scarred, stands before the peak of Ultraman's power, clearly outmatched even with the combined strength of his allies. Yet, if they could merge to become Super Taro, perhaps there would be hope to vanquish the Ultraman father before them. Come, my beloved son, let us unite as one. Together, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of this universe. You are not my father. Return my true father to me, having exhausted all avenues of reason. Taiken Ultraman's patience wanes, and two red figures soar through the shadows of the earth toward the moon. As they land, the onlookers recognize them. Zoffy. 7. You're here. The Dark Luciole has expelled us from the fray. Our foremost task is to rescue the captain. Indeed, let us merge into Super Taro. We are now outsiders. The conflict on Earth is left to the galaxy. 7, Zoffy, and the Ultra Brothers stand behind Taro, channeling all their energy, even their very beings, into him. Father, awaken. Super Taro emerges, finally possessing the strength to confront Ultraman Father. My dear son, let me witness if you possess the prowess to reach the heights I once attained without relying on borrowed power. Ultraman Father wields the Black True Sword. His true power surging. Super Taro, adorned with the Ultra Crown gifted by his mother, emanates an overwhelming aura of a warrior. The two super fighters engage in a fierce battle, showcasing myriad combat skills. Stop fighting. You cannot kill each other. Leo finds himself in an awkward position. He is unnecessary for the fusion into Super Taro, and this clash is a father-son duel. Thus, he can only observe from the moon, speculating who will emerge victorious. Oh, how I wish I had popcorn and soda right now. As their battle reaches a fever pitch, Super Taro uses the Ultra Crown to ensnare Ultraman Father's true sword, casting it aside. Ah, my dear son, I never imagined you would grow this strong. Taiken Ultraman stands, panting, acutely aware that the dark energy within him is waning. Awakened at last? What a pity. I was hoping to prolong our game. Taiken understands that he is merely a persona born from the absorption of darkness. Once the primary personality awakens, he risks vanishing. Yet, what of it? Though a fragment of Ultraman Father, he possesses all that Father does, and Taro, after all, is his son, sharing his bloodline. Having finally manifested, he is determined to train his son. Otherwise, how could he reclaim his beloved or his brothers? Return, Father. Super Taro shows no mercy, extending his right hand. Cosmic Miracle Ray. Taiken Ultraman, faced with the incoming beam, offers no resistance, embracing the attack with open arms. Ha. My dear son, you've grown. You can finally defeat your father. In the aftermath of the explosion, Ultraman Father and Amp, Appo's S-form gradually reemerges, the dark hue dissipating completely. His eyes returning to their normal color. He gazes at Taro and gives him a thumbs up before transforming back into a spark doll. Once Taiken Ultraman is defeated, Super Taro disintegrates, and the Ultra Brothers reappear, though they bear the marks of fatigue, their chest timers blinking. Let us remain on the moon. We can no longer return to Earth. Taro carefully stores his father's spark doll, casting a glance at the darkened Earth, shaking his head. In their current state, returning would be tantamount to delivering themselves to doom. What a shame. That was our last chance. I shall remain. Leo looks at the now normal Seven, feeling a twinge of regret. The only opportunity to openly thrash Seven has slipped through my fingers. Never mind. I shall search the cosmos for a robot version of Seven to unleash my frustrations upon. Though encountering Seven and Appo's S-robot may be possible, it pales in comparison to the satisfaction of battling the real deal. On the moon, a mirror appears out of thin air, reflecting the same scene as the sanctuaries on Earth. This ability resembles that of the Mirror Knight, brother to Zero. The moment Leo sees the mirror, he immediately thinks of the Mirror Knight's powers. Chapter 22. The Unbinding of Diga in the Vastness of the Galaxy. Do we truly not intend to confront that monstrous entity? At the auditorium of Xiangxing Primary School, the light of the hall gazed into the mirror, where the sharp-clawed monsters wreaked havoc upon the city, trampling lives beneath their feet. Above the Pacific, Gatangier unleashed boundless darkness. I shall not intervene. This is a philosophical conflict between myself and the Dark Rookier. Whether humanity can endure this suffering depends solely upon themselves. Yet, this suffering was never meant for humanity. It was forcibly imposed by Rookier. Why then can I not extend my aid to humankind? The light of the auditorium began to roar in frustration, unable to comprehend why this ideological struggle had to be validated through the lives of the innocent. Unless Rookier descends, I shall remain on the sidelines. The galaxy conceded, yet remained unwilling to engage. For beings of their caliber, humanity appeared insignificantly small. Even during their own wars, human lives were treated as mere fodder. Thus, the current toll of human casualties paled in comparison to the First World War. The conflict between the galaxy and Rookier was an ideological one. To expect the galaxy to intervene for these lives was, in their eyes, unworthy of consideration. Since these two entities were willing to fracture into individuals over their philosophical differences, the question of whose ideology was correct became paramount. Look, the monster in the Pacific has begun to move. In the sanctuary, the inhabitants lived in constant dread, fearing that the beasts above would discover their refuge and annihilate them. They were terrified that someone might succumb to the pressure and ignite chaos, exacerbating the situation. Those monsters were shameless, soaring above the sanctuary, shrieking to instill fear among the people. It was as if they relished the torment, knowing they would kill. yet delaying their strike, finding perverse pleasure in the intimidation. Some with fragile psyches had already taken their own lives. However, what brought a semblance of comfort was that the creature, which had plunged the earth into darkness, had remained still until now. Suddenly, ominous cries resonated from above. As monstrous birds circled the sanctuaries, they were acutely aware of our hiding. Their inaction was merely due to their leader and Apos' orders. Now that the command had been given, our demise loomed imminent. I do not wish to die. I have so much wealth yet to enjoy. I am still young. I refuse to perish. The specter of death seemed to echo in the air, driving the people into a frenzy. The pent-up emotions clamored for release, but before they could vent, the sharp reports of gunfire quelled their unrest once more. Thus, they listened to the cries of the creatures, watched as Gitangier slowly advanced, and awaited the arrival of death in silence. Quick, look, a corner of Tokyo's thunder cage has been breached. Someone's attention was drawn to Tokyo's prison of lightning. In the mirror, a corner of the enclosure had indeed cracked, and a pitch-black foot emerged from within. Excitement surged through the crowd. This sudden development felt like a lifeline. In Tokyo, the thunder cage fractured under Diga and Apos' struggle. After many days, Diga finally re-emerged before the eyes of the people. Yet, this giant, whom they deemed the most striking, was not in good condition. His once vibrant red, blue, and silver hues had transformed into a deep black, radiating various negative energies, save for his head, which remained unchanged. The timer flickered wildly. He could scarcely maintain his footing. His gaze fixed upon a certain direction, he staggered forward, toward Gitangier. Diga's appearance was not only witnessed by the people. The light of the auditorium, the Ultraman brothers on the moon, all beheld it. This audacious child had absorbed all the negative energy into his being, merely to thwart the demon. A trace of guilt washed over Taro. Despite the prolonged exposure to malevolent forces, this child had yet to succumb. Perhaps he still held hope, believing that they, the giants, would emerge to rescue humanity, for he had once assured the child that humans were the eternal friends of Ultramen. However, with Taro and the galaxy absent, Diga had no choice but to surrender to the negative energies, choosing instead to absorb them and confront Gitangier. Such an overwhelming amount of negativity could easily consume an Ultraman. What an admirable child! The Ultraman brothers were moved, as if they had resolved upon a shared determination to soar toward Earth. You have been expelled from the game by the Dark Master. Do not disrupt the rules. At that moment, the Balgister appeared on the moon, accompanied by a colossal iron beast, Granth King. Taro and the others exchanged furious glances but halted their advance. They yearned to assist Diga, yet in their current state, they might inadvertently become a burden. Galaxy, Xiaoyu has returned. I must go. Xiaoyu was permitted to join, for he was Diga and Amp, Apos' choice. You cannot go, you are my choice. Upon hearing this, the light of the auditorium grasped the galaxy spark and then released it. Fear not, I shall not let this child perish, I will save him. To the galaxy, Xiaoyu represented the hope of humanity and Apos' survival through this ordeal. Rookier, did you foresee this outcome all along? The galaxy felt a twinge of admiration for Rookier, who had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme to validate his philosophy. In the mirror, Diga's steps were chaotic, yet to all observers, he resolutely advanced toward Gitangier. I ask you, must you strive so hard? Would it not be more prudent to enjoy the fruits of victory from a distance rather than willingly seek suffering? Dark Rookier observed Xiaoyu's torment, watching as negative energies ravaged his body, mind, and essence, dragging him into an abyss from which he might never emerge. You do not comprehend. The plan has unfolded too smoothly. I must personally partake to prevent any unforeseen variables from arising. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Xiaoyu's visage twisted in agony as he endured excruciating pain. Rookier's reasoning held merit, yet Xiaoyu sensed that if he did not engage directly, a great horror awaited him in the future. For the sake of his own survival, he resolved to press on, even if it meant enduring the agonies of dismemberment. Chapter 23. The Turning Point. Tokyo Bay. Diga staggered his way here, with Gitangier not far off. The sky was filled with swirling black fog, indicating Gitangier and Amp, Apos' location. Suddenly, a beam of dark violet light shot forth from the depths of darkness, aimed directly at Diga standing on the shore. This was Gitangier's penetrating light, capable of stripping the light giant of its luminosity, transforming it into a stone statue. In a reflexive instinct, Summer deftly maneuvered Diga to evade the lethal beam. From the depths of darkness, a sound reminiscent of an elephant and Apos' trumpet reverberated through the air. At last, the colossal form of the beast emerged from the black mist. Gitangier, with a body resembling an ammonite, appeared bizarre, revealing only its upper half, while its lower half remained submerged in the sea. Yet, even this exposed upper body towered 100 meters high. Its head was unlike any typical monster, exuding an eerie strangeness. Sensing the connection between the Darkspark and Gtangier still persisted, Summer breathed a sigh of relief. Digga raised its arm, laboriously preparing to unleash the Zypeli AO beam. With a whoosh, the pitch-black Zypeli AO beam was fired, striking the immense body of Gtangier. A thunderous explosion ensued, showering Gtangier in sparks. However, Gtangier emitted no sound of pain. Instead, its crimson eyes blinked as it gazed at the increasingly unstable Digga. Frankly, Gtangier felt that it was unnecessary to intervene, as even a gust of wind could topple its opponent. The disparity in power was overwhelming. They were not even in the same league. Under the onslaught of such negative energy, how much of its strength could Gtangier actually exert? The Ultraman brothers on the moon exchanged glances, acknowledging that against a monster of this caliber, they could only unite to fight. Solo endeavors? It seemed you were too comfortable in your life, seeking to endure some hardship. Gtangier glared at Digga, who in turn stared back. In your eyes, who am I to you? Suddenly, several tendrils lunged towards Summer, ensnaring Digga. In an instant, Summer felt his breathing become labored, his body gradually losing strength. Summer? No, I didn't issue a command. Why is this creature moving on its own? Be careful, this creature has severed its connection with the Darkspark. Hurry and materialize into. Seeing the unexpected turn of events, the Dark Luciole attempted to use the Darkspark to forcibly revert Gtangier back to a puppet. However, the connection between Gtangier and the Darkspark had inexplicably broken. Generally, monsters materialized using the Darkspark could instantly revert back to puppets unless the curse was lifted. To illustrate, the Darkspark acted as a switch, and the materialized monster was like an electrical appliance. Turning off the switch would naturally result in a blackout, reverting the monster to its puppet form. With the connection severed, Luciole promptly sought to materialize Summer into himself, thereby rendering the monster harmless. Yet, such a course of action would lead to the plan and Appos' failure. Nevertheless, when faced with a life and death crisis, plans seemed trivial. But before Luciole could finish his thought, Summer sensed his connection to the creature had been severed. Luciole? 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 Wake up. Despite Summer and Appos' desperate calls, Luciole offered no response. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Summer retrieved the Darkspark and the Dark Zaki and Appos' puppet, believing that materializing this entity would resolve the crisis. However, when the Darkspark met the pattern on the bottom of Dark Zaki and Appos' foot, nothing happened. At that moment, both the Darkspark and Dark Zaki's puppet appeared to have transformed into mere toys. Unwilling to concede defeat, Summer produced the legendary Hypergodon puppet, viewing these two as his saviors. Yet, like Dark Zaki, the legendary Hypergodon yielded no reaction. Witnessing this, Summer's heart sank. Gtangier issued a mocking sound as the tendrils constricting Digga tightened. Earlier, Gtangier could have offered Summer no hope, had it exerted its strength. Summer would have been unable to even retrieve two puppets. The reason for giving Summer a glimmer of hope was that the despair following hope was the most terrifying. Despite countless precautions, an unforeseen variable still emerged. Little did I expect this variable could sever my connection with the Darkspark. Summer chuckled, self-deprecation evident on his face. Even without taking the field himself, the severed bond with the Darkspark would lead to the same outcome, only the duration would differ. In the mirror, Digga was ensnared by Gtangier's tendrils, which relentlessly absorbed Digga's energy. All who bore witness to this scene lowered their heads. Was this the end? If this giant fell, what fate awaited them? I must save Summer. Li Guang disregarded Inha and Appos' objections, seizing a monster puppet from the table, prepared to materialize and fight. However, when the Inha spark met the pattern on the puppet's foot, not a single change occurred. Inha, no need to shout. The Inha spark has been sealed by an unknown entity, rendering it a mere decoration. This is not my doing. I had promised to keep Summer alive, but this time, I fear I shall fail. The voice of Inha echoed in Li Guang's mind, laden with helplessness. Inha sensed that he was now trapped within the Inha spark, unable to escape. Simultaneously, he detected that the Dark Luciole was attempting to send him a message, but it was blocked. It seemed a crisis had also arisen on Luciole and Appos' end. What terrifying entity could simultaneously seal both the Darkspark and the Inha spark on this planet? Brothers, lend me your strength. I must rescue Summer. As an elder, this young one ought to have thrived safely under my protection, yet here I am, merely an onlooker while he faces a life-threatening crisis. Tyro rose from his seat on the moon, issuing a furious roar. Behind him, the Ultraman brothers showed no hesitation, transferring all their energy to Tyro, who transformed into Super Tyro. Leo, hold this creature back. Huh, you cannot reach the Earth. The Baljijian observed as Super Tyro sped towards Earth, shaking his head. The Dark Overlord had not only arranged for this one. Another safeguard existed in the universe. You shall not reach your destination. Remain on the moon. A colossal monster stood in Super Tyro's path, its tone chillingly cold. You again, the ultimate super beast, Saurus. Super Tyro gritted his teeth, glaring at the beast blocking his path, ready to engage in battle. He had to resolve this swiftly, for Summer and Appos' life hung in the balance. Chapter 24. From despair to rebirth, it felt as though one were trapped within a dream that now sought to extinguish one's very existence. Xiaoyu sensed his breath growing increasingly labored, his mind becoming muddled, and his body devoid of strength. Not long ago, he had stood as the supreme being on this planet, wielding dominion over all. Even top-tier powers like the galaxy were but mere pawns, toiling for his amusement. Yet now, he found himself facing death at the hands of his own pieces. The disparity was immense, a chasm of despair. Gitanjia was evidently relishing this gradual descent into oblivion, making his adversary await the inevitable in a slow, torturous manner. Such a protracted demise was the most harrowing of all. Xiaoyu, an ordinary individual who had fortuitously traversed realms, realized that had it not been for the acknowledgement of the dark spark, he would merely be another soul hiding in a refuge, awaiting his end. As the dread that had earlier consumed his heart began to dissipate, a sense of calm washed over him. He too was just a common man. But he was not merely ordinary. Gazing at his own form, Xiaoyu's resolve solidified. This calamity was of his own making. Thus, it was only fitting that he should bring it to a close. Though success was uncertain, he resolved to try. Gitanjia, whose eyes had brimmed with mockery, suddenly contorted in fear. The seemingly lifeless Diga erupted in dark violet flames, severing the tendrils that ensnared him. Xiaoyu ceased resisting the encroaching negative energy, singularly focused on vanquishing Gitanjia. In that moment, he felt no pain. As he regarded Gitanjia, a thought crossed his mind, and the fiery Diga vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Xiaoyu stood before Gitanjia. With a mighty blow, Diga's fist struck, obliterating one of Gitanjia's eyes, a gaping wound materializing on his colossal visage. Following the successful ambush, Diga vanished once more. The unexpected resurgence of hope ignited within the hearts of all witnesses. This young man, burning his very essence, fought solely to overcome this foe. Galaxy, observing Xiaoyu's state, discerned the truth. Had Xiaoyu met a typical demise, Galaxy would have sought traces of his existence within the river of time to resurrect him. However, now that he was expending his life force, once extinguished, it would consume his soul, obliterating all remnants of his existence in this world. Eventually, aside from a being of Galaxy's caliber, all would forget Xiaoyu. As time progressed, even Galaxy would gradually lose recollection. When that moment arrived, Xiaoyu would leave no trace, even within the river of time. Watching Diga inflict wounds upon Gitanjia, Galaxy felt a stirring within. Had he and Lucille stood too high, failing to grasp the significance of Xiaoyu's actions? Was the contention he had with Lucille truly meaningful? In that instant, Galaxy began to doubt his own correctness. Xiaoyu felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. The earlier state of euphoria began to wane. Was time running out? Was death imminent? Yet, as death approached, Xiaoyu no longer felt fear. Instead, a sense of liberation washed over him. He gazed upon the battered and collapsing form of Gitanjia, smiling as he extracted the final vestige of energy from the timer. With this last beam of light, the foe would be vanquished. Unexpectedly, Gitanjia spoke, not with words, but through a thought that resonated within Xiaoyu's mind. Instantly, the seemingly defeated Gitanjia surged with vitality, his injuries healing completely. Who are you? You need not know who I am. Merely understand that you are an anomaly that has disrupted the course of history. My emergence serves to restore order. Gitanjia's chilling words reverberated, and Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of impotence as the energy he sought to unleash dissipated. I believe this entity could suffice to end you. Yet you have absorbed all negative energy into yourself, manifesting power rivaling that of Shining Diga. Alas, expending your life force merely compels me and Appos, to emerge. Enough of this banter. Anomaly, perish. Gitanjia, unwilling to elaborate further, conjured a dark violet beam that pierced through Diga. Gradually, from his limbs inward, Diga and Appos' form began to fade from existence, as if the very world sought to erase all traces of Xiaoyu. Diga, In a refuge, a young girl cried out a name. This triggered a chain reaction across the globe. A boy in Egypt shouted, "Diga!" A child in the Celestial Empire called, "Diga!" They gazed upon the slowly vanishing giant, memories of familiarity surfacing, compelling them to exclaim that name. "Diga, do not fear, we are coming. Diga, fight on. I shall always stand by your side." One after another, children radiated brilliant light, charging towards Diga, whose timer remained. The surrounding adults watched in awe, melodies echoing in their minds. The earth awakens gradually, a glimmer of dawn. Is this truly possible? I too can become light, protecting my family. As people exchanged glances, laughter erupted as they too shone with resplendent light, following their children, driven by a fervent desire to safeguard their loved ones, rushing towards Diga. This is impossible. This cannot be. Stop. Cease at once. Gitanjia roared, attempting to wield his dominion to erase this moment. Yet, he failed. Even if you transform into Shining Diga, relying solely on a single power cannot defeat me. Gitanjia regained his composure, convinced that eliminating this anomaly would allow him to restore order. What is this? Xiaoyu beheld the multitude before him, moved to speechlessness. Do not look at me like that. Quickly deal with this fiend. I have work tomorrow. Big brother, shall we fight together? Very well. Xiaoyu nodded. Suddenly, the Diga, who had once been reduced to a mere timer, began to manifest once more. Chapter 26. Hope. The hope of escaping the illusory world variables, damned variables. Because of you, all achievements have vanished. I wish for your demise. Before Xiaoyu, a colossal eye materialized, obstructing the escape route of the two. This immense eye, drenched in crimson, radiated sheer ferocity. Upon its emergence, the starry sky behind Xiaoyu began to shatter, transforming into blank voids. What on earth are you? Where's this place? Galaxy drew forth the Galaxy Spark gun, aiming it at the enormous eye as he inquired. Ruined, all ruined. The fruits of my labor are lost, and I am destined to perish. The eye paid no heed to Galaxy and Apos' words, engrossed in its soliloquy. Suddenly, the massive eye began to disintegrate, giving rise to a gigantic black hole. Ha ha ha. Once I eradicate you, the variable, everything will be restored. The black hole swiftly collapsed, enveloping the entire world. Galaxy. Quickly enter the Galaxy Spark, or you shall dissipate. As Galaxy teetered on the brink of vanishing, Lu Ji AI urged him urgently. Survive. Galaxy disregarded Lu Ji AI's plea, preparing to sacrifice his essence for Xiaoyu. Damn it, it seems you are unwilling to survive without employing some means. Lu Ji AI, observing Galaxy, resorted to his own essence, forcibly seizing control of the Galaxy Spark, drawing Galaxy within its embrace. Let us not forget. The two had previously been one, their essences inherently compatible. Moreover, Galaxy was on the verge of dissipating, while Lu Ji AI, bolstered by Xiaoyu's presence, showed no signs of fading. Thus, he could commandeer the Galaxy Spark. Xiaoyu gazed at the Galaxy Spark in his hand, then turned his attention forward. Finding himself amidst chaos, devoid of substance, the eye had obliterated the cosmos, preparing to recreate it in hopes of restoring what had been destroyed. However, the probability of success was a mere 1%. Xiaoyu, hastily search for a foothold, or we shall be assimilated by this chaos. After heeding Lu Ji AI's words, Xiaoyu began to navigate through the tumultuous void. Time became a blur, until at last, he spotted a distant glimmer. Approaching the point of light, he beheld a small island composed entirely of black stones. This is Chaos Origin Stone. If all goes well, this will serve as the nucleus of the entire universe, initiating its evolution. The dark Lu Ji AI's massive form settled upon the small island, which measured merely 5 kilometers in diameter. I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Xiaoyu's gaze was drawn to a stone pillar, where a humanoid silhouette emerged before him. The dark spark gun manifested in his hand, and he struck the pillar forcefully. The Chaos Origin Stone shattered, revealing a magnificent stone statue. This figure seems eerily familiar. Xiaoyu scrutinized the face of the giant statue, his mind racing to identify its owner. Could it be Carl Mira? This was undoubtedly the girlfriend of that rascal, Teli Jia. How could she possibly be here? Xiaoyu pondered how this figure could exist in a universe so unrelated to the one where Galaxy resided. Xiaoyu, it matters not who she is. What is paramount is that she exists in reality, unlike the illusory forms of you in Galaxy or your current half-real, half-illusory state. This girl shall be our sole hope of escaping this phantasmal realm. The dark Lu Ji AI was elated. Indeed, Xiaoyu's previous words rang true. For within 10 steps lies a remedy. Xiaoyu beheld the statue of Carl Mira, and infused her with a surge of dark energy. Upon absorbing this energy, the stone exterior cracked, signaling Carl Mira's revival. Telijia, why have you forsaken me? The moment she awakened, a whip appeared in her hand, aimed at the Dark Lu Gai, which had taken form as Xiaoyu. Carl Mira, recognize this. I am not your unworthy boyfriend, Telijia. Xiaoyu seized the whip, knowing that now was not the time for her fury. Who are you? Where's this place? Carl Mira finally discerned the dark giant before her. Though he bore a resemblance to Telijia, he was not him, and the aura emanating from him far surpassed that of Telijia. I demand to know how you arrived here. Answer me. A formidable pressure bore down upon Carl Mira, compelling her to bow her head in submission to the dark giant. I do not know. Carl Mira defiantly raised her head, resisting the urge to yield. Do you not wish to see Telijia again? Share what you know, or we shall all be assimilated. You surely do not wish for Telijia to unite with Yu Yin and bear a child, do you? Xiaoyu, observing the obstinate woman, recognized that force would yield no results. A gentler approach was required. Indeed, after Xiaoyu uttered those words, a profound hatred ignited within Carl Mira and Apos' eyes. Telijia, Yu Lian, those two wretches, I shall return and exact vengeance upon them. Long ago, Telijia absorbed the energy of an eternal core, sealing me and Hitram in the process. My last memory is of being cast into the cosmos by Telijia when a rift in time and space appeared, and a colossal eye emerged. It seemed to be fleeing, and I was drawn into the rift, whereupon I encountered you. Carl Mira ceased her speech, falling silent. This is it. I have discovered the means to escape. The Dark Lu Gai proclaimed, as his vast consciousness began to scour the small island. If this woman appeared in this illusory realm, it indicated a complete severance from the real world. Thus, there would be no escape for Xiaoyu and the others. However, the existence of the rift suggested a lingering connection to the real world. If we can locate that place, we can harness the residual energy of the rift within Carl Mira to escape and utterly obliterate this illusory world. Found it. Soon, Lu Gai identified a location that appeared somewhat weaker compared to the rest. Damn it, why can't I open it? Yet, Xiaoyu and Lu Gai soon found themselves disheartened. They had discovered a point of connection to the real world, but awkwardly, they could not ascertain how to unlock this connection. Chapter 27. The Fusion of Galaxy and Dark Luciole. Escaping the illusory world, how is it? Have you discovered a way to open it? No, stop pestering me. Let me think clearly. On the island of the Chaos Origin Stone, Galaxy and Dark Luciole were both materialized, engrossed in studying their connection, yet they found themselves at a loss. Summer Rain had reverted to a human form, contemplating while seated on a Chaos Origin Stone. On another stone, Carmilla had also transformed into her human guise and sat in silence. Time seemed irrelevant in the chaos, and Carmilla had lost track of how long had passed. What peculiar beings they were, and she pondered how the three of them coexisted. Carmilla had come to understand the nature of her surroundings and recognized that she was their only hope for escape. However, such matters that touched upon the supreme laws were far beyond her current reach. All she could do was refrain from causing any disturbance. Galaxy and Luciole were ethereal. I existed in a state between the real and the unreal, while Carmilla was genuinely present. If only they could connect these three states, they could escape. Summer Rain furrowed her brows, her once jet black hair now streaked with silver. I understand now. Summer Rain exclaimed, capturing the attention of the other three. What have you discovered? You two are illusions. I exist in a liminal state, and Carmilla is real. There exists a natural barrier between this illusory world and the real one. We are aware of that. Speak of something we do not know. Dark Luciole retorted sharply. A bridge is needed to connect the illusory realm with the real one. You. The ethereal galaxy and the real Carmilla can be seen as the two ends of the bridge, while I shall serve as the pathway. In other words, to escape. We must unite to form a bridge. Summer Rain spoke fervently, her face flushed with excitement. Galaxy and Dark Luciole exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the concept. But how do we become a whole? Carmilla interjected eagerly, finally getting a word in. I have 9 methods. They are the most advanced fusion techniques available in the current version. Summer Rain declared, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she looked at Galaxy and Dark Luciole. You two, being originally one entity, can surely reunite. Galaxy and Dark Luciole shared a reluctant gaze, their expressions rife with disdain for each other. For the sake of our escape, let us give it a try, Dark Luciole finally suggested. Standing together, they attempted to merge their essences. After a considerable duration, they found their efforts in vain. It's futile. Our essences repel one another upon proximity. We can no longer return to a singular state. Since our separation, we have evolved into two distinct consciousnesses. To reunite, we must willingly dissolve our individual identities and gradually merge once more. However, we cannot ascertain whether this newly fused consciousness will still be us, Galaxy reflected somberly. Previously, they had been a singular consciousness, governing all sources of power. Following their division, one consciousness split into two, inheriting all memories of their original self. Yet they were fundamentally different. If they were to revert to their original selves, it would be acceptable, but if a foreign consciousness emerged, it would spell disaster. This is a dilemma, Summer Rain lamented, pacing anxiously. Then, a brilliant idea struck her. I have a brilliant plan. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered above her head, drawing the attention of her companions. You too, relinquish all your essences to me, allowing me to control the entirety of our physical form. I refuse to believe we cannot merge. Can you handle it? Of course. If we fail, we shall perish. Galaxy and Dark Luciel shared a glance, realizing there were no better alternatives. Moreover, Dark Luciel had previously manipulated Galaxy and Apos, S-Spark, effectively choosing Summer Rain. With determination, Summer Rain grasped Galaxy and Amp, Apos, S-Spark in her left hand and Dark Luciel and Amp, Apos, S in her right. As the symbols of their choice manifested on her hands, she declared, Superfusion, Galaxy Ultraman. Superfusion, Dark Luciel. Before her, two small swords gradually drew together, beginning to merge. Moments later, a brand new spark emerged before Summer Rain. Half the hue of Galaxy and Amp, Apos, S spark and half that of Dark Luciel and Amp, Apos, S. She seized it, and a fresh emblem appeared on her arm. Carmilla, quickly, embrace me from behind. In that moment, Carmilla disregarded her embarrassment and blushed as she wrapped her arms around Summer Rain. How mortifying. During her previous relationship with Tiga, she had never even held hands, yet here she was, willingly embracing a man. Superfusion, Galaxy Luciel. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire chaotic space. And as the brilliance gradually subsided, it revealed a colossal figure radiating divinity, shaking the world with every movement. Was this the original form of Galaxy and Luciel? The magnitude of their power was utterly intoxicating. After a brief moment of acclamation, Summer Rain felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her. It's time to escape, she declared, advancing toward the point of connection with the real world, utilizing the residual energy from the temporal rift that Carmilla had left behind to forcibly create an opening. A variable. You truly are a significant variable. The sudden change startled the eye that was mending this illusory world. Originally, it had believed that by placing this variable into the primordial space and evolving the universe, it could eliminate it. To its astonishment, this variable had discovered the link between the illusory and real worlds, opening a temporal rift. I thought you had perished, yet here you are, still alive. But now perish, it bellowed, unleashing a supreme cosmic assault. As Summer Rain witnessed the eye, she spread her arms wide, channeling a beam of light composed of both brightness and darkness toward the eye. This entity could not be vanquished by a singular force. That master will not spare you. Upon being struck by the beam, the eye began to crack, realizing its impending doom. Having depleted all its sources to restore this illusory realm, it could not withstand such an onslaught. Boom. The eye exploded, causing the entire illusory world to commence its collapse. Farewell. No, it's not a farewell. It's a final goodbye. As Summer Rain stepped into the temporal rift, a torrent of essence surged into her, flooding her being. What is this? She marveled, realizing that to achieve her current level of power in the real world would require an immense amount of essence. Now, as she transitioned from the illusory to the tangible, she needed vast reserves of essence to sustain her existence. A deep voice resonated in her mind. You still possess consciousness? Certainly. I once believed that I had fractured into two distinct existences, with my consciousness eternally dissipated. However, I did not anticipate that those two entities would ultimately merge once more. Naturally, my consciousness has returned. Yet, it exists solely because of you. These two beings have temporarily united due to your influence. When they separate, I shall inevitably drift into slumber. By the way, do not underestimate yourself. Your current power is formidable. In truth, everything within the realm of illusion is merely a fabrication. Most of these origins are also illusory, yet they suffice for us to transmute the unreal into the real. You must prepare yourself, aside from that inexplicable entity, Dagoth. The spark puppets you possess, Dark Zaki, and the legendary Hyperion, when they transition into the real world, it is uncertain how much of their power will remain. It could be their entire might or perhaps only half. This, of course, includes both Galaxy and Luciole. Their remaining strength is also unknown. Should you wish to restore their powers, the plasma sparks of the Land of Light, the beacon of hope for humanity, the legendary Eternal Core, and the genuine origins of their existence are all capable of rejuvenating their strength. Now, we have arrived. I must disintegrate. As the words left my lips, the spark in Xiaoyu's hand transformed into the Galaxy Spark and the Dark Spark. Galaxy and Luciole have already succumbed to slumber, and behind them, Carl Mira has fainted, her entire being collapsing onto Xiaoyu. Carl Mira heard nothing of their previous dialogue. Superfusion, Dark Zaki, Xiaoyu, cradling Carl Mira, produced the Dark Zaki Spark puppet, manifesting it directly before us. The terminus of the space-time rift has been reached. Dark Zaki plunged into it without hesitation. Behind, the entire illusory world has vanished completely, leaving no trace to be found. Chapter 28. Incarcerated in the cosmic prison, becoming Belial and Apos' cellmate in the realm of the true universe, a rift in space-time emerged, from which the Dark Zakai was ejected as if forcefully expelled. Upon his emergence, the rift vanished into oblivion. At this moment, Xiaoyu lay in a state of unconsciousness, yet remained in a solidified form. The Dark Zakai drifted through the cosmos until a venerable elder, his visage adorned with a full beard, appeared before him. This elder's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and behind him flowed a magnificent cloak. There was no mistaking his identity. He was none other than the Ultra King. What brings the Dark Zakai here? Wasn't he sealed by that Noah fellow? Could it be that he has broken free from Noah's confinement? Upon sensing the Dark Zakai's diminished power, it was evident that he had indeed escaped the seal, his strength reduced by at least 40%. Such a perilous being could not be allowed to wander the cosmos. He must be imprisoned at once. Furthermore, Noah's seal appears to be woefully inadequate. Had I not encountered him, the universe would surely have plunged into chaos once more. The Ultra King seized the Dark Zakai and transported him to the cosmic prison. Upon arrival, two stationed Ultra Warriors immediately saluted the Ultra King. No need for formalities. Continue your watch. I merely seek to confine one individual, he instructed, nodding as he escorted the Dark Zakai to the innermost depths of the prison. Within these confines resided another prisoner. Well, if at ISN and Apos, our illustrious king. The Ultra King. What a rare delight to have you grace me with your presence today. Belial remarked from his cell upon spotting the Ultra King. I merely come to confine one individual and, incidentally, to check on you. The Ultra King replied casually, unfazed by Belial's words. What transgression has this individual committed to warrant confinement alongside me? Belial inquired, eyeing the figure the Ultra King had brought. In this cosmic prison, he was the sole occupant of the deepest cell, with other criminals separated from him by hundreds of miles. To share his confinement with another suggested that this individual had wreaked havoc in the Land of Light, causing immeasurable damage. This fellow once nearly obliterated an entire universe. His crimes far surpass yours, Belial exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the formidable presence of the new arrival. Who could this be, that even eclipses my prowess? Now, old man Ultra King, when might I see the light of day again? To languish in this minuscule cell drives me to madness. Belial lamented. It is far too soon. Only when you truly repent and reform will I consider your release, the Ultra King replied, ushering the Dark Zakai into a cell before turning to Belial. Despite their seemingly light-hearted exchange, the Ultra King was acutely aware that allowing Belial to roam free could spell disaster for the Land of Light. With the cell secured, the Ultra King departed. Each cell within the cosmic prison held immense power, subduing the inmates and ensuring their capabilities remained beneath that of the guards. The Ultra King felt assured in confining the now weakened Dark Zakai within these walls. Belial regarded the imprisoned Dark Zakai, attempting to sense his aura. However, he himself was restrained by the Ultra King and Apos' suppression, rendering him incapable of gauging the true strength of Dark Zakai. Hey, wake up! Join me for a chat, and enlighten me on the state of affairs outside. He bellowed at the unconscious Dark Zakai, yet received no reply. After an indeterminate period, the Dark Zakai's fingers twitched slightly. Finally, you've awakened. Come, let us converse, Belial exclaimed, his own boredom reaching a critical point as he had been monitoring his new cellmate's condition all this time. It was the Ultra King's fault. Rather than merely sealing Belial and allowing his consciousness to rest, he had confined him in the deepest recesses of the cosmic prison, leaving Belial's mind alert in such a cramped space. Loneliness consumed him. Xiaoyu's consciousness gradually stirred, and he opened his eyes. Where am I? He murmured, "Young one, welcome to the cosmic prison, where you have been incarcerated by that old fool, the Ultra King." Belial replied, his tone laced with amusement at the awakening of the dark Sakai. Xiaoyu gazed at the ceiling, adorned with a dark crimson hue that seemed to harbor a potent force, suppressing him. Turning his head, he scrutinized the source of the voice. The figure before him was cloaked in shades of black and red, with elongated, triangular eyes and a sinister grin. Most notably, he bore a hunchback. In that instant, a name surfaced in Xiaoyu's mind, Belial the Ultraman. Tales spoke of Belial as a hero of the Land of Light, who, seduced by overwhelming power, succumbed to darkness. Others claimed he was discontent with his subordinate position, igniting a rebellion that the Ultra King quelled. Still, some whispered of a love unrequited, driving him to madness. In any case, he was a most unfortunate soul. Xiaoyu chose to ignore Belial and instead glanced behind him. The girl, Carlmira, remained unconscious. "Are Lukiel and Galaxy still alive?" he inquired. "They live, but our powers have significantly waned, reduced to perhaps 1/3 of their former might. However, I sense the presence of plasma sparks. If you allow us entry into the plasma sparks, we shall swiftly regain our strength," Belial explained. As plasma sparks were akin to a nurturing mother for Galaxy and Lukiel, akin to children returning home for solace. "Young lad, I demand to know the current state of affairs outside. Answer me promptly," Belial urged, his ire rising at the audacity of this newcomer daring to disregard him. In the Land of Light, only Tai Jian had ever dared to ignore him. "Without you, Belial, the Land of Light thrives. Your erstwhile allies have flourished, and your dear companion, Mari, has borne a son. Now, they even revel in the joy of grandchildren. And here you remain, languishing in the cosmic prison, alone." Xiaoyu regarded Belial, uncertain of the timeline he inhabited, yet the elder and amp, Apos' tone was undeniably abrasive. Thus, he resolved to provoke him further. Chapter 29. "You lost, therefore you were wrong, kid. You have certainly succeeded in provoking my ire. It seems your foul tongue has played a significant role in our shared confinement." Indeed, upon hearing this, Belial's fury flared instantly. However, it was not long before he dismissed his anger regarding the matter of Tai Jian. There was no need for him to become upset over it. "Kid, let us engage in conversation." "Sure, Belial, I am at your service. What would you like to discuss?" Belial, seated within the confines of his cell, lowered his head in contemplation, pondering what topics to broach with his new cellmate. "Luciel, do you possess the capability to break free from this prison?" "Yes, but upon shattering the cell, I would succumb to a prolonged slumber." "Then let us forego that notion. I wonder if someone will come to rescue Belial soon." Xiaoyu raised his gaze, observing the cell imbued with an inexplicable power. This cosmic prison was constructed by the King of Ultra, and thus the power emanating from it must have been left behind by that ancient sovereign to suppress the inmates. It is a pity. If only I possessed an Ultra capsule at this moment, perhaps I could experiment with absorbing the energy of the King of Ultra. "Kid, tell me, was I truly in the wrong back then?" After a prolonged silence, Belial lifted his head and posed a question to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu understood full well what was being asked. Belial, once a hero of the Land of Light, had made significant contributions during the war against the Ampila aliens. Yet later, in facing his dear brother Tai Jian, he suffered defeat not only in matters of the heart but also in the very strength he had always prided himself upon. Consequently, Belial sought not to improve himself through conventional means, but instead endeavored to enhance his power by absorbing the energy of plasma sparks. This ultimately led to his expulsion from the Land of Light, followed by being possessed by the malevolent spirit of the Rebrando aliens, transforming into his current self. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood?" Belial was momentarily taken aback before coming to a realization, the truth. "You, Belial, were wrong, gravely so." "Why?" Belial regarded Xiaoyu, anticipating this response. "Because you, Belial, lost to Tai Jian, lost to the Ampila aliens, thus you were in the wrong." "Is it because I lost that I am wrong?" Belial lowered his head, finding Xiaoyu's reply unexpectedly profound. "You lost to the Ampila aliens due to your own inadequacies. After all, their strength was drawn from the collective resentment of an entire planet, not to mention that the Ampila aliens were inherently strong. It is only natural that you could not prevail. You lost to Tai Jian because your intellect faltered, while you were still engaged in battle against the Ampila aliens. Tai Jian had already begun to cultivate his own following. Do you comprehend why you are not the captain of the Cosmic Patrol? Do you understand why you have not won the affection of Mary? It is because you lack political acumen. Beyond your prowess in combat, have you nurtured any loyal subordinates? Have you mentored the young? You stand alone, How could Mary ever be drawn to one with no support behind him? Xiaoyu and Apos. S gaze remained fixed on the downcast Belial, offering no words of comfort. Was Belial truly in the wrong? From his perspective, he had always been at the forefront for the Land of Light, declaring his feelings to the girl he cherished. Why was it that everything belonged to his brother Taijian, leaving him perpetually in his shadow? He sought strength to surpass Taijian. That was his simple desire. Was this erroneous? Not at all. Regrettably, Belial failed to grasp the broader context of the Land of Light at that time. After vanquishing the Ampila aliens, the Land of Light was renowned throughout the cosmos. What was needed then was a leader with far-reaching vision and ambition. While the leadership may have considered Belial, his temperament indicated he was unsuitable for the highest echelons of leadership, though he could serve as a guardian of the realm. Furthermore, Belial's mindset was not sound. Had he openly expressed his desire to seek the recognition of the plasma sparks rather than covertly attempt to touch them, would the higher-ups of the Land of Light have opposed him? Certainly not. His combat prowess had already been abundantly demonstrated during the fight against the Ampila aliens. The Land of Light benefited greatly from an abundance of top-tier fighters. Should Belial have earned the recognition of the plasma sparks, the Land of Light would have gained a formidable force to rival the Ampila aliens, elevating them to the status of the preeminent power in the cosmos. Kid, having listened to your words, I must concede I was indeed mistaken, for I have lost. Had I possessed the true power akin to Taijian, perhaps Mary would have entrusted that sword to me. Belial chuckled bitterly, his tone now tinged with melancholy. If that were the case, he would now be the one having children with Mary. Are you foolish? Taijian is of the Silver Clan, and so are you. When Mary presented the sword, did she not say, and Apos, this is the sacred sword passed down through our lineage and Apos. Why, then, do you believe that you lack such power in your blood? Upon hearing this, Belial abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on Xiaoyu. Then why did Mary entrust the sacred sword to Taijian instead of to me, who was far stronger at that time? That is precisely why I assert that your intellect is lacking. At that moment, you were shifting from one battlefield to another, focused solely on defeating the Ampila aliens. Meanwhile, Taijian's first action was to protect the fallen Mary. You must understand that Mary was facing a life-or-death crisis at that moment, and Taijian swooped in to save her. Every beauty yearns for a hero who rescues them from peril, do they not? Do you not realize that your actions at that time marked you as Taijian and Apos, as subordinate? After all, a subordinate must engage the enemy at the earliest opportunity. As Xiaoyu and Apos' words resonated, Belial began to reflect on the events of that time. Indeed, upon arriving to provide support, he had not tended to Mary on the ground, but instead remained vigilant against the Ampila aliens. Taijian had been the one to help Mary to safety. His demeanor had, in truth, resembled that of a subordinate to Taijian. Moreover, he had even remarked that Mary was his type, a statement he was certain Taijian had overheard. How about it, Belial? Those actions you deemed innocuous may have led others, unfamiliar with your relationship, to perceive you as merely Taijian and Apos, as subordinate. Chapter 30. The meeting of the highest level. Unbeknownst to you, Taijian is now indisputably the leading figure of the Land of Light. He serves as the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, while his son Taro is the chief instructor of the Land of Light. And his wife Mary leads the Silver Cross Society. All other members of the Cosmic Patrol have been promoted by him alone. Even the Ampilants, who once brought you to despair, have been defeated by the Prot GS, trained by Taijian. Xiaoyu continued to talk to himself, oblivious to Belial's face, which was darkening with an intensity that seemed ready to drip water. Kid, can you stop? Are you intentionally trying to irritate me? Did you not ask me to speak the truth? What? Are you upset that your good brother is living so well? Xiaoyu, noticing Belial and Apos' grim expression, continued his monologue without a hint of hesitation. Belial, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss. Initially, he had wanted Xiaoyu to engage him in conversation, merely seeking some amusement to alleviate his boredom. Unexpectedly, this brat was utterly incapable of engaging in pleasant discourse, continuously rubbing salt into his wounds. Not only was he salting the wounds, but he was also roasting them over an open flame. I'm at my wit's end. I truly am. Can you please stop talking? At that moment, Belial resembled the Monkey King's son Wukong, tormented by the incantations of Tang Sung, his head throbbing painfully. Meanwhile, in the external realm, the King of Ultra had returned to K-76 star. Damn, Kin and Apos, do you pull your punches? Is it really necessary to hit so hard? The battle was exhilarating. On K-76 star, two giants clashed, well, rather, A giant clad in red was mercilessly overpowering an armored giant in a one-sided assault. Damn it, Leo. You scoundrel. You've cranked the suppressive force of the training armor to its maximum. Adjust it back immediately. The combat was thrilling. Clearly, these two combatants were Leo and Ciro. Ciro had realized that Leo had maximized the suppression of the training armor against him. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly dominated without a single chance to retaliate. Ciro shouted. But Leo paid no heed to his pleas and only increased the intensity of his strikes, with his speed escalating rapidly. Ultimately, Leo seized upon a flaw in Ciro's defense and landed a powerful blow to his chest. Leo, what have I done to deserve such a heavy hand? Do we harbor any animosity? Ciro was sent staggering hundreds of meters back, crashing into a small mountain. Boom. The entire mountain crumbled, dust swirling and debris scattering. Suddenly, Ciro appeared to notice something. Disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he hurried to a spot, raising his hand to catch a falling rock. I told you. When I'm fighting, keep your distance. Fortunately, I spotted you this time. Otherwise, you would have been finished. Ciro looked down at the trembling piggyman beneath him and spoke curtly. Piggyman raised its head, blinking its large, innocent eyes adorably at Ciro. Witnessing this, Ciro experienced an overwhelming urge to be utterly charmed. No, I cannot succumb to such cuteness. I am destined to be the savior. With a serious expression, Ciro lifted Piggyman in his hand and said gently, remember, this is the last time. He spoke tenderly to Piggyman, completely abandoning the earlier hostility directed at Leo. I don't wish for this, but Piggyman is simply too adorable. I can't help it. Piggyman responded with a pout. This brat treats Piggyman with such kindness while speaking to me in a harsh tone. Leo, observing this tender side of Ciro, was instantly covered in goosebumps. Yet he thought, it doesn't end Oppo's team matter. At least I enjoyed myself. Not long ago, Leo had a dream in which he encountered someone who looked exactly like him. This doppelganger said, Leo, make sure to engage in battles early, and promptly slapped 7. What a bold move. He accomplished what he desired yet hesitated to act upon. It was precisely because of this dream that Leo had set the training armor to its maximum suppression. While he had no intention of battling 7, he was thoroughly excited to take on his son. On a mountain peak, the King of Ultra watched Ciro and nodded. Indeed, Ciro has undergone significant transformation. He now understands the importance of protecting the weak. Behind him, Astra observed this heartwarming scene and nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that when Ciro was first brought here by 7, describing him as unruly was already a compliment. Who would have thought he would now be inclined to protect the vulnerable? Witnessing Ciro's growth, the King of Ultra soon departed K-76 star. Did you summon me for a specific reason? The vanished King of Ultra found himself in a peculiar space, where several figures were shrouded in a mysterious force, concealing their true forms. I wonder what that individual meant by important matters. I shall wait. After all, I have nothing else to do. The King of Ultra was engaged in conversation with several individuals when one figure stood alone, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength, remaining detached from both sides. Are we all present? A luminous sphere materialized in this extraordinary space. Aside from those sealed away, those who wish to remain asleep, everyone should be accounted for. The King of Ultra, with a childlike demeanor, remarked, I have observed that the illusory world constructed by that individual has now dissipated. The illusory world has vanished? Who could have done this? The King of Ultra was astounded, for they had searched countless universes and spent an eternity seeking that illusory realm. In the end, they had nearly given up. Who would have imagined that what they regarded as a formidable threat would simply cease to exist? I cannot ascertain who was responsible. However, I have discovered that following the disappearance of that illusory world, the future of the multidimensional universe has become obscured. The future can no longer be predicted. Every step we take henceforth will be fraught with peril. As the luminous sphere concluded its statement, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. This was only right. The method we previously employed to defeat that individual through future observation was surely anticipated by them. But why did they not hinder us? Instead, they chose to follow our rhythm? I suspect that the original form of that virtual world is merely a projection of the river of time cast by them. The more we attempt to predict the future, the more it solidifies into inevitability. If their virtual world continues to align with the future, then could it be that the river of time will be supplanted by that virtual world? The figure radiating immense power spoke, extending a hand as a river appeared before all present. Do you see? The entirety of the river of time, aside from the past, is now a blur moving forward. Since the virtual world has vanished, it signifies that a variable has emerged, and this variable may very well be our hope for defeating them. Chapter 31. Indeed, all men in the universe are the same in the cosmic prison, Belial exclaimed loudly. Oh, Xiaoyu, if only I had directly taken Mary back then. What could Tai Jian have done to me? Who knows, my son might already be standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Xiaoyu nodded, chuckling in agreement with Belial. It seems that regardless of where one hails from, men are invariably drawn to boastfulness, drinking, and discussions about beautiful women. Previously, Belial had been rendered speechless by Xiaoyu's words and had lost interest in conversation. However, Xiaoyu, eager to engage, found that Belial had indeed ceased to speak. What was he to do? Naturally, he resorted to boasting. Thus, Xiaoyu began to recount the history of the Land of Light, speaking aloud in their cell. Before long, Belial joined in the conversation. Once it began, it spiraled out of control, and now Belial engaged in daily banter with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I must say, you truly are a genius, Belial remarked with great enthusiasm, having felt an overwhelming joy during this period, as if the burdens of millennia were dissipating amidst their exchanges. He increasingly valued Xiaoyu. Come, Xiaoyu, continue with your tales of the three kingdoms. Honestly, I have immense respect for Chancellor Chao. After a brief respite, Belial encouraged Xiaoyu to speak. The brief history of the Land of Light was hardly riveting. Xiaoyu had begun to impart tales spanning 5,000 years to Belial. As for Chancellor Chao, he was indeed a prodigy, well-versed in politics, military strategy, and poetry. His prowess in drinking, boasting, grave robbing, and wooing women was unparalleled. Xiaoyu's storytelling captivated Belial, who listened with rapt attention. One might wonder, did these two engage in any serious endeavors apart from their boasts? Not far from Xiaoyu. Carl Mira sat quietly, listening to their frivolous dialogue and momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, there was something undeniably charming about Xiaoyu and Apos' earnestness, causing a slight blush to appear on Carl Mira and Apos' cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself entranced by him. Belial observed the two before him, envisioning how his expression would transform into one of maternal affection if he were to take human form. At that moment, he finally grasped the warmth of fondness for his juniors. Outside the cosmic prison, an Ultraman warrior flew towards them, landing beside the prison. The two guards on duty promptly saluted him, only to realize, upon his revealing his true identity, that they had never encountered this individual before. Who are you? The guards demanded, weapons drawn. I am your father, the Ultraman warrior retorted, wielding a black staff before unleashing a powerful energy blast. Boom! The prison gates shattered, and the guards were sent flying. This was indeed a remarkable artifact. The warrior was, in fact, a Zarabian, disguised as the original Ultraman, wielding Belial's former weapon, the ultimate combat instrument. After dispatching the guards, the Zarabian swaggered into the prison that instilled fear across the cosmos, heading straight for its depths. Xiaoyu, should I escape in the future, I will establish a cosmic empire, and you shall be my right-hand man, Belial stated earnestly to Xiaoyu. Truth be told, Xiaoyu and Apos' disposition was quite to Belial and Apos' liking. Though he could be sharp-tongued at times, he had a remarkable ability to articulate perspectives that countered Belial and Apos' own misconceptions. This world knows no absolute right or wrong. It merely reflects differing perspectives, Xiaoyu asserted. Very well. I shall certainly take up the mantle and experience what it feels like to stand at the universe and Apos' apex. Just as Xiaoyu and Belial reveled in their conversation, an unexpected visitor entered. Belial Ultraman, I have come to rescue you. The Zarabian strode in confidently, activating the ultimate combat instrument to obliterate the cell imprisoning Belial. Here. This is your ultimate combat instrument. Together, we shall rule the entire universe. The Zarabian tossed the instrument to Belial, oblivious to the murderous glare emanating from him. Oh, is that so? Belial replied coldly. However, I have no desire to share dominion over the universe with you, Nanny. The Zarabian was momentarily taken aback. But before he could react, Belial wielded the ultimate combat instrument and swiftly eliminated him. One must admit, while he may have an unattractive appearance, his aspirations were quite grand. Having engaged in much boasting with Xiaoyu, Belial had also acquired some clever retorts. Come, Xiaoyu, I shall rescue you. Belial turned towards Xiaoyu's cell, the ultimate combat instrument glowing in his grasp. Carl Mira. Understood. Carl Mira instinctively approached Xiaoyu and embraced him. Having already crossed certain boundaries, a mere hug seemed inconsequential. Superfusion. Dark Zaki. A colossal black figure emerged, and Belial shattered the cell. Observing the duo merge into a single giant, Belial remained silent, acknowledging that even in the Land of Light, there were transformation devices that required two individuals. Let us go. Having known you for so long, I shall present you with a gift today. Belial laughed heartily as he stepped toward the outside world, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. I am free now. I need not remain under your protection any longer, Karl Mira whispered to Xiaoyu, who stood behind him. A great battle lies ahead, and with your strength, it may be difficult to ensure your safety. Thus, following me is the best course. Karl Mira and Apos. S words resonated sweetly in her heart. The feeling of being protected was blissful. Reflecting on her past, she recalled how the four of them had drifted through the cosmos aimlessly, without goals or future. Upon discovering the Eternal Core, they resolved to absorb its power to elevate themselves to the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, upon finding the Eternal Core, the one she trusted most, Tiga, betrayed their camaraderie, claiming to be humanity's hope and insisting that he would bring smiles to the faces of all. He then attacked the three of them, ultimately absorbing the Eternal Core's power and sealing them away. In stark contrast, Karl Mira felt the chasm between the two scenarios. One individual, a stranger, could easily betray years of loyalty, while another, whom she barely knew and who merely sought freedom, had protected her from the illusory world until now and continued to do so. As thoughts of Xiaoyu consumed her, Karl Mira and Apos' cheeks flushed. No, Karl Mira. You cannot succumb to infatuation. You must stand tall. Quickly shaking her head, she began to reflect on herself. Indeed, I must grow stronger. I shall not remain in his shadow. I will stand beside him. Xiaoyu followed closely behind Belial, fully aware of the intentions of this individual. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu did not object. After all, he too required the assistance of the plasma sparks at this moment. Chapter 32. The Temporary Thrill of Spousal Abuse. The funeral pyre of pursuing a wife, Beria, returned to the cosmic prison. As Xiaoyu stepped out of the cosmic prison, he was met by Ultraman Old Six, accompanied by a throng of individuals blocking his path. Recognizing the somewhat familiar visage, Xiaoyu produced a tarot card. It is uncertain which version of you, the one in the real world or the one in the illusionary realm, is more agreeable. Who are you? However, if you were confined within the cosmic prison, then you might as well return with Beria. Taro, upon spotting the ominous figure of Dark Zaki behind Beria, shouted in anger. Observing your imposing horns and this familiar countenance, it appears you are indeed the offspring of Tai Jian and Mary. However, it seems that these two have failed in their parental duties. I have shed countless blood for the Land of Light, and your father faced me with respect. Is this how you converse with your uncle? Beria, wielding the ultimate combat device, regarded Taro with sternness. It seems you require your uncle's affection. Taro glanced at Beria, the adversary of the Land of Light, shedding his cloak and charging at Beria. Meanwhile, within the plasma spark tower of the Land of Light, the unexpected escape of that individual raised alarms. Upon viewing the Ultraman signature sent by Taro in the sky, Taijin and Apos' face displayed a hint of anxiety. That individual aims for the plasma spark. We must protect it. Understood. As soon as Taijin finished speaking, Zafi and the original seven took flight. Oh, how much do you all earn monthly from Taijin? Why the relentless effort? Dark Zaki observed the approaching Ultraman warriors with an air of nonchalance, dispatching each one with effortless punches. After dealing with these minor threats, Xiaoyu shifted his gaze back to Beria. One must commend Taro. As the chief instructor of the Land of Light, his combat skills are commendable. Xiaoyu observed as Taro unleashed a series of punches and kicks upon Beria, yet they seemed to have little effect. Whether it was Beria's tough exterior or Taro's lack of strength remained uncertain. Indeed, your speed is commendable, but the force is lacking. Beria, resembling an elder, began to lecture Taro. Suddenly, Beria delivered a swift punch to Taro and Apos' chest. Bang! Taro was sent crashing into the wall, subsequently collapsing onto the ground. Rest assured, my return to the Land of Light is merely to meet your father and to present a gift to a promising young one. Those who have descended into darkness are not permitted entry into the Land of Light. Taro, struggling to rise, shouted furiously. Taro, your intellect seems to falter. It is no wonder Tarukia departed from the Land of Light. Xiaoyu approached Beria, standing alongside him. Frankly, Taro exemplifies a woeful lack of emotional intelligence. The principle that those who have fallen into darkness cannot enter the Land of Light is indeed a tenet, yet there are times when such principles may be bent. Tarukia, having observed for long enough, ought to emerge and greet his dear brother. No? Xiaoyu called out into the void, and soon, a figure cloaked in chaos manifested. The legendary Dark Destroyer, Dark Zaki, I never expected you to ally with Beria. Upon Tarukia and Apos' arrival, he instantly discerned Xiaoyu and Apos' identity. Nodding, Xiaoyu acknowledged the presence of considerable chaotic energy in this space, something with which he was all too familiar. Tarukia, you have returned? Taro's countenance transformed upon seeing his deceased wife. Ah, it has been a while, messenger of light. You wish to Taro. It was you who stated that those who have descended into darkness are not permitted in the land of light. Tarukia regarded the disheveled Taro coldly. Tarukia. It appears that the Zaraba people have acquired the ultimate combat device. This must be your doing, correct? What are you implying? I do not comprehend your words. Tarukia feigned innocence, shaking his head. Continue your charade. Residual chaotic energy lingers on the ultimate combat device. You did not hand it over to the Zarabu. I consumed it directly. Abruptly, Dark Zaki vanished, only to reappear beside Tarukia. Depart from here. A powerful punch struck Tarukia's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Truly. As the Dark Destroyer, his strength is formidable. Tarukia summoned the power of Grimdor within him, rapidly disappearing from this space. Observing Tarukia and Apos' vanishing form, Xiaoyu shook his head, lamenting that he had failed to contain such a perilous individual. Nevertheless, having endured Xiaoyu and Apos' full-force strike, Tarukia would undoubtedly be injured. Tarukia Turo cried out in anguish at the sight of Tarukia and Apos' disappearance. It hurts so much. Enough, cease your lamentations. Xiaoyu, regarding the pain Taro, spoke with exasperation. When he was present, why did you not embrace him? Now that he has fled, you scream in despair. In the pursuit of true love, why do you remain passive? When she was by your side, you assumed the role of the aloof, cold deity. Now that she has departed, you become all sentimental. For whom do you display such affection? This is a fragment of energy I forcibly extracted from Tarukia. He just received my punch and cannot have escaped far. Quickly pursue him, or else little Taiga will grow up without a mother, and I cannot bear that. Xiaoyu tossed the fragment of energy to the still anguished Taro, urging him to chase after his beloved. Why I promised a departed friend. At last, Taro cast a heavy glance at Xiaoyu before hastening in the direction of the energy. Taijian and Apos' parenting is lacking. How could he raise a gag? Throughout the ordeal, Beria remained undisturbed, playing the role of an invisible observer. Mocking Taijian so soon may not bode well for you. Perhaps your future son will be a Thanos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I, Beria, were to have a son, I would ensure he is raised to a level where even Taijian would look up to him. Your son, raised by Taijian, is merely the chief instructor of the Land of Light. I, Beria, am different. My son would inspire admiration. Does this not imply that I, Beria, far surpass Taijian? The more Beria pondered, the more delighted he became. Soon, the two descended into the Land of Light, greeted by a state of heightened alert. What awaits Xiaoyu and his companion? To be continued. Chapter 33. The tornado destroys the parking lot. I merely returned home. There was no need for such a grand spectacle. Alas, Belial, you may be unaware, but the Land of Light is exceptionally hospitable. Oh, I truly had no idea. Xiaoyu and his companion observed the vigilant Ultraman nearby, yet they engaged in lively conversation, seemingly unperturbed by their presence. The sight of these two, laughing and conversing, left everyone momentarily stunned. Is this correct? This is not what we envisioned at all. Shun and Apos' Belial have stormed into the Land of Light, exuding malevolence, proclaiming, "Come at me all at once. I shall challenge you all single-handedly." Yet, at present, these two appeared so at ease that one might think they had merely returned home. Belial, what have you done to Taro? In this crucial moment, it was once again Seven who inquired urgently. Taro, that fellow has gone off to pursue his beloved. Rest assured, he is unharmed. Xiaoyu responded, casting a glance at Seven, recalling how Leo had once struck that very spot with a forceful slap. He wondered about the sensation. And who might you be? Ah, guess. You. Everyone together now. Let us send these two back to the cosmic prison. With the first generation's commanding shout, all the Ultramen charged towards Xiaoyu and his companion. Come on, it has been a while since I last exerted myself. You are just in time to serve as my warm-up. Belial, wielding the ultimate battle instrument, charged forward, dispatching each opponent with ease. Do not think you can escape. Prepare to meet my 8-split light wheel. The first generation, Mebius, and Max focused on Xiaoyu, brandishing the 8-split light wheel as they advanced. Why are you all fixating on me? Go and stop Belial. Xiaoyu exclaimed, nonplussed. as he kicked aside Mebius, who had lunged at him with a light sword. Little brother, I am no Ampelia. I want to simply stand by and let you strike me. After dismissing Mebius, Xiaoyu caught the 8-split light wheel thrown by the first generation. That is not how one wields the 8-split light wheel. Xiaoyu seized control of the first generation's weapon, instantly teleporting behind him. A grating sound, akin to nails on glass, erupted as Xiaoyu swung the 8-split light wheel downward. The first generation cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. My kidneys. No, I misspoke. Gazing at the fallen first generation, Xiaoyu pondered whether using the Dark Zagi identity was somewhat unfair. Although his current strength as Dark Zagi had diminished, he remained overwhelmingly powerful against these warriors of the Land of Light. It was akin to a seasoned soldier facing off against a group of middle schoolers, effortless. Seeing the first generation downed, Max did not even summon Max Galaxy. He charged directly at Xiaoyu. In response, Xiaoyu seized him and flung him towards Belial. Without a glance, Belial dispatched this fastest and strongest contender, Max, with 2 swift blows. I now suspect that all Ultramen present are merely playing pretend. May I report this? First generation brother, Max. Mebius, witnessing the successive defeats of his comrades, roared as he charged forward. Back to the cosmic prison with you. Mebius. Do you truly believe we would return to the cosmic prison? Xiaoyu grasped Mebius and Appos, fist. The lad had at least trained on Earth. It is what remained lacking. Wait. Did you expect someone who could take Leo's flying kick head-on to possess intelligence? You must be deluded. He turned to see Hikaru standing aside. Night Ray. Hikaru unleashed a beam of light towards Xiaoyu, only for Xiaoyu to effortlessly block it with a casual gesture. You come here too. With that, Xiaoyu summoned an irresistible force, pulling Hikaru closer. Tornado, destroy the parking lot. Xiaoyu spun, grasping both individuals, summoning a colossal tornado that swept away all the battling Ultramen in its wake. Belial? This is a novel approach. Why had I not considered this before? He turned to face Zophi and Seven, who were engaged in combat with him. What are you planning? Do not approach. A sense of foreboding gripped Zophi and Seven. Fear not. I too wish to indulge in the tornado. Rest assured, it won in Appos. T hurt. Soon, another tornado emerged. All the battling Ultramen were swiftly defeated by these 2 formidable whirlwinds. Ha ha. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Life ought to be lived this way, perpetually steeped in hatred. Anything less is far too painful. Belial laughed heartily, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation. Why had he never felt this joy before? Ah. It was because no one had shared in his madness at that time, hence the absence of joy. Belial observed Xiaoyu, who flung the unconscious forms of 2 opponents, sending them flying into the unknown. In kind, Belial cast aside his own 2 adversaries. It seems this individual is quite the playful spirit. The plasma spark tower stood before them. Belial, surrender now. Belial, we shall return you to the cosmic prison. Belial, prepare yourself. As Eddie and Jack continued their declarations, Ace charged towards Xiaoyu and his companion, wielding the 8-split light wheel. Xiaoyu merely chuckled. Ace, are you seeking total annihilation? The cool moonlight shines for you. Jack and Eddie, what is this sudden BGM, and why do I feel an ominous premonition? Belial regarded Ace, saying, You little brat, who instructed you on the proper use of the 8-split light wheel? He raised the ultimate battle instrument, firing a light projectile from its apex. Ace was immediately sent flying, crashing into the plasma spark tower and Appos' wall, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. A mage should remain at the rear, casting spells. Why must you engage in physical combat? Belial glared at Ace, who Xiaoyu had mentioned was a warrior proficient in many forbidden techniques of the Land of Light and the adopted son of Taiken. Oh, a fragile mage attempting to engage in close combat. Eddie, step aside. I shall take on both of them alone. Suddenly, Jack interjected. Eddie, Jack, have you been drinking counterfeit liquor today? Eddie, you do not understand. Jack wore a knowing expression, recognizing that they were 2 individuals. Could the plasma spark be perceived as a sun? With 2 individuals, and the sun present, would it not trigger my passive ability? Xiaoyu paused, bewildered. Wait, my friend. Can that actually activate your passive? What nonsense are you spouting? I have no time to waste on your frivolities. Belial and Appos' patience had worn thin, and he brandished the ultimate battle instrument, prepared to engage in a 1-on-2 fight. Jack, I did not mean for you to fight both. I meant for me to take both on. Why are you deviating from the established order? Xiaoyu gazed at the summit of the plasma spark tower and leaped into the air. Chapter 34. The Spirit of Ultra. How much does it cost per pound? Summer Rain, I sense a call from my mother. If only I could stay by her side for a few millennia, I would surely ascend to greatness once more. Dark Luciel was overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, he felt his essence rejoicing. Has it truly been so long? Could it not be expedited? It is possible. But it would require the complete refinement of the plasma spark, which I am incapable of achieving. Dark Luciel shook his head. The plasma spark nurtured his true form, akin to his connection with the mother of the galaxy. To recover swiftly, he would need to refine his mother. And Luciel longed for Summer Rain to orchestrate a crisis that would plunge the world into despair, harvesting the light of hope from humanity. At last, they arrived at the location of the plasma spark. Summer Rain gazed at the energy-emitting orb, and a stir of emotion arose within him. The energy radiating from this plasma spark surpassed even that of the Eternal Core. Kelmyra observed the plasma spark, reminiscent of her first sighting of the Eternal Core. Exuding a sacred aura, she had witnessed the battle between Summer Rain and Belial, recognizing that any foe they had vanquished was of comparable strength, if not more formidable. It dawned on her that the outside world harbored such powerful beings. The four of them had indeed been rather insular. Now, Kelmyra's resolve to grow stronger was further solidified. As she beheld the warm plasma spark, Summer Rain could not resist extending his hand to touch it. However, before he could make contact, a strong hand seized his outstretched arm. Where did you come from? Summer Rain questioned the suddenly appearing Ultra Father, bewildered. Just a moment ago. You were nowhere to be seen. Are you human or ghost? I have always been here. You simply failed to notice. Ultra Father replied, somewhat exasperated. Yet he imparted a profound saying. Have you lost the spirit of an Ultra warrior? The spirit of Ultra? What is that? How much does it cost per pound? Summer Rain retorted, shaking off the man and amp, Appos, S grip and countering with a punch. You are utterly incomprehensible. Comparing divine and noble Ultra spirit with mere currency. What nonsense. I discarded that triviality eons ago. Ever since I lost that worthless thing, I have felt liberated. Belial swooped in, taking advantage of the distraction between Ultra Father and Summer Rain to launch a surprise attack. Tychon, in disbelief, gazed at his long-lost comrade. You resort to ambush? You little scoundrel, unable to face me directly. Tychon, long time no see. Did you miss me? Belial smirked, wielding the ultimate combat device, eyeing his old friend with ill intent. You've been exiled from the Land of Light. What brings you back? Huh? What are you talking about? Exiled from the Land of Light. Tychon, why have you rebelled? Your actions are truly disheartening. Belial laughed heartily, looking at Ultra Father as if he were a fool. Who decreed that the Land of Light belongs to you? Can it not belong to me as well? Belial believed the Land of Light could never be his, for an Ultra King still resided there. His current words were merely to irritate Tychon. Belial, you. Tychon's fury ignited upon hearing those words, and he immediately clashed with Belial. Now, no one can stop me. Summer Rain again reached out to touch the plasma spark. Suddenly, he felt an intense sense of danger and vanished from his spot. A searing beam of light erupted from a nearby space, striking the very spot where Summer Rain had stood moments before. Alas, it missed. Before them appeared a towering giant, approximately 70 meters tall, adorned with a pentagram crystal on his forehead. Jonia's Ultra, what brings you here? Summer Rain, having reappeared near the plasma spark, regarded the sudden apparition with a furrowed brow. Jonias, the mightiest of planet U40, matched the strength of the self-introduction alien. Thank you for coming to aid the Land of Light. Please, stop this dark giant. Meanwhile, Ultra Father, struggling to hold on, felt a slight relief upon seeing Jonias. He had sent a distress signal as soon as Belial escaped from the cosmic prison. Acutely aware of Belial and Appos' terrifying nature, Ultra Father had presumed that with both himself and Jonias present, they could confine Belial back to the cosmic prison. However, he had not anticipated the presence of this unfamiliar dark giant, who was nearly as formidable as Belial. Rest assured, I will halt this adversary. Jonias nodded. Even without Ultra Father and Appos' urging, he would not stand idly by. After all, Planet U40 and the Land of Light were both homelands of the Light Giants. The principle of mutual survival was self-evident. It seemed the situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Summer Rain observed the arrival of Jonias, a character not originally in the plot. First, Tarikia, now Jonias, who would be the next unexpected ally? Jonias, this place is too confined. Let us step outside to battle. Summer Rain soared from the plasma spark tower, with Jonias swiftly following. Who are you? And why do you associate with Belial? Indeed, why do I ally with Belial? I, too, am seeking answers. Summer Rain responded nonsensically. And they commenced their battle. Tychon, you're impressive. After your battle with the Ampera aliens years ago, You were left with only one kidney. Yet you still fathered a son. I must say, you were remarkable. Belial remarked derisively at Ultra Father. When did you become so verbose? Tychon glared at Belial. Can't you keep your mouth shut? No one here considers you mute. After all these years, can you still satisfy Mary? I've heard that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Why not send Mary my way? I could nourish her. Then return her to you. What do you think? Belial chuckled, relishing the sight of Ultra Father's frustration. Chapter 35. The Ambition of the Chancellor. The legacy of Wei Wu Taijian. Alas, you have aged and become feeble. As Belial hurled insults to provoke Father Ultraman, he sought the latter and Apo's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, seizing an opportunity when Father Ultraman was distracted, Belial unleashed the ultimate battle instrument upon his kidney. You. Taijian clutched his side, gazing at Belial, rendered speechless by the pain. Despite being stronger than I am now, you choose to strike at my weakness. You lack martial ethics. At that moment, Mother Ultraman appeared within the Plasma Spark Tower, rushing over to aid the injured Father Ultraman. Oh, Mary, you've come. Belial positioned himself between Mother Ultraman and Father Ultraman, eyeing her increasingly voluptuous form. Chancellor Chao, I have come to a realization. Upon seeing Belial's gaze, Mother Ultraman felt a wave of fear and instinctively launched an attack against him. Forget it. Even if I were to possess your body now, I could never claim your heart. A forcibly acquired fruit is not sweet. Observing Mother Ultraman and Apo's actions, Belial shook his head and swiftly struck her, sending her tumbling beside Father Ultraman. Let this pair of lovebirds remain here, accompanying the Land of Light. With a swift motion, Belial seized the plasma spark torch and soared into the sky. With the energy supply from the plasma spark severed, the entire Land of Light began to freeze, centered around the plasma spark tower. If this final glimmer were to vanish, the Land of Light would surely perish. Father Ultraman, witnessing the last flicker of light where the plasma spark once resided, rose to his feet, determined to shield this fragment of brilliance with his own body. However, Belial and Apo's assault was too vicious. The pain in his kidney rendered him immobile. The protection of the Land of Light rests upon my shoulders. At that moment, a figure rushed forth, forcibly absorbing the remaining light into himself. Upon closer inspection, it was Ace, who had awakened first after losing consciousness. Ace, well done. Our foster son has safeguarded the final glimmer of hope. In the end, Taijian and Mary were encased in ice, and the entire Land of Light had transformed into a colossal ice sphere. Jonius, return now. Perhaps you can still rescue Father Ultraman. In the cosmos, Summer Rain was engaged in a fierce battle with Jonius, who, upon seeing the frozen Land of Light, let out a derisive scoff. Humph. Jonius grunted and swiftly darted towards the Land of Light. Outnumbered 2-1 against Belial, he knew he stood no chance and resolved to check on Father Ultraman and Apo's condition. Let us venture to the monster graveyard, where I shall present you with a gift. Belial laughed heartily, leading Summer Rain swiftly towards the monster graveyard. Along the way, they encountered the unconscious Seven and his companions, yet Summer Rain chose not to disturb them. Upon arriving at the monster graveyard, Belial proclaimed, "Awaken, my comrades. I require your assistance." He plunged the plasma spark torch into the earth, and instantly, the souls of the monsters, invigorated by the energy of the plasma spark, began to awaken from their slumber. Summer Rain, do you see? This is my army of monsters. What do you think? Is it not splendid? Belial beamed with pride as he showcased the monsters entering the ultimate battle instrument. Mediocre at best, most are mere cannon fodder, composed of little more than dirt, easily shattered. Summer Rain approached a Red King and, with a gentle touch, it crumbled to dust, only for the surrounding earth to shift and reveal a new Red King. Seeing this, Belial awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Do not be deceived by their imposing appearance. In truth, their combat strength is but a fraction of their peak capabilities. We must hurry. The old codger, Ultraman King, must have caught wind of our activities. There is no escape. I have never intended to flee. Belial raised his head, his gaze piercing into the distance. From the moment that Zarabian appeared with the ultimate battle instrument, Belial knew he was ensnared in a trap. After all, should such a crucial item truly be lost, Ultraman King would undoubtedly scour the universe to retrieve it and continue the sealing process. Moreover, given the magnitude of the crisis in the Land of Light, how could Ultraman King remain oblivious? Were it not for my encounter with Summer Rain in the prison, listening to his tales and witnessing the myriad schemes among humanity, I might have truly believed I could overturn the Land of Light. Those who have lived long often harbor deep cunning. Do you understand? Summer Rain was astounded. This was not the Belial he recognized. I, Belial, have always believed myself devoid of emotion, willing to resort to any means to achieve my goals. However, since meeting you, I have come to realize that I am not without feelings. Rather, some individuals are unworthy of my genuine regard. Belial gazed earnestly at Summer Rain, expressing his gratitude. I am delighted to have met you. You have rescued me from the abyss of hatred. Summer Rain regarded Belial with a strange look. Was this truly the same Belial? Could it be that he remained trapped in an illusory world? Consider this. The once loyal Fukiuchi Kei was easily discarded by you, yet now you speak of sincerity. After some contemplation, Summer Rain came to understand. The Belial of that time had succumbed to madness after repeated failures. It was his last chance. Yet now, with Summer Rain's aid, he had emerged from the shadows of hatred, recognizing his own shortcomings and admitting he was indeed inferior to Taijin. Now, Belial yearned to prove that he surpassed Taijin by leaps and bounds. I possess nothing I can offer you. Therefore, I have decided to bestow upon you the ultimate battle instrument. Do not resist. I have lifted the restrictions upon it. Simply consume my essence with your own. Belial looked at the ultimate battle instrument in his hands, tears glistening in his eyes. Old friend, following me, you may face destruction in this battle, but with Summer Rain, you shall not. Do not hesitate. This is not like you. Very well. Since you offer it, I shall accept. Summer Rain grasped the ultimate battle instrument and immediately began to refine it. I can see your obsession with the plasma spark. Go forth, for the me of yesteryear was unrecognized. Let us see if you can earn the recognition of the plasma spark now. By the way, may I borrow the ultimate battle instrument for a time? When I am defeated, it shall automatically seek you out. Upon hearing Belial and Appo's words, Summer Rain approached the plasma spark. He extended his hand and touched it, whereupon the plasma spark erupted with a blinding radiance, enveloping Summer Rain entirely. When the light faded, not a trace of Summer Rain remained in the monster graveyard. It seems this lad has successfully gained the recognition of the plasma spark. Belial chuckled as he observed the plasma spark. The intense light earlier bore no malice. Even as it illuminated him, it felt warm. With that said, Belial turned his gaze towards the entrance of the monster graveyard, his eyes filled with profound depth. Ultraman King, are you beginning to cultivate new warriors once again? Has this stepping stone transformed from the Ampelins to my Belial? However, it remains uncertain who truly serves as the stepping stone for whom. Chapter 36. The affection from Mother, where is this place? Carmilla, where are you? I am right beside you, do not shout. Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. Surrounded by a vast expanse of white, Carmilla was equally astonished by this space, where warmth prevailed, devoid of coldness. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt a searing sensation in his hand. Extending it forward, he noticed two patterns glowing. From Xiaoyu's hand, dark sparks and galactic sparks erupted simultaneously. Super Entity Manifestation, Dark Luciole. Super Entity Manifestation, Galactic Ultraman. Mother. Dark Luciole and Galactic shouted upwards, then bowed their heads. The essence within you is akin to my own. It appears you were truly birthed from me. A gentle, compassionate female voice echoed from above. Listening to this voice, Xiaoyu felt all unease dissipate, leaving only tranquility. Yet, I have not yet conceived the idea of nurturing beings. It seems you have traveled from the future. Moreover, there is an uncanny aura about you. You must have escaped from that illusory world. In an instant, the hidden cards of Xiaoyu and his companions were completely exposed by this plasma spark, causing Xiaoyu to break into a cold sweat. Do not fear me. You are all my children, and no mother would harm her offspring. If she does, she certainly does not deserve the title of mother. The reassuring voice of the plasma spark calmed Xiaoyu, for he realized he had no retreat left. Mother. Do you know of that illusory world? Indeed, it is a product that instills fear in all. Fortunately, you have destroyed it. Or else the entire multidimensional universe would likely have succumbed to its dominion. As Xiaoyu absorbed the plasma spark's words, his brow furrowed. This must be the esteemed figure referred to by the eye. Who could it be? Emperor Careful? Or someone else? This multidimensional universe is exceedingly complex. You two should recover quickly, for with your current strength, you would be mere fodder before it. Just as the plasma spark finished speaking, two immense essences descended from above, enveloping Galactic and Luciole. Xiaoyu, what a fine name. However, you are not yet a giant of light. Your self-protection capabilities are woefully inadequate. With merely a few small Karamis in your possession, you cannot safeguard yourself. The plasma spark cast a disapproving glance at Xiaoyu as an essence descended, encasing him. You little girl, Your power is rather feeble. In such circumstances, you cannot assist him. Hurry, make your move quickly, or else you may find yourself outpaced by others. And that would not be enjoyable. Carmela was also enveloped by an essence. After all this, the plasma spark sighed, pondering the inscrutable fate that had drawn her into this affair. Do not be deceived by my apparent omniscience. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and his companions, I revealed their secrets. Yet I possess no combat strength whatsoever. I command vast amounts of essence, yet cannot wield it to enhance my own prowess. If I could fight, Belial would not dream of usurping the plasma spark. The situation of the plasma spark mirrors that of Slim June. He possesses immense supernatural energy but lacks an offensive mechanism. And so does she. Little one, the burden of protecting your mother now rests upon your shoulders. My safety is entirely dependent on you. Watching Xiaoyu as he gradually transformed, a benevolent visage emerged. As a mother, I shall bestow upon you an additional boon, the plasma spark. Noticing the cards Xiaoyu bore, curled her lips into a sly smile. A group of ancient beings has conspired to draw me into this. Believing I am incapable of retaliation, but worry not, I have my son to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Belial awaited the arrival of the Light Kingdom's entourage. At a certain moment, Belial raised his head, gazing towards a direction where nothing was visible, yet he nodded knowingly. Curious, can this fellow sense me? The King of Ultra raised an eyebrow, feeling perplexed. But why is only Belial present? Where is Dark Zaki? Not long ago, he sensed Dark Zaki and Amp, Oppos, as presence, only for it to vanish unexpectedly. Never mind, let Noah deal with that troublesome Dark Zaki. Observing the significantly altered Belial, the King of Ultra contemplated a strategy. If you can conquer the barrier within your heart, the future you shall emerge far more powerful, surpassing Taijane. Should you fail, what awaits you is death. After casting one last glance at Belial, the King of Ultra departed. Belial was a warrior he had once nurtured, and a series of plans revolved around him. Now, the King of Ultra was set to cultivate yet another warrior. All of this is in preparation to confront that entity. Have they arrived? Belial, bearing the ultimate battle instrument, gazed at the beams of light approaching from the monster graveyard's entrance, his expression grave as he observed their descent. What are these individuals doing here, wasting my sentiments? Upon recognizing them, Belial found no desire to engage in battle. Belial, return the plasma spark. Taro shouted at Belial, who was hoisting the ultimate battle instrument. Taro, have you found your little darling yet? No, I assumed as much. Otherwise, you would not be here. Belial regarded the figures emerging from the monster graveyard, thinking that if they wanted the plasma spark, they must first defeat his army of monsters. One beast after another erupted from the ultimate battle instrument, landing on the ground and roaring towards Taro and the others. Oh, there's an intriguing little fellow among you. Belial's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a man standing atop Mebius. I am curious about the delight of inciting you to turn against one another. With that, before anyone could react, a beam infused with the bloodline of the Riablandians surged into Lei and Oppos' body. In an instant, Lei transformed from a human form into the state of Leonix, his eyes blood-red and ferocious. Summon monster, Gamora. A fully red Gamora appeared, launching an assault against Mebius and his companions. Fighting against a bunch of little kids is rather dull. Belial extracted a stone and began to listen intently to the sounds emanating from it. It was a recording stone, narrating the tale of the three kingdoms as recounted by Xiaoyu. Chapter 37. Zafi, you have made quite an achievement. Ray, stop it. Seven shouted, his weary body straining against the odds. Their situation was dire. Although the monsters resurrected by Belial were not at their peak strength, they would swiftly revive under the influence of plasma sparks after being defeated. With an overwhelming number of foes, even a cat could perish. Not to mention the enigmatic Ray, whose Gamora defied all logic. Upon hearing Seven's voice, Ray showed no signs of regaining his senses. Instead, he commanded Gamora to turn its wrath upon the battered Seven Ultraman. At last, a figure broke through the ranks of the monster army, approaching Belial. Belial, return the plasma spark. Zafi, well done. You've earned your stars. Belial interrupted his narration, his eyes narrowing with fury. Really, you lack perception. I was just getting to the climax. My sword is no less formidable. This was bestowed upon me by the Mother of Ultra. Do you possess such a mark? Zafi proudly displayed his medal, lifting his chin defiantly at Belial. Very well, Zafi, you have successfully incited my wrath. Belial carefully stowed away the recording stone and readied the ultimate battle instrument to teach this little one a lesson. At that moment, Several beams of light shot towards the entrance of the monster graveyard. What a lively scene! Dana exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. I'm here to assist you. Without hesitation, he charged at Belial, grasping his waist in a bid to initiate a righteous 2-on-1 battle. Two will not be my match. With Dana's intervention, both he and Zafi found themselves at the mercy of Belial and Imp, Apos' onslaught. How infuriating. How can this guy be so powerful? What weapon is this? It hurts so much. Driven by anger, Dana switched forms to his robust version, seizing the ultimate battle instrument and launching into a struggle for the weapon. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such strength. A surge of immense power emanated from the ultimate battle instrument, momentarily surprising Belial. Of course, I am formidable. I am the one who defeated Gyranusfit. Tell me, am I not strong? Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace descended not far from Raymond, and all members began their mission to rescue their comrade. Here we go. The most talkative rescue operation has begun. They encircled Raymond, now transformed into his Leonix form, launching into a rallying speech. Ray, you are our most vital companion. Ray, remember when you promised to travel with us? Finally, Hinata approached, embracing Raymond and landing a punch on the chest that had previously been struck by Seven's head emblem. The world fell silent as the raging Gamora returned to Raymond's battle instrument. Raymond reverted to his normal state, while Belial grappled with Zafi and Dana. He kept a vigilant eye on Raymond's situation. Friendship? Bonds? Does such a thing truly exist? If it does, could I also obtain a person's friendship? Belial muttered, reminiscing about the days before the Land of Light was besieged by the Empyreans, when he shared a deep camaraderie with Taiken. Now, all that remained was mutual hatred. The thought of Taiken fueled Belial's rage as he swung the ultimate battle instrument, inflicting further torment upon Dana and Zafi. Zafi's timer had long since begun to flicker, while Dana's remained a steadfast blue, showing no signs of activation. How infuriating. How can this guy be so strong? Should I employ the energy my elder left for me? Dana contemplated whether to unleash his hidden power to defeat this foe. Perhaps it was best to refrain, as he was merely a bystander in this conflict. The affairs of the Land of Light were not his own. If he could not prevail, he could still escape. On the other hand, Zafi's timer was nearing its end. With determination, he removed his head emblem and hurled it towards the entrance of the monster graveyard. Please. Zafi collapsed, leaving behind only a final breath. On planet K-76, Ryu was still pummeling Zero. Zero, no longer cursing Ryu, realized that the more he scolded, the harder he was hit. After days of being mercilessly beaten, Zero had developed remarkable resilience. At that moment, a head emblem flew in from an unknown source, embedding itself near Zero. Is this Zafi's head emblem? Zero picked it up, curious about its presence. Speaking of Zafi, Zero felt a wave of irritation. Had it not been for Zafi and Imp, Apos' suggestion to send him here, he would not have endured such relentless punishment from Ryu. Just then, the King of Ultra descended, examining the information carried by Zafi and Imp, Apos' emblem. Feigning surprise, he proclaimed, Belial has emerged. The Land of Light is in grave peril. Your father, 7 Ultraman, is calling for your aid. Father? I have a father? Zero exclaimed in disbelief. In his memories, Zero had been raised in the welfare institution of the Land of Light, alone since birth. How could he not know he had a father? Zero, you must go. Of course, I will go. Zero interjected, eager to respond before the king could finish. Rescuing his father was trivial. More importantly, he could finally escape Ryu and Apos' clutches. Go, Zero, defeat Belial. As Zero and Apos' training armor shed itself, he soared into the sky. You little rascal, what have you done to Zero? The King of Ultra chastised Ryu, who had relentlessly assaulted Zero without pause. I had no choice, since I couldn't reach Zafi. I had to vent my frustrations on his son. Ryu glanced at Zero's departing figure, a hint of regret in his eyes. He's gone. It will be hard to catch him again. Perhaps I won't even be able to defeat him anymore. Enough of this. You two should go lend your support. The King of Ultra dismissed Ryu and his brother, gazing deeply into the cosmos. At that moment, she seemed to take the initiative. But perhaps that was her intention all along. My elaborate scheme was not in vain. After uttering a cryptic remark, the King of Ultra vanished from planet K-76. Chapter 38. The arrival of Belial Dora. The boring game of pretend play comes to an end. With a swift kick, Belial sent Zafi flying, then seized Dinah's hand, rendering him powerless. If this is all you can muster, then the plasma spark shall remain beyond your grasp. Belial observed the flickering timers on Taro and his companions' chests. Belial, I will not spare you. Taro, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? Your breath is quite formidable. Taro was left speechless, his frustration evident. Yet words eluded him. Just as despair enveloped Taro and his allies, a sudden explosion erupted as a dozen monsters were struck by two streaks of light. Who? Belial gazed upward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The main event has finally arrived. The two streaks of light returned to the head of Ciro, who, upon witnessing his savior, 7, placed his head spear upon him. Child, you have finally come. I have arrived, father. Rest easy. I shall avenge you. 7, bewildered, exclaimed, Wait, I and Amp, Apos, am not dead yet. I can still be saved. Unfortunately, Ciro was too preoccupied to heed 7 and Amp, Apos' words, directing his sharp gaze toward Belial. I am Ciro, son of Ultraman 7. Now, I shall send you back. Son of 7, come forth. I am here, ready to witness how you intend to send me back. Belial laughed heartily, kicking Dinah aside, his expression growing serious as he scrutinized Ciro. Is this the new warrior that the old fool of the King of Ultra has trained? Does he wish to use me as a stepping stone? Belial and Amp, Apos' thoughts raced as he regarded Ciro, his demeanor darkening. Who becomes whose stepping stone is yet to be determined. All the monsters parted to grant Ciro a path to confront Belial. Be cautious, Ciro. Belial is immensely powerful, Taro urged, for they placed their sole hope in him. Ciro nodded, grasping the two ice axes atop his head. He charged forward, and Belial raised the ultimate battle instrument to meet him. As they drew near, Belial lifted the instrument, unleashing a tremendous weight that bore down upon Ciro. Ciro crossed his ice axes, bracing himself against Belial's formidable strike. These two warriors stood at the pinnacle of strength within the universe. One, once a key player against the Ampelia aliens, the other, the current zenith of the Land of Light's fighting prowess. One renowned, the other youthful and fervent. The battle commenced, one fighting to save the Land of Light, the other striving to prove his worth. With each blow of the ultimate battle instrument, Belial's power threatened to rend the heavens. Ciro, agile and resolute, wielded his ice axes with unmatched sharpness, parrying Belial's assaults. Both warriors were among the elite in the cosmos. Dinah observed their clash, sighing. Having traversed many realms, he had yet to encounter true peril due to his prowess. Yet, before these two titans, he felt utterly inadequate. Unless he were to summon the strength bestowed upon him by his elder brother, he would be unable to contend with them. Taro lamented the transformation of once kindred spirits into relentless foes. What exhilaration! Fighting you is far more entertaining than battling those weaklings from the Land of Light. I never imagined that 7 could produce such a formidable offspring. Belial's laughter echoed, acknowledging Ciro as a worthy opponent, far surpassing the frail remnants of the past. I will defeat you, Belial, Ciro declared, his focus unwavering, revealing no weaknesses. We shall see if you possess the skill. They had traded blows for hundreds of rounds, each employing martial arts and light skills, yet neither could gain the upper hand. In a moment of strategy, Ciro feigned a vulnerability. Belial, seizing the opportunity, raised the ultimate battle instrument to strike. You fell for my ruse. Ciro caught the blow and retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to Belial and Amp, Apos' arm. Belial felt a sharp pain as the ultimate battle instrument slipped from his grasp, only to be seized and hurled away by Ciro. Belial, you have been defeated, Ciro proclaimed, beginning his offensive against the now weakened Belial. With Belial stripped of the ultimate battle instrument, his strength diminished significantly, rendering him no match for Ciro. It is over, Belial. After launching Belial several thousand meters away, Ciro positioned his two ice axes at his chest. A beam of explosive energy surged forth, sending Belial into the magma of the monster graveyard. Victory was Ciro's. The new hero of the Land of Light had emerged. Splendid. Taro and the others rejoiced, having witnessed Ciro's triumph over Belial. Ciro quickly retrieved the energy core. Understood. Ciro nodded, preparing to claim the plasma spark torch. Do you truly believe you have one? Belial's voice resonated ominously within the monster graveyard. From the magma, Belial emerged, enveloped in a sinister purple glow. The souls of the fallen monsters began to coalesce around him. A tremendous roar erupted within the graveyard, causing mountains to crumble and magma to surge. A colossal beast resembling a demon materialized, its form composed of various monster parts. The 100-body monster, Belialdora. Come now, Ciro. Let us see if you can defeat me in this form. Atop Belialdora and Apos' head stood Belial himself. Have we arrived too late? At that moment, Leo and Astra finally reached the monster graveyard. No, let us unite and vanquish this behemoth. Taro rallied the Ultraman warriors to engage in battle. This is futile. Our attacks pose no threat to this creature. Soon, Taro and his companions realized their efforts were utterly ineffective against Belialdora. Even a swarm of ants cannot fell an elephant. And you think you can defeat me? Belial laughed, taunting them. King of Ultra, do not blame me for my ruthless approach. The stepping stone has shifted from me to Zero. As the Ultraman warriors found themselves at a loss, Raymond spotted the ultimate battle instrument lying nearby. I have a brilliant idea. Riding Litra, he approached the ultimate battle instrument and placed his own battle instrument atop it, attempting to disrupt the monster's minds that Belial had merged. However, Raymond discovered he could not harness the ultimate battle instrument. Yet, as he agitated it, the instrument began to vanish from sight. Raymond. Oh, is this part of your scheme, King of Ultra? Observing the disappearing instrument, Belial realized his defeat. The ultimate battle instrument had anticipated his failure and sought refuge with Xiaoyu. This time I have lost, but I shall not falter next time. Zero quickly harnessed the energy core's power to eliminate Belial. Taro shouted to Zero. As Zero approached the plasma spark, he extended his hands forward. Old fool, you've plotted quite well. However, my strength does not come without a price. The plasma spark began to glow, bestowing power upon Zero. Before long, the two ice axes in Zero and Imp, Apos, grasp fused into a colossal blade. Belial, meet your demise. Zero soared before Belial, delivering a decisive strike. Subsequently, the assembly of heroes unleashed their beams of light, ultimately vanquishing the vile demon. Chapter 39. I, Source, demand compensation. Peter, your schemes are quite remarkable. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word. In the peculiar space, the King of Ultras gazed at the energy doppelganger of plasma sparks that had manifested. Feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. I am already involved, and you ought to provide some compensation. The plasma spark had no desire to engage in a debate with this old rascal. In the entire multidimensional universe, who doesn't he know that Peter, seemingly benign, harbors a multitude of sinister intentions? If one does not guard against this crafty old fellow, he will leave you in utter ruin. Do not be deceived by the triviality of this matter concerning Belial. In the future, this old scoundrel will undoubtedly have further schemes aimed at her. Otherwise, why would she endeavor to give birth to new beings? And you, the other old-timers, were it not for your tacit approval, would Peter dare to be so audacious? The plasma spark redirected its ire towards the figures gathered around Peter. Source, you are aware that we are ensnared in a predicament, and we have no choice but to draw you into our schemes. Moreover, you understand his true nature. You possess an abundance of primal essence, and once he breaks free, you shall be his first target. A figure enveloped in silvery radiance addressed the plasma spark, or rather, Source, thus. Source remained silent. She knew she could no longer maintain her neutrality. When that time arrives, those who remain neutral, like her, will be the first to be eliminated. Despite the amiable words from these individuals, should she refrain from actively participating, they might resort to coercive measures to extract her primal essence. As for why they currently dare not do so, unless they find themselves in an absolute deadlock, they would not take such drastic actions. Should they proceed now? Do they wish for him to break free prematurely? Observing Source's acquiescence, Peter and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Should Source not take the initiative to join, they would surely resort to force. However, such actions bear significant risks, potentially rendering their prior plans to naught. In the worst-case scenario, should Source unleash all her primal essence, the multidimensional universe might shatter, causing him to break free ahead of schedule. If that were to occur, the consequences would be dire. These old codgers believe they can bully me because I cannot retaliate. Just wait until Xiaoyu matures completely. At that time, I shall demand apologies from each and every one of you. Source glared at the old-timers, extending her hand. Hurry, I am now your ally. Swiftly, I require an enhancement. What enhancement do you seek? In the peculiar space, all eyes turned towards Source. The King and Imp, Apos, Cloak, the Shield of Paragis, the Cauldron of Miracles, the Cosmic Holy Sword. Source, entirely oblivious to the notion of politeness, uttered each name, causing the countenance of one figure after another to darken ominously. We still have significant use for these items. We cannot part with them, but we can offer you alternatives. Peter tossed out a treasure and then departed at light speed, followed closely by the others. Such worthless trinkets from this group of old-timers. No matter, Having something is better than having nothing. After Source departed, Peter and the others returned. This individual, Source, possesses the purest essence of light and darkness. Her voluntary involvement suggests a desire to create a being endowed with the innate mastery of these essences. Let us categorize Source and Apos, S offspring as a priority for cultivation. Let us see if we can foster a top-tier savior before he breaks free. The group began to discuss animatedly, for time was of the essence. In the land of light, the plasma spark had returned to the plasma spark tower, illuminating the entire realm. Meanwhile, Zero had emerged as the new hero of the land of light, single-handedly vanquishing the nightmarish Belial. Today, the paramount figures of the land of light congregated within the plasma spark tower, observing the plasma spark, which radiated with an intensified brilliance. Hikari. Could there be an issue with the plasma spark? I am uncertain. The diagnostics indicate no problems. The father of Ultra turned to Hikari, furrowing his brow in inquiry. At that moment, within the plasma spark, Xiaoyu, you have awakened. Do not worry. The operation was a success, and you are now a girl. Xiaoyu nearly fainted upon hearing her mother's words. Mother, please do not scare me like that. People can die from fright. The space resonated with peals of silver bell-like laughter. Indeed, children are far more amusing. All right, I shall not tease you further. Take a look at your present form. A mirror appeared before Xiaoyu. Before her stood not a human, but an ultra-warrior, her entire being adorned in silver and black, with armor gracing her chest and a diamond-shaped crystal atop her head. Truly, my son, how splendid you are. Source beamed, as if envisioning her son reigning over the universe in a future time. Why are these two still in slumber? Xiaoyu shifted her gaze to the figures beside her, discovering that Galaxy and Rugier had yet to awaken. Recovering from severe injuries takes time, and in their case, it is far from over. Moreover, this little girl has too weak a foundation. This is not the optimal time for her to awaken. Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. So, after I step out, I shall transition from a quartet to being all alone. Yes, however, I have relinquished the restrictions. You may use the crystal upon your forehead to return here at any moment. Source gazed at Xiaoyu with kindness, speaking gently. By the way, I have a gift for you. As she spoke, a sphere of light materialized before Xiaoyu. This is a cosmic wonder I acquired from Peter and his cohorts. You may perceive it as a means to generate enhancements. I have infused it with a copious amount of primal essence. What do you desire? Channel your thoughts into it. Gazing at the cosmic wonder, Xiaoyu contemplated what she currently lacked. Mother, let us place it here for now. I do not yet require any additional enhancements. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyu set the cosmic wonder aside. Very well, Mother, take care of them. I shall be on my way. With that, a portal of light appeared before Xiaoyu, and without hesitation, she stepped through. In the land of light, the plasma spark emitted a blinding radiance, prompting the surrounding figures, including Tai Jian, to instinctively shield their eyes. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Xiaoyu materialized before Tai Jian and the others. Chapter 40. Is it not customary for elders to gift the younger generation? Who are you? With a wary expression, Tai Jian assumed a defensive stance as he confronted the suddenly appeared Xiaoyu. This individual is exceedingly mysterious, having materialized in the plasma spark tower. If he harbors ill intentions, the entire light kingdom may face impending calamity. Father, he seems to have emerged from the plasma spark, Tai Luo whispered as he approached Tai Jian. At that moment, an elderly figure cloaked in a robe materialized within the tower. So soon? It has only been a short while since the situation was established, and now a being has emerged. I suspect you had ulterior motives. Upon sensing the innate essence that resonated with the source, the Ultra King lowered his guard. Your Majesty, all the Ultra warriors present saluted the Ultra King, with the exception of Xiaoyu. Rise. This warrior, born of the plasma spark, is now considered a member of your light kingdom. The Ultra King spoke slowly, nodding at Xiaoyu. What is your name? Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, excellent. You are now a member of the light kingdom. I have high hopes for you, the Ultra King declared before preparing to depart. Wait. Xiaoyu called out to him. What is it? Do you have further inquiries? No. But my mother mentioned that when elders meet their juniors, they should present a gift. As you are my elder, should you not bestow upon me a token of our meeting? With that, Xiaoyu blinked innocently, gazing at the Ultra King with wide, pure eyes. The Ultra King hesitated, reluctant to respond. Hasn't Apos, your mother already requested items from us? Why ask again? What should I do? I feel averse to gifting this child. Can I refuse? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Your Majesty, There is indeed such a custom on Earth. Elders are expected to present gifts to their juniors. The Ultra Father interjected unexpectedly. Since this unfamiliar warrior was birthed from the plasma spark and acknowledged by the Ultra King as part of the Light Kingdom, this was an opportune moment to secure a benefit for their own. The Ultra Father knew well that the Ultra King possessed an abundance of valuable items. Any gift from him would be akin to a powerful boon for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the Ultra Father, thinking, what a kind person. Fortunately, he had not recognized Xiaoyu as the Dark Zaki who had previously allied with Belial in attacking the Light Kingdom. Otherwise, the Ultra Father would not have spoken so freely. You are so kind to me. I shall spare you next time. The Ultra King narrowed his eyes at the Ultra Father. Excellent. Fortune has smiled upon me. With so many witnesses present, the Ultra King could not refuse. He produced a piece of armor and instantly donned it upon Xiaoyu. If you seek a meeting gift, you must first pass a trial. Ciro, take Xiaoyu out for training. Elevate this child and amp Appo's prowess. Observing Xiaoyu and amp Appo's suddenly despondent expression, the Ultra King smiled subtly. You think you can challenge me? Your smile may fade, but it will merely transfer from your face to mine. Having completed this, the Ultra King vanished without a trace. Haha, kid. You boldly asked the Ultra King for a meeting gift, and now look at you, clad in training armor. Ciro approached Xiaoyu, patting his shoulder, laughter unceasing. Come. The Ultra King has assigned me a task. I will take you out for training. Ciro, ensure Xiaoyu's safety. Rest assured, I will. Savin admonished Ciro. As the father and son deliberated on where to train Xiaoyu, the Ultra Father had already departed the Plasma Spark Tower, and the Ultra Brothers prepared to leave the Light Kingdom for cosmic assignments. Were it not for the anomalies within the Plasma Spark, they would not have returned. Wait, Leo. Suddenly, Xiaoyu called out to the Ultraman Leo, who was about to embark on a cosmic patrol. What is it, Xiaoyu? Do you need something? Leo spoke gently to Xiaoyu, his tone markedly different from that with Ciro. Ciro, so, love will disappear, right? Could you provide me with a means of contact? Oh. Certainly. Should you find yourself in peril, reach out to me, and I shall arrive with utmost haste. Leo handed Xiaoyu a token adorned with the image of a lion with its mouth agape. Xiaoyu. The observers of the Light Kingdom have detected anomalies in the universe. I shall take you to investigate. Ciro approached Xiaoyu, leading him as they soared beyond the confines of the Light Kingdom. This anomaly resembled previous disturbances the Light Kingdom had encountered. To Ciro, it appeared to be merely a monster's doing, not a cause for concern. However, a creature capable of causing such disturbances should provide an adequate challenge for Xiaoyu's training. Xiaoyu pondered as he observed the structures receding behind him, contemplating whether to manifest the Dark Zaki and dismantle this cumbersome armor. Wait. Why not test my own strength to ascertain where I currently stand? Xiaoyu attempted to harness his power, seeking to destroy the armor. Do not waste your effort. This armor cannot be breached unless your strength surpasses that of the Ultra Brothers. I envy you, born with the ability to rival the Ultra Brothers. Unlike me, who has toiled for years to achieve my current prowess. Ciro remarked, glancing back at Xiaoyu. Yet, he felt only admiration, not envy, for Xiaoyu. For Ciro, he had no limits. Being born with advantages did not guarantee superiority over him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression fell. Indeed, he should focus on those top-tier transformations. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained undeterred. Having just transformed into a giant of light, possessing strength comparable to the Ultra Brothers was quite commendable. He understood that the Ultra Brothers had devoted countless years to reach their current levels. I have witnessed the child of the Source. He possesses immense power, achieving strength on par with the Ultra Brothers from birth. With pure light and dark essence, he could be nurtured as a savior. The Ultra King returned to the peculiar realm, where a few individuals were stationed. Indeed, we shall exert our efforts. By the way, have you located the variable that annihilated the illusory world? No. Logically, this variable should possess immense strength. Upon emergence, it would tremble the entire multiverse. However, the multiverse has shown no signs of disturbance. The group fell silent, contemplating the implications. In their view, this variable represented the optimal candidate to combat him. As this entity had destroyed the illusory world they could not confront. This was a natural enmity and the foundation for persuading this variable to become an ally. We must find this variable. Even if he chooses not to assist us, we cannot allow him to sow discord. The plan shall proceed as scheduled. The Savior initiative must not falter. Chapter 41. The Frenzied Leo Ciro. Are you aware of the formidable beings that inhabit the cosmos? Has there ever been a significant event Perhaps a war that engulfed the entire universe? Did all the powerful beings partake in that conflict and seal away the mightiest amongst them? Along the journey, Xiaoyu pondered whether he had unwittingly become a pawn in someone else's game. The intricacies of this universe were overwhelming, with elements appearing that should not exist. Who, exactly, is the entity referred to by his mother as he? Xiaoyu noticed that the once reclusive King of Ultra had begun to make frequent appearances. Furthermore, the cosmic stone his mother had acquired from the Elder Council of the King of Ultra piqued his curiosity. He acutely sensed that he had become a piece on a chessboard, utilized as a tool in someone's strategy. Powerful beings? The only ones I can think of are the Old Man, the King of Ultra, and the legendary warrior, the Cosmic Will, Rajido, from the history books. Beyond these, my knowledge is scant. Ciro contemplated the powerful figures that had emerged in the universe. He seemed to be aware of only two. If only I had devoted more time to my studies back then. As for a war that spanned the universe, such a scale of conflict has never occurred. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that much information had been suppressed. However, the King of Ultra surely held all the answers. Perhaps this old man is the mastermind behind it all. His mother must also possess knowledge of these matters, since she chose not to disclose anything. It implies that the opposing force is overwhelmingly powerful, beyond his current capability to confront. If they remain silent, then I shall investigate gradually. The identity of a pawn, once deemed valueless, could easily be discarded if releasing it could yield greater benefits. Thus, I must transform my role from a pawn to a player. Alternatively, I could seek out those powerful beings who have concealed their identities within the universe, drawing them into this intricate game. I shall act as a disruptor, wreaking havoc and dismantling the schemes of these old-timers. What transpired? At last, Xiaoyu and his companion arrived at the site observed by the sentinels of the Land of Light, where anomalies had been detected. To their astonishment, there were no monsters present, but rather a blood-red dimensional rift emanating a peculiar aura. Ciro surveyed the rift, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed a dangerous presence emanating from within. Xiaoyu, send out an ultra signature. No, return and summon reinforcements. I shall scout ahead. Ciro instructed, rushing into the rift. This phenomenon seemed reminiscent of the Salomines and Apos, attempts to merge all dimensional universes. Intriguing. I happen to desire an excursion into other dimensional realms. This would provide a temporary reprieve from the old King of Ultra. Xiaoyu retrieved the token, bestowed upon him by Leo, and infused it with a glimmer of light. Xiaoyu, what's amiss? Are you alone here? Where is Ciro? Before long, Leo, draped in a cloak, arrived in a flurry. A few mechanical sevens had just emerged, entering the dimensional rift. In pursuit of these mechanical sevens, Ciro had followed them into the rift. As Xiaoyu spoke, he remained oblivious to the predatory glint that had manifested in Leo and Apos' eyes. You mentioned the appearance of mechanical sevens, and not just one. Leo, still incredulous, sought confirmation from Xiaoyu. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, Leo's eyes gleamed, and his body quivered with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Xiaoyu, you have passed your trial. Leo regarded Xiaoyu with increasing approval and proceeded to remove the training armor bestowed upon him by the King of Ultra. Unlike other Ultra brothers in the Land of Light, Leo, along with his brother Astra, was directly affiliated with the King of Ultra. Thus, he held the authority to unfasten this armor. Come, Xiaoyu, stay close to me. I shall teach you my most formidable combat techniques. Leo's shoulders twitched as he struggled to contain his laughter. Indeed, I feel an overwhelming sense of joy. To prevent the reputation of Ultra 7 from being tarnished by malefactors, I must reluctantly deal with these mechanical sevens. Soon, having composed himself, Leo led Xiaoyu into the dimensional rift. Outside, on a barren planet, a crimson giant was pursuing a spacecraft. Ha! Look what I've discovered, a mechanical seven. As Xiaoyu and Leo entered the dimensional rift, they spotted a mechanical seven relentlessly chasing the dragon spiral. Without hesitation, Leo discarded his cloak and delivered a powerful flying kick toward the mechanical seven. The mechanical creature, sensing the overwhelming malice from Leo, turned abruptly, only to be met with a devastating kick. Boom! Leo and Apos' kick struck the mechanical seven squarely on its head, sending its metallic cranium flying, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Ah, what a delight! This is absolutely exhilarating. Having vanquished the mechanical seven, Leo felt a profound sense of relief, as if all the pent-up frustration within him had been expelled with that kick. Huh, there are more mechanical sevens here. I feel invigorated. Leo cackled madly, directing his gaze toward the desolate planet. He could sense numerous mechanical sevens lurking within its depths, and his anticipation grew insatiable. Xiaoyu, Transport them to safety. I shall rescue Zero, Leo exclaimed, dashing toward the planet, his excitement palpable. Is that truly Leo? Why do I sense an intense aura of malice? On board the Dragon Spiral, Inji Koichi slapped his forehead, questioning whether this ruthless character was indeed the Leo he knew. Captain, the distress signal has been dispatched. No need. Leo will come to our aid. Captain Hinata replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Kumano Masahiko. Look, there and Amp. Oppos. S an unfamiliar ultra warrior outside. We and Amp. Oppos. Re-saved. Chapter 42. Do you think you are Dreambius? The beings from another dimension aboard the Panlong spacecraft ultimately decided to accompany Xiaoyu to this desolate planet. Zero, the son of Ultraman Zero and Ultraman 7, unexpectedly came here, seeking his own demise. 2 squads of mechanical Ultraman brothers were dispatched to crush Zero right here. Within a vast edifice, a chilling voice reverberated through the expanse of space. Commander, he is the Zero who defeated Belial. Can our manufactured mechanical brothers truly overcome him? Commander, perhaps we should flee quickly. Dying here would be most unfortunate. Upon hearing these remarks, a woman seated on a sofa turned to her subordinates. The power of our mechanical brothers is on par with that of the true Ultraman brothers. Even if Zero can defeat 1 team or 2, can he vanquish 10 or 100? Moreover, we possess our ultimate weapon. Salomine Halo Ia spoke with a frigid tone. The Salomines harbored a deep-seated grudge against Ultraman 7. Now, with his son appearing on their turf, if they failed to eliminate him, how could they seek vengeance? Indeed, the 2 subordinates exclaimed, their confidence soaring as they strode toward the warehouse, intent on surprising Zero. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had boarded the Panlong spacecraft and encountered Raymond. This fellow, due to Xiaoyu and Oppos' arrival, had not been captured by the Salomines, but remained safely aboard the Panlong. Xiaoyu, you and Oppos, re that remarkably handsome Ultraman warrior from before? What does it feel like to control such a massive form? Asked Inky Hingy, gazing at Xiaoyu with eager curiosity. He was an expert on Ultramen and monsters, well-versed in all that had appeared on Earth. However, he had never encountered an Ultraman human form in person before. Now, with one before him, he was eager to learn more. Xiaoyu, feeling a wave of discomfort as Inky Hingy stared at him with unabashed curiosity, felt no difference from any other day. After uttering these words, he distanced himself from this dangerous individual. You should have quite a bit to discuss with Oda Yuka. Ultraman Leo's hurried journey to that planet must indicate something significant has transpired. We need to hurry and see if we can assist Ultraman Leo. At that moment, on the surface of the planet, Zero prepared to engage with the mechanical Ultraman brothers. Mechanical Ultraman brothers? How intriguing, Zero mused, wiping his nose as he readied himself for combat against the robotic foes. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility directed at him. Looking up, he saw a massive foot engulfed in flames plummeting from the sky with astonishing speed. Zero? Is that not my master Leo? What brings him here? Zero, get out of the way. I intend to fight fiercely. Sensing the terrifying power behind Leo's strike, Zero's eyelids twitched, and he quickly sidestepped. Leo's target was the mechanical ace. Leo vividly recalled how this very being had clamored to kill his brother Astra, unable to strike against the real ace. He turned his fury upon the mechanical version. Are you prepared to meet my lion's foot? As the mechanical ace faced Leo's flying kick, its internal code activated, mirroring the flying kick motion from below to engage in a counterattack. Zero, brave, too brave. Zero exclaimed, astonished that the mechanical ace dared to counter Leo's aerial assault. Who gave you the audacity to do this? I truly wish to witness this individual in action. Zero watched in amazement as the mechanical ace launched itself at Leo, already predicting its imminent demise. Even Leo was taken aback that the mechanical ace dared to confront him head-on. What, do you think you are Dreambius? Do you believe I would hold back? Forget it, perish. The mechanical ace collided with Leo's flying kick, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that blossomed into a massive mushroom cloud. But Leo and Oppos' flying kick was not yet finished. It continued toward the mechanical Ultraman brothers. Mechanical Zaffi extended its right hand, 5 fingers spread wide, summoning an Ultraman barrier to shield its brethren. Zaffi, activate. Reverse the tide. The barrier clashed with Leo and Oppos' flying kick, resulting in a thunderous explosion. At the point of contact, a radiant aura erupted in all directions, shaking the surrounding mountains and sending debris flying into the air. As the dust settled, Leo stood unharmed beside Zero, while the mechanical Zaffi's outstretched arm lay severed, exposing its internal machinery. Ah, that mechanical ace absorbed too much damage. Otherwise, my lion's foot from the cosmos could have potentially eliminated two mechanical brothers. Leo sighed, filled with regret. Zero observed Leo's current state, feeling an unfamiliarity that was striking. You did not exert yourself this much when battling Belial. You were merely coasting. Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Ultraman brothers? Why such ferocity? All right, let's advance. Zero. Leo clapped Zero on the shoulder and charged forward, intent on cutting through the mechanical foes. Soon, it would be the end for Mechanical 7. So brutal. Indeed, too brutal. Truly, so magnificent. Within the Panlong spacecraft, everyone watched in awe as Leo executed that flying kick, their faces flushed with excitement. Xiaoyu, observing Leo's prowess, realized that summoning him to this battlefield had indeed been a wise decision. Leo, do you see that enormous structure in the distance? All the Mechanical Sevens are within that building. As the battle concluded, Xiaoyu communicated telepathically with Leo. Leo and Apos. S eyes sparkled with unparalleled brilliance as he gazed toward the colossal edifice without a moment, and Apos. S pause. He soared toward it. Leo, wait for me. Zero hurriedly followed. Feeling deeply frustrated. Has this guy taken performance enhancers? Does he not tire at all? Raymond, you come assist as well. Xiaoyu retrieved his transformation device. A small sword resembling a fusion of the Galaxy Spark and Dark Spark. Raising it high, a flash of light enveloped him, and Xiaoyu transformed into Ultraman. Chapter 43. Three Fists Shatter the Dream of Revenge. Leo, I am a scholar. Quickly, activate that thing. The voice of the Salomine, Hylosha, echoed through the base. Sharp and filled with dread. She had never anticipated that the squad of mechanical Ultramen she had just dispatched would be so swiftly annihilated. What manner of demon is this Ultra Leo? Two of her subordinates, pallid with fear, nonetheless resolutely complied with their commander's orders. Before them loomed a mechanical giant strikingly similar to Zero, its chest adorned with a countdown timer housing a dimensional core, now awakened. This creature exuded an aura rivaling that of Zero, possessing but a single eye. Go forth, Dark Lopus Zero, and annihilate those wretches. And why have the two squads of mechanical Ultramen not yet activated? Are you all utterly useless? Xiaoyu, be cautious. Any enemy here is beyond your current capabilities. Yes, just follow closely behind me, and master, I shall handle the heads. Xiaoyu and his companions, accompanied by a formidable Gamora, stood before a colossal edifice. At that moment, the grand entrance of the building opened of its own accord. Emerging from within was a mechanical giant bearing a striking resemblance to Zero, flanked by 10 mechanical Ultramen. Zero exclaimed in disbelief, What? There are robots of our own here? Excellent. I am incensed. Zero, engage your counterpart. Gamora, confront Zafi and the other 6 mechanical warriors. Xiaoyu, take cover behind. Swiftly, Leo assigned each combatant their adversaries. Gamora, bewildered, turned to Leo. Me? Are you certain you are not jesting? If I possessed the strength to single-handedly contend with 6 Ultramen, would it not be Zero as master in command? But Leo was unperturbed, charging ahead. Perhaps sensing Leo and Apos' overwhelming resentment, 2 mechanical sevens and 2 mechanical aces stepped forward to confront him. Zero too surged forth, intent on dismantling the foe that mirrored his own visage. Observing Gamora and Apos' befuddled stance, Xiaoyu stifled a laugh, reminding himself of his professional training. Smiling was a luxury he could not afford unless truly provoked. Allow me, Gamora, stay behind and claim the glory. With that, Xiaoyu brandished a card emblazoned with the image of Taro. This was the source, the gift from his mother. An augmentation allowing him to manifest the being depicted on the card without the need for additional tools. Since you are all Ultramen, I shall employ this to engage you. Superfusion, Super Taro. A brilliant crimson light enveloped him, and Xiaoyu transformed into Super Taro. Did Xiaoyu possess the ability to morph into other Ultra Warriors? Was this truly the progeny birthed from plasma sparks? Casting a glance at Xiaoyu, Leo initiated his own battle against the adversaries before him. Come forth, all of you. Feeling the surge of power within him, Xiaoyu lifted his head, his gaze imbued with disdain. One mechanical Zafi could no longer restrain himself, raising a fist larger than a sandbag and charging forward. Yet, Xiaoyu effortlessly intercepted the blow, applying slight pressure to forcibly detach the mechanical Zafi and Apos' arm. How brittle. The materials used by the Salomines are woefully inadequate. With a swift kick, Xiaoyu sent the mechanical Zafi sprawling, striding forward with indifference towards the remaining mechanical Ultramen. As the mightiest among the Ultramen, Taro was a true hexagonal warrior, excelling in both combat and energy projection. The super warrior born from the combined energies of the 6 Ultramen, Super Taro, was exponentially more formidable than the ordinary Taro. It was no surprise that he could so effortlessly defeat a mechanical Zoffy. However, Xiaoyu pondered why Taro had not transformed into Super Taro earlier to await his arrival alongside Belial in the Land of Light. The circumstances then were precarious. Whether they could seize the plasma sparks was uncertain. Gamora, following Xiaoyu, unleashed a super vibrational wave, obliterating the nearly incapacitated mechanical Zoffy. Ah, what a thrill. This sensation of being guided by an experienced driver is exhilarating. Myersum shall now boast a new achievement, having vanquished 6 mechanical Ultramen of formidable strength. As Super Taro approached, radiating an aura of dominance, the remaining mechanical Ultramen exchanged glances and surrendered. Indeed, all 5 mechanical Ultramen raised their hands in surrender. What is happening? Did you implant this surrender code? Halosha, the Salomine, questioned her subordinates, disbelief etched upon her face. No, this code evolved independently within them. To be frank, the unexpected capitulation of the mechanical Ultramen left even their creators at a loss. The mechanical Ultramen parted ways, dutifully trailing behind Xiaoyu. Gamora glared at the cowardly machines, lamenting that their surrender had marred his own record. Leo, do you require assistance? Xiaoyu inquired with a smile, observing Leo being overwhelmed by 4 mechanical Ultramen. I do. If you could conjure another Leo, I would greatly appreciate it. Leo bellowed, realizing he had overestimated his own prowess in facing 4 mechanical adversaries. Xiaoyu was taken aback. How did Leo know he possessed another Leo card? Yet, aiding him was imperative. Super manifestation, Leo Ultraman. Once more, another Leo Ultraman materialized before them. Without the need for Xiaoyu and Appo's guidance, he charged forth upon sighting the mechanical 7s and aces. In short order, through the collaboration of the 2 Leos, the 4 mechanical Ultramen were obliterated. They had contemplated surrender, yet the 2 Leos forbade it. Commander, let us capitulate. The mechanical Ultraman pleaded, sending the surrender code to all robots within the base. We possess no will to resist any longer. The 2 subordinates lamented as if mourning their own parents. I am a scholar. The matter of surrender shall be entrusted to you. Halosha, the Salomine, blinked her large eyes, feigning innocence. Chapter 44, Prime Minister of the Belial Galactic Empire, Xiaoyu. Quite impressive here, indeed. Xiaoyu remarked softly as he sat upon the lavish sofa of the Salomine Halosha, gazing at the grand interior of the building. You jest. How could such a modest place compare to the Kingdom of Light? Halosha, standing humbly behind the sofa, responded. Her demeanor stood in stark contrast to her previous arrogance when she had sought to keep Zero here forever. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. I would appreciate it if you could revert to that, he replied, turning his attention to the colossal screen before him, which displayed the ongoing battle between Zero and the Dark Lopus Zero. The 2 warriors clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. My lord, shall we recall the Dark Lopus Zero? Halosha addressed him, using the title Xiaoyu had requested. To ensure her loyalty, Xiaoyu had also placed a curse of dark spark upon her. Should she harbor any treacherous thoughts, she would transform into a spark puppet. Meanwhile, Leo had retreated to a distant area to engage in combat with the 7 robot, finding this place akin to paradise. Bring him back, Xiaoyu commanded, aware that this individual could become uncontrollable after prolonged combat. Soon, upon Halosha's directive, the Dark Lopus Zero ceased fighting and returned to the base. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? I haven and Appo's yet satisfied my thirst for battle. Zero grumbled as he reverted to his true form, the Galaxy Warrior. This place lacks excitement. Zero, care to join me in exploring other dimensions of the universe? Xiaoyu ignored Zero's discontent, instead focusing on a device within the room, a dimensional transmission apparatus crafted by the Salomines. With this device, Xiaoyu could traverse to other universes. Other dimensional universes? Zero and Appo's eyes gleamed at the prospect. Truth be told, he had long grown weary of this universe. The chance to encounter other powerful beings would provide him with the pressure necessary to grow stronger. Absolutely. How could we pass up such an exhilarating opportunity? He exclaimed. However, before venturing into other universes, Xiaoyu knew he must prepare adequately. Xiaoyu, do you truly intend to explore other universes? Leo, having overheard, abandoned his fight with the 7 robot and hurried over to inquire. Indeed, I have realized that within your protection, I lack the life and death challenges necessary for my growth. Thus, I plan to venture into other universes in search of my fortune, Xiaoyu explained, confident in his reasoning. After contemplating, Leo acquiesced to Xiaoyu's decision. After all, with the trump card of Super Taro, Xiaoyu would likely stand at the pinnacle even in other realms. Leo departed to patrol the universe. Dark Lopus Zero, awaken. I am Belial, Xiaoyu announced upon arriving at the location where the Dark Lopus Zero was stationed. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the Dark Lopus Zero and Apos' consciousness, instantly dismantling the arrangements the Salomines had established. The eyes of the Dark Lopus Zero lit up as it turned to Xiaoyu. Identity scan in progress. Identity confirmed. Xiaoyu, Prime Minister of the Belial Galactic Empire. Dark Lopus Zero, at your command. With the confirmation of Xiaoyu and Apos' identity, the powerful robot pledged its allegiance to him. Under Belial and Apos' command, when Belial was absent, Xiaoyu would lead, and all warriors would heed his orders. When Belial was present, all warriors would first listen to Xiaoyu and Apos' advice, and upon Belial and Apos' nod, follow Xiaoyu's commands. Xiaoyu gazed at the Dark Lopus Zero in astonishment. Belial had truly been generous, bestowing upon him the position of second in command of the Belial Galactic Empire. Remain here and ensure the safety of this place. At your command. After issuing his orders, Xiaoyu prepared to depart. My lord, the passage to other universes has been established. Please take these wristbands. If you wish to return, press the button on the wristband to generate a wormhole back here at any time. Halosha presented 2 wristbands to Xiaoyu and Leo respectfully. Xiaoyu accepted the wristband, knowing he could return to the Kingdom of Light without it, but it was always wise to be prepared. Under Xiaoyu and Apos' instruction, Halosha concealed the space within the depths of the dimension. All dimensional rifts in the universe had been sealed, without Xiaoyu's permission. No ordinary person could enter or locate this space. As a cream-colored wormhole materialized above the dimensional transmission device, Xiaoyu did not hesitate, transforming into the form of the light giant and stepping inside, with Zero close behind. Commander, they have finally departed. We must. Amel Salomine, witnessing the 2 vanish into the wormhole, attempted to persuade Halosha to rebel against Xiaoyu, but before he could finish his words, he was transformed into a puppet. I am a servant of my lord in life and a ghost of my lord in death. Bury this traitorous wretch, Halosha ordered, eyes filled with dread as she gazed at her transformed subordinate. Did she not wish to rebel? Of course she did. After all, the base she had painstakingly constructed and the machines she had funded were now all under Xiaoyu and Apos' command. How could she accept this? But how could she rebel? Would her surrendered robotic warriors follow her? Moreover, did she believe Xiaoyu would leave those assets here unguarded? He must have implanted something in them to ensure their loyalty. Seeing the fate of her subordinate, Halosha found herself devoid of any rebellious spirit. Is this truly the gateway to other universes? What are those enormous spheres? When Xiaoyu and Zero opened their eyes, they found themselves in a breathtaking place, adorned with brilliant starlight and surrounded by immense spheres. We are beyond the universe. Those spheres represent the cosmos. Xiaoyu marveled at the awe-inspiring sight, far more breathtaking than what he had previously seen on television. To which universe shall we venture? Zero, overwhelmed by the multitude of universes, turned to Xiaoyu for guidance. Before Xiaoyu could respond, a shimmering golden wormhole appeared before them. Absolute annihilation. Chapter 45. The ambush from Tartarus. A golden assault erupted from the abruptly materialized wormhole, targeting Xiaoyu and his companion with unerring precision. The sudden onslaught instilled an unprecedented sense of peril within them. However, they were not easily vanquished. Each retaliated with a punch, leveraging the force to narrowly evade the strike. I am the ultimate life form, the warrior of the absolution, from Tartarus. A golden figure emerged slowly from the wormhole. Zero Ultraman, what an unexpected encounter, Tartarus remarked coldly, his tone laced with a hint of regret. It's a pity I couldn't eliminate you. Initially, Tartarus had merely been passing through, but encountering Zero sparked a desire to eliminate his formidable foe right then and there. After all, at this juncture, Zero had yet to attain his future, extraordinary prowess. Should Zero acquire the Pelagi shield, it would be impossible to kill him afterward. Unfortunately, your luck is about to run out. Absolute destruction. How dare you ambush us? Xiaoyu swiftly transformed into Super Taro, positioning himself protectively in front of the injured Zero. Cosmic Miracle Ray. Super Taro unleashed his most powerful strike, confronting Tartarus's absolute destruction head-on. Interesting. I have never witnessed an Ultraman transforming into another Ultraman before. Tartarus observed Xiaoyu, who had successfully deflected his assault. his eyes betraying a mixture of curiosity and murderous intent. Zero, are you all right? I'm fine, not dead yet. Zero stood beside Xiaoyu, both gazing defiantly at Tartarus, who seemed to relish the spectacle as if toying with them like a cat with a mouse. To deal with you, I have sealed this area for 3 minutes. If I can eliminate you here, it will save me considerable trouble in the future, Tartarus declared, regarding the pair with an air of nonchalance. Xiaoyu, we are no match for this being. I will hold him off. You must flee. No need. Zero, watch my moves. Xiaoyu dismissed Zero and Appo's suggestion, a dangerous smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze toward Tartarus. Absolute destruction. Sensing an ominous premonition, Tartarus launched his attack. Xiaoyu brandished the divine light rod. It's time for my transformation. Diga. An aura of dark brilliance enveloped the space, and a figure clad in black emerged. Tartarus and Appo's absolute destruction struck the dark Diga, vanishing without a trace. A dark Ultraman. Tartarus's countenance shifted to one of grave seriousness as he regarded Xiaoyu's transformation, recognizing the formidable aura emanating from him. And now, Super Entity Transformation, Super Taro. The earlier Super Taro reappeared in the realm. Tartarus, are you certain you wish to continue this fight? I have sent a distress signal, should you persist. Your losses here could jeopardize your kingdom. Xiaoyu taunted, his tone laced with mockery. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. That is not a good sign. Tartarus shot Xiaoyu a wary glance before retreating. As Tartarus withdrew, Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. However, he was troubled. The powers of Dark Zaki and Hypergeddon were not at their peak, yet even Diga and Appo's strength seemed significantly diminished. Xiaoyu sensed the disparity in power between his current Dark Diga form and its former state. It was like comparing the heavens to the earth. Although he surpassed many Ultramen, he was still no match for Tartarus, the ultimate life form. Xiaoyu. Zero eyed the Dark Diga with suspicion, adopting a defensive stance. Relax. The crystal atop Dark Diga shimmered, transforming into a composite form of light, capable of oscillating between light and darkness. He remained impervious to the encroaching shadows. Xiaoyu, which Ultraman is this? I have never heard of him in the Land of Light. Diga is not from the Land of Light. He hails from another universe. Xiaoyu retracted Super Taro, his gaze shifting urgently toward the void where Tartarus had vanished. Before departing, his mother had cautioned him not to restore Dark Zaki and Hypergeddon to their peak powers without due cause. Otherwise, the ancient beings would not spare them. As for why he did not use the Source's essence to elevate their powers, it was because the ancients were all too familiar with the Source. If they detected even a hint of its presence, they could inflict significant losses upon it. Xiaoyu, what shall we do next? Shall we return? Or, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a mysterious summons resonating in his mind, and instinctively directed his gaze toward a specific direction. Are you planning to return? No. I sense a voice calling to me. I must investigate. Zero shook his head, peering into a crimson-hued universe. Very well, we shall part ways here. Until we meet again in the Land of Light. Without further ado, Xiaoyu soared toward the source of his calling. Until we meet again in the Land of Light. After both entered their respective universes, 3 figures manifested. The son of the source is remarkable. He can even transform into Diga, since he has earned Diga's recognition. Let us provide this young one with ample resources. The King of Ultra observed Xiaoyu's entry into the universe, a flicker of sorrow and nostalgia crossing his features. That universe bore countless memories and tears. Do you think he can return? Uncertain. In that fateful battle, he expended his very soul, transcending his essence. Only his body remains in the river of time, devoid of consciousness. Even the last remnants of his spirit have vanished. Ryujido gazed at the universe with reverence for that individual. Without him, they might have perished multiple times during that battle. The Absolution clan has grown too audacious. It is time to teach that old fool a lesson. A silver figure, adorned with small wings, Noah Ultraman, spoke with a voice brimming with murderous intent as he surveyed a direction. You two may go. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you. The King of Ultra declared before disappearing. Ryujido and Noah exchanged glances, then propelled themselves toward their destination, unreserved in their actions. Chapter 46. The Ghost Ship of Death on a Tranquil Night. Xiaoyu sat by the window of a CAF, gazing at the vibrant street below. This was the universe that had called him forth. Presently, he found himself upon Earth, having arrived here a few days earlier. He had come to understand the general circumstances of this world, the Earth of Diga, the mighty Diga. However, it seemed he had arrived too late. Gitangier had been vanquished a month prior by the radiant Diga, who had taken on the form of Daigyu. Since the defeat of Gitangier, no monsters had emerged for an entire month. Humanity had returned to a state of normalcy, flourishing in its development. Xiaoyu, back for more coffee? How can you sleep after indulging in so much caffeine at night? A middle-aged man entered the CAF, spotting Xiaoyu and making his way directly to him. Taking a seat across the table, he had initially intended to drown his sorrows in alcohol, but found that it only deepened his troubles. Thus, he resorted to coffee. Isn't the victory team under your command busy these days? Why are you off so early? Xiaoyu smiled at the man, who was none other than Commander Zhongfang of the victory team. Ever since the resolution of the Gitangier incident, supernatural occurrences had vanished without a trace, leaving the team with little to occupy their time. Even Director Zawi had begun contemplating disbanding the victory team, intending to allocate its talented members to positions where they could excel. As for why Zhongfang knew Xiaoyu, it was quite simple. He did not drink alcohol, and thus opted for coffee instead. Coincidentally, their nightly encounters had turned Xiaoyu into his regular coffee companion. Isn't it wonderful that I can leave work early? I truly wish I never had to work again. Zhongfang ordered a cup of coffee and turned his gaze toward the window. For him, overtime meant that a supernatural phenomenon had arisen, which could lead to economic losses and casualties. After finally achieving stability, society might once again descend into chaos. Hence, he relished the absence of overtime. Once he finished his coffee, Zhongfang took his leave, as he had a workout routine to maintain. Although supernatural events had not occurred recently, he understood that this did not guarantee they would remain absent in the future. He needed to keep himself in peak physical condition. Xiaoyu exited the CAF and looked up at the starry sky. Even now, he had yet to uncover the identity of the entity that had summoned him to this universe. Nevertheless, having arrived, he found himself intrigued by the duality of light and darkness within the realm of Lului. After all, it was through that light that Daigou could once again transform into the radiant Diga. This light was merely a remnant of the luminous giants who had perished in battle. Moreover, not only did the remains of the light giants exist there, but also a multitude of dark giants. Xiaoyu contemplated whether the residual dark essence of the fallen dark giants could restore Dark Zaki to his prime. However, he was uncertain of the current abilities of the three entities within Lului. He never engaged in endeavors without assurance, so he resolved to have humanity probe the situation first. As for the previous Gitangier incident, it had already deviated from the original script, and he chose not to delve further. How intriguing it was to encounter such a fascinating entity. As he gazed at the starry expanse, a smile crept across his face. I recall that since Daigou vanquished Gitangier, no supernatural phenomena have emerged, save for that one incident in Lului. Who could have summoned this entity here? Soon, Xiaoyu departed. In the vastness of space, a spaceship was approaching Earth. Following Gitangier's demise, people ceased to worry about the emergence of monsters, allowing most to sleep soundly, save for those engaged in various activities during the night. The spaceship entered Earth's atmosphere, gliding like a phantom. Although a satellite above detected it, no alarm was raised. Tokyo. The familiar place. The spaceship hovered above Tokyo, and purple beams began scanning the structures below. Shortly, those inside the buildings, whether exercising or sleeping, lost all signs of life, their skin turning a deep gray as they fell into a state of apparent death. Xiaoyu watched from above, observing the entity voraciously absorbing the plasma energy from the populace, remaining indifferent. The ghostly monster, Zhongbayu, was a creature that consumed the plasma energy of living beings, first making its appearance in the 17th episode of Dana Ultraman. In the cosmos, it was known as the monster that brings death. This being had assimilated its form with the spaceship of the Hillbark aliens, drifting through the cosmos in the guise of a ghost ship. Its strength was considerable, having toyed with Dana several times before being defeated. After that, it had not made another appearance. What piqued Xiaoyu's curiosity was the timing of this entity's emergence. It should have appeared in 2017, yet it was only 2008. Wasn't that rather premature? Come forth, let me see who has drawn you here. The following morning, Zhongfang arrived at the headquarters of the victory team, exclaiming, "The sky has fallen. Captain, we have detected a supernatural phenomenon." Nairue operated the computer, projecting the images onto the central screen. What appeared were numerous individuals whose skin had turned a deep gray, lying lifelessly on the ground. Not only outside but also within buildings, many had succumbed to this state. They were not dead but had lost their life force, entering a state of apparent death. Kwakue gazed at the screen, his expression grave. Upon entering, Zhongfang noticed his comrades fixated on the newly manifested supernatural occurrence. "Do we know who the culprit is?" he inquired, directing his gaze to Nairue, the prodigious youth of the victory team. Indeed, It is a peculiar spaceship. Those illuminated by its rays fall into this state of apparent death. Nai Rui brought up satellite surveillance, revealing the strange spaceship, now hovering in an uninhabited area. Zhongfang had witnessed the entire sequence of the incident from the previous night. What manner of being pilots that spaceship? Inquired Zhou Jian, seated at the center. Chapter 47. The mysterious figure, Captain. We have conducted an X-ray scan of the spaceship using satellites, and there are no signs of life aboard. Yari observed the results of the scan, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. In other words, this vessel is a ghost ship. It seems unrest never ceases. It has barely been a moment since the resolution of Gatangier, and already new developments have emerged. Dagu's countenance darkened as he gazed at the ghostly spacecraft displayed on the screen. He was now unable to transform into Ultraman Tiga for combat. Had this entity appeared sooner, he might have been able to manage it. Captain, our latest discovery reveals numerous readings of human plasma energy within the spaceship. Karai, initially seeing the absence of life signs, proceeded to execute an energy scan, only to find a plethora of human plasma energy aboard. Thus, those affected must have entered a state of apparent death due to the siphoning of their plasma energy. If human plasma energy can be extracted, surely it can also be restored. Daga seized upon this crucial point, directing his gaze at Karai. Logically, that should be possible. However, one would need to enter the interior of the spaceship to achieve it. Please wait for me. I will head to the laboratory to devise a device capable of withstanding the energy siphoning capabilities of the spaceship, Karai declared before departing for his laboratory. What do you suppose the purpose of this spaceship is, siphoning people's plasma energy? Shinjo, seated, mused while eyeing the ship, wishing fervently to pilot the Victory Falcon 1 and obliterate it. Perhaps this vessel possesses its own consciousness, utilizing human plasma energy as its fuel? Rina, seated beside Daegu, glanced at the spaceship and then back at him. I believe that even without borrowing the power of Tiga, we can still triumph over it. Daegu replied with a smile. In less than half a day, Karai returned with 2 wristbands in hand. These bands will shield against the spaceship and amp, Appos, S ability to absorb human plasma energy. Due to time constraints, I managed to create only 2. Additionally, I have several energy extraction devices. With these, we can restore the plasma energy once we gain entry into the spaceship. Well done, Karai. Hikari nodded in approval, and then assigned the tasks. Daegu and Shinjo, you 3 will pilot the Victory Falcon 1 to the location of the spaceship. You 2 will wear the wristbands and enter the ship to extract the human plasma energy. Rina and Karai, you will pilot the Victory Falcon 2 to assist Daegu and Shinjo, and together, you shall destroy this bizarre vessel. Understood. The 2 Victory Falcon crafts soared from the Far East base towards the location of the spaceship. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, cloaked in black, traversed the icy mountains of Antarctica. How intriguing. I can sense the awareness of my arrival. It seems I am up against a formidable opponent. Xiaoyu observed a device before him, alongside a plate of warm food, and smiled. Not long ago, he had detected an unusual energy fluctuation in Antarctica and, draping himself in an aura of dark sparks, sent forth a clone to investigate. As for why he did not come personally, the answer was simple: fear of death. To his surprise, he had been detected, allowing this mysterious figure to escape. Yet, you cannot evade me forever. Damn it, who is that individual capable of approaching me undetected? Is there truly such a terrifying being in this world? In the deepest recesses of the Mariana Trench, a small structure stood. Within it, another figure cloaked in black appeared. Mysterious essence, mysterious figure, I shall consume you. At that moment, an ancient voice, seemingly long decayed, resonated within the chamber. Have you considered the folly of your words? Do you speak without engaging your mind? That entity was able to infiltrate our base undetected within your barrier. What makes you believe you can devour him? Were it not for my vigilance, we would have perished long ago. Answer me. The figure in black shed his cloak, revealing an aged visage. Yet his form remained remarkably youthful. Upon hearing these words, the decayed voice ceased to manifest. Caution is paramount. That being is far too formidable. Inside the spaceship, Daegu and Shinjo had infiltrated the control room. But where are the containers for the plasma energy? Daegu pondered, searching the spaceship's interior. Just then, the pilot's seat unexpectedly rotated, startling them both. Is that entity the captain of the spacecraft? Shinjo observed the extraterrestrial seated at the controls. Though it appeared fearsome, he felt no trepidation, after all. He had endured the trials of Gatangier, and this was child's play. Suddenly, words appeared on the screen in the control room. Daegu, ever attentive, recorded the text and transmitted it to headquarters. Zhong Baiyu, the monster from cosmic legend, it absorbs human consciousness, bringing death. Flee. At that moment, the captain appeared to regain vitality, abruptly standing and uttering a string of unintelligible words before succumbing to silence. While Shinjo did not comprehend the words, it mattered not. Daegu understood. Zhong Baiyu, a monster from legend. No, Shinjo, we must escape now, Daegu exclaimed, immediately bolting for the exit. Shinjo, though puzzled, followed closely behind. They narrowly escaped just as the spaceship launched. Rina, fire. Destroy that spacecraft. Without needing to be told twice, Rina, having already charged the Texas cannon, aimed at the ship that siphoned away human consciousness. A powerful beam of laser struck the spaceship, causing it to plummet like a falling star. Meanwhile, Daegu and Shinjo piloted the Victory Falcon 1 into the sky. Be cautious. That entity is a monster that survives by consuming human consciousness. Daegu calmly informed his teammates about Zhong Baiyu. At the Victory Team headquarters, Yari had also translated the text Daegu had sent. Chapter 48. The fallen pilot requests to engage. As the dense smoke on the ground dissipated, a monstrous creature emerged before Daegu and his companions. This creature, known as Zhong Baiyu, sported a single large eye and two enormous hands adorned with sharp claws. Attack. Eliminate this beast and reclaim the people and Apos, as consciousness, commanded Zhong Fang. Instantly, Victory Falcon 1 and Victory Falcon 2 unleashed a barrage of lasers and missiles upon Zhong Baiyu without restraint. However, as a creature that had survived in the cosmos for eons, it appeared largely unscathed by the artillery. Commander, the assault from Victory Falcon is proving ineffective against this beast, came the urgent report. Requesting support from Falcon EXJ, we must keep this creature occupied. At that moment, Director Zhe Wei had already arrived at the Victory Team headquarters. After all, this was the first monster to appear following the defeat of Gitangier, and he needed to witness it firsthand. Granted, let the Gale Squadron pilot Falcon EXJ to provide assistance. The Gale Squadron, a newly formed unit under Director Zhe Wei, consisted of the finest warriors from various military districts. Xian Chung, we must hold this creature until reinforcements arrive. No problem. Are you doubting my piloting skills? Xian Chung replied confidently. Yet, an ominous premonition stirred within Daegu at the sight of Xian Chung and Apos' assured smile. Zhong Baiyu, observing the two aircraft soaring about, glimmered with a spark in its solitary eye. In the next instant, its form disintegrated into a molecular state, swiftly reappearing behind Victory Falcon 1. What? Xian Chung bellowed, attempting to distance himself from the creature. However, beams of energy shot forth from Zhong Baiyu and Apos' ensnaring Victory Falcon 1. With a sudden lift, it crashed down towards the ground with tremendous force. No, I still don't have a girlfriend, and my Yumi isn't married yet. I don't want to die, Xian Chung shouted desperately, though his face betrayed no fear. He was unafraid of death at that moment. Daegu, Lina cried out in despair. If Zhong Baiyu succeeded, Daegu, stripped of his transformation abilities, would surely meet a grim fate. In this perilous moment, an 8-split light will emerge from nowhere, severing Zhong Baiyu and Apos' energy beams. A giant appeared, cradling Victory Falcon 1 in its embrace. Is this a new giant? At the sight of this colossal figure, Yu Jianhui stood up, her gaze fixed intently on the newcomer. Such a peculiar race, housing so many giants. Director Zhe Wei sighed in relief upon witnessing the giant rescue Daegu and Xian Chung. Ultraman, is it you who saved me? Daegu beamed at the newly arrived giant. He recognized this being. They had fought side by side during the pursuit of Charlie Jia. Daegu, do you know this giant? Yu Jianhui's voice resonated through Dagu's helmet. Indeed, he is Ultraman, or the first Ultraman. I have fought alongside him before. The first Ultraman? The one from which it all began. Summer Yu gently placed Victory Falcon 1 on the ground and turned his attention towards Zhong Baiyu. He was more than willing to save Daegu. Any traverser encountering danger would likely feel compelled to rescue him. The Giant of Light. Do you know this creature? I do not. This Giant of Light did not exist 30 million years ago. Is this beast a minion of that cloaked figure? Meanwhile, in the Mariana Trench, the two figures had been monitoring the battlefield. Zhong Baiyu was summoned by them, primarily to test if Di Jia still existed. They refrained from intervening personally, fearing for their own lives. Summer Yu observed Zhong Baiyu with mild intrigue. This creature served as a perfect harbinger of fear. However, he no longer had any need for such a monster. Zhong Baiyu gazed at the first Ultraman, salivating at the thought of devouring such a massive entity, contemplating the immense energy it contained. Is that gaze directed at me with hunger? Summer Yu raised an eyebrow, revealing a sinister smile. As Zhong Baiyu began to move at high speed, creating countless clones. Xian Chung questioned. Dagu, can this monster duplicate itself? Can the first Ultraman defeat it? Uncertain of the giant's strength, he turned to Dagu for reassurance. Fear not, his power is formidable. Dagu expressed confidence in the first Ultraman. That is splendid. Summer Yu observed the multitude of Zhongbayu clones with disdain. With a focused gaze, he locked onto one direction. In the next moment, he unleashed an 8-split light wheel in rapid succession. As Zhongbayu continued its frenzied movement, the light wheels predicted its path with precision. The first light wheel struck Zhongbayu, causing all its clones to vanish. The subsequent light wheels struck true, sending Zhongbayu crashing to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Summer Yu leapt onto Zhongbayu and Apos' back. These two hands are excessive and unsightly, he remarked coldly, summoning 2 decapitating blades from the first Ultraman's hands. The blades severed Zhongbayu's hands in an instant, blood gushing forth as the creature cried out in agony. Dagu, this creature is brutal, Xian Chung exclaimed. Humph. Given that this monster recklessly absorbs people and Apos' consciousness and brings death without remorse, I believe the first Ultraman and Apos' response is rather lenient. Xian Chung and Apos' sentiment was swiftly countered by Lina. Zhongbayu soared into the sky, tumbling in an attempt to shake off the brutal adversary and escape the planet. Death roll? Alas, you are not worthy. Summer Yu firmly grasped Zhongbayu and Apos' pointed head, summoning an 8-split light wheel aimed at its eye. Instantly, Zhongbayu plummeted once more. Below, the creature's enormous eye transformed into a bloodied void, with blood flowing profusely. Zhongbayu began to plead for mercy, beseeching Summer Yu to spare it. I never harm the elderly or children. However, you are neither, so perish. Summer Yu declared, as several decapitating blades sliced through the creature and Apos' form into large segments. Witnessing Summer Yu's ruthless combat style, Dagu felt that he had been far too gentle in the past. Chapter 49. The Plan. I believe you have all witnessed that had it not been for the sudden emergence of the giant, we, bereft of Diga, would have been utterly powerless against these horrifying monsters. At the TPC headquarters, Tetsuji Yoshioka sat at the helm, surveying the attendees of this meeting, and posed a resounding question. The answer is none. Humanity, at present, lacks the capability to confront these extraordinary beings. Chief Yoshioka, has not a new giant appeared since Diga and Apos' disappearance? He should succeed Diga as Earth and Apos' new guardian, proclaimed a middle-aged officer clad in military uniform. Foolishness, Yoshioka retorted. To place the future of humanity entirely upon the shoulders of these giants is perilous. Should any ill intent arise within them, humanity would be reduced to mere servitude. Moreover, this newly emerged giant exhibits a brutality far removed from the benevolence once embodied by Diga. Yoshioka then displayed on the conference room's large screen footage of Summer Rain transforming into the original giant, alongside the violent confrontation with the belligerent. The majority present, having only been aware of a new giant's arrival, had naively assumed that this new entity would serve as a compassionate protector akin to Diga. Yet, they were confronted with the harsh reality of his savage combat methods and the gruesome end of his foes. Can such a being truly safeguard humanity like Diga did? Do you still wish to place your hopes upon this new arrival? I concede, were this entity akin to Diga, I would unhesitatingly place my faith in him. However, his combat methods and brutality render my trust impossible, leaving me filled with trepidation. As Yoshioka continued his impassioned discourse, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence. I believe humanity ought not to be so, to stake all hope on an unfamiliar giant. We, as humans, should possess a giant that belongs entirely to us. Upon hearing this proposal, many in attendance felt a stirring within them. They recalled a time when an individual had harnessed their technological prowess to transform from human to giant. Could this plan truly be feasible? Chief Yoshioka, are you mad? To attempt to wield powers that humanity cannot currently comprehend? Do you wish to plunge us into the abyss? An individual seated at the front stood and vociferously challenged Yoshioka. Yoshioka cast a glance at this man, Masayuki Naniwa, a confidant of the infamous Sei. You are aware of that man's fate. Do you genuinely believe you can control the giants? Yoshioka approached Naniwa. Am I to lead humanity into the abyss? Step outside, Naniwa, and observe. When monsters appear, the people's first thought is not of our defense forces, but of the giants. Following Diga's defeat of Gitangia, giants have been deified in the hearts of humankind. If this is the current state, what will it be 1,000 years hence? With continuous mythologizing, giants may very well become the primordial deities of all human mythologies. Yoshioka and Apos' face flushed with fervor as he surveyed the assembly. Yet, the creator deities are but fabrications. While giants are real, in times of peril, humanity will inevitably place all hope upon the giants. When that day arrives, can we still call ourselves human? To relinquish our resilience, our individuality, and our intrinsic worth is not humanity. It is slavery. I merely seek to reclaim the indomitable spirit that rightfully belongs to humanity. What sin have I committed? If I am guilty, it is only for defending humanity's essence. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, their eyes ablaze with admiration for Yoshioka. Naniwa fell silent, at a loss for how to counter Yoshioka's impassioned rhetoric, and began to clap as well. I intend to execute the plan, to create a giant uniquely ours, Yoshioka declared. Recent excavations have revealed that the resting place of the malevolent Gitangia harbors an ancient superlative relic. There, we may yet discover the stone effigies of ancient giants. Having returned to his position at the forefront, Yoshioka elaborated on his ambitious scheme. At last, as he concluded his outline, he proclaimed, if I should meet with an untimely demise, let the TPC's military flag shroud my remains. Saikai. Saikai. Yoshioka exited the conference room amidst a fervent uproar. This clandestine assembly marked humanity and Appo's first stride towards conquering the giants. After leaving the room, Yoshioka made his way to the laboratory of the late Dr. Danko, where a young man awaited him. Summer rain. When will the relic beneath the Pacific surface rise to the light of day? Chief Yoshioka, since Gitangia's resurgence, that relic has been steadily ascending. It shall soon emerge in its entirety. Yoshioka regarded the ancient expert he had enlisted with satisfaction. This young man not only possessed vast knowledge, but could also decipher ancient scripts. Furthermore, his ambitions resonated with Yoshioka's own. This alignment pleased Yoshioka immensely, and he resolved to nurture the young talent. Once the relic fully surfaces, you shall assume command of its development. All will heed your directives. Yes, Summer Rain responded, providing Yoshioka with the reassurance he sought, and he departed, humming a cheerful tune. As Summer Rain watched Yoshioka's retreating figure, he mused that this was indeed a man of grand vision. However, his ideologies appeared fundamentally flawed in this world. Perhaps, in a millennium or so, humanity may fully harness the power of giants. But for now, we are far from deserving. Is it not too hasty to elevate this young man to the role of commander? Yoshioka pondered. Ah yes, I shall send Summer Rain to the victory team for training. That way, I can avoid any entanglements with that old man Zay. In preparing a path for Summer Rain, Yoshioka recognized that placing him in the victory team was merely a superficial gilding. Surely, Zay would grant him that favor if he did not acquiesce. He would have to contend with my wrath. Chapter 50. The magnificence of having a girlfriend today. The victory team is gathered, all present. Following the recent appearance of Zhong Baiyu, their previously waning vigilance has been restored. Dagu, do you think that the original Ultraman we encountered before was transformed from a human like you? Xian Chung inquired, glancing at Dagu seated beside Lina. Recalling the original and Appo's ferocious combat style, which sent a shiver down his spine. Dagu is certainly more benevolent. This new arrival is far too brutal. Perhaps, but I cannot say for certain, Dagu pondered, reflecting on his singular encounter alongside the original. So, Xian Ching, are you planning to transform into a giant to fight? Kugi-ai asked with a playful grin as he observed Xian Chung. I wish I could, but I fear the giant would overlook me. Xian Chung retorted. You should first focus on finding a girlfriend. What is so great about having a girlfriend? Xian Ching snapped. Just then, Kugi-ai and Appo's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Chichizuru. Indeed, Xian Ching, having a girlfriend is truly remarkable. Kugi-ai straightened, a smirk of provocation on his face as he turned to Xian Chung. Why must I be so handsome, yet remain unnoticed by the ladies? It defies logic. Xian Cheng lamented, his spirits plummeting as he gazed despondently at the ceiling. The atmosphere within the victory team brimmed with joy. At that moment, Director Zawi entered, accompanied by a young man. Zhong Fang stared in disbelief at the newcomer. How could my coffee partner be brought to the victory team by Director Zawi? All right, everyone. Please settle down. Ijima K raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Now, I introduce a new member, Xiaoyu. He is a warrior from the Celestial Empire. So please treat him well. After announcing Xiaoyu, Director Zawi departed, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Had it not been for Yoshioka and Appo's insistence, he would not have come personally. How curious. I sense an unusual energy emanating from him. Dagu mused as he regarded Xiaoyu, a strange feeling stirring within him. Hello, Xiaoyu. I am Ijima K, the captain of the victory team. Welcome. Ijima greeted with a warm smile. Hey there, kid. Our missions are perilous. Are you sure you can manage? Xian Chung approached, placing a hand on Xia Yu's shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin. Would you like me to teach you the world's premier flying techniques? Xian Chung, spare the poor newcomer. With your crash-prone skills, who would dare learn from you? Kugi-ai interjected, exasperated. Each mission with Xian Chung invariably resulted in the destruction of a victory flying swallow. Can you even teach effectively? Kugi-ai quipped. Be careful, or I and Amp, Oppos, LL accuse you of slander. Xian Chung retorted, alarmed. Xia Yu, ignore his nonsense. He is maligning me. Xia Yu chuckled at the playful banter between Xian Chung and Kugi-ai. Each member here carried the weight of childhood memories, and they held an unwavering trust in one another, exhibiting remarkable camaraderie. Had Ace and Amp, Oppos, as comrades been of this caliber, the emergence of the Super Beast would have been swiftly quelled. Accepting Yoshioka's arrangement to join the victory team, Xia Yu embraced the role of a frontline officer after spending ample time as a behind-the-scenes strategist. Greetings, esteemed members of the victory team. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. I am an expert in ancient civilizations, often referred to as a monster specialist. There are few monsters I am unfamiliar with. Xia Yu introduced himself, producing a volume titled Records of the Peaceful Era, inscribed in ancient characters. Since acquiring the Divine Light Rod, Xia Yu had mastered the ancient script, both reading and writing it fluently. Consequently, he compiled a monster encyclopedia, meticulously illustrated, all penned in ancient script. For instance, the creature Zhongbayu, known in the cosmos as the bringer of death. Turning to the 70th page, he revealed a hand-drawn image of Zhongbayu. Wow, incredible! Such a monster encyclopedia exists? This is eye-opening. Xian Chung and Kugi-ai eagerly examined the volume. Greetings, I am Dagu. I look forward to collaborating with you. Dagu acknowledged. Recognizing Xia Yu as the one who previously transformed to battle as Diga, Xia Yu regarded Dagu, a remarkable figure embodying both light and humanity. The TPC leadership was well aware of Dagu's identity as Diga, yet they refrained from utilizing him for research. That is all in the past. Dagu smiled, undeterred by his inability to transform into Diga again. For him, this was the optimal resolution. I must say, Xia Yu, your credentials are impressive. Zhongfang approached, placing a hand on Xia Yu and Amp, Oppos' shoulder. Commander, do you know Xia Yu? Lena finally interjected, her eyes filled with curiosity toward the two with such a noticeable age gap. Indeed, we met over coffee, Zhongfang replied, smiling. With Xia Yu joining the victory team, he would no longer need to visit the CAF for their discussions. Captain, unusual activity detected. After meeting Xia Yu, Naozumi projected data from his computer onto the main screen. A vast area in a rural village is engulfed in dark clouds imbued with a peculiar energy. It is suspected to be a supernatural occurrence. Gazing at the ominous scene displayed on the main screen, reminiscent of the time when the Suna ghost was unsealed, Dagu felt a pang of nostalgia. All right. Let and Amp, Oppos, assign the missions. Dagu and Lena, you two will pilot the Victory Flying Swallow No. 1. Kugi-ai, Xian Chung, and Zhongfang. You will take Xia Yu and pilot Victory Flying Swallow No. 2. Proceed to the incident site at full speed and investigate thoroughly. Victory team, let's move out. Chapter 51. The max-level human, Jingtian Long. What is happening in this place? It is shrouded in darkness. Xia Yu and his companions piloted the Victory Swallow aircraft to the vicinity of this rural village. I must say, experiencing a fighter jet for the first time is quite exhilarating. As soon as they disembarked, they heard Jiuejing grumbling. Generally, the crisis level of a supernatural event is assessed by its impact on the surrounding environment. For instance, Gatangier appeared and plunged the entire Earth into darkness, an event that humanity could not possibly resolve on its own and would require formidable external assistance. Conversely, if a supernatural event occurs without affecting the surrounding environment, it is rather mundane, easily manageable by humans, much like the earlier incident with Kakuma. Of course, there are also those who are exceedingly discreet. They do not induce environmental changes and appear in a plain manner. Such entities are cunning, specializing in subterfuge. Enough complaining. Let us hasten to the village and inquire with the locals. Nishiching was quite eager. After all, last time, it was Jiuejing who rescued Dr. Jiangqi's daughter from a village, thus gaining a girlfriend. Now, it was finally Nishiching's turn to seek a beautiful partner to outshine Jiuejing. Humph. I warned you not to disturb that stone of knives, and now look, it's utterly dark in the sky. Old man, the clouds are gathering. It clearly indicates rain is imminent. What does that have to do with the Stone of Knives? Do not interfere with our work. As Xia Yu and his companions approached the village entrance, they saw an elderly man arguing with several men clad in engineering attire. Gentlemen, what is the matter? You are the victory team, right? Thank goodness you have finally arrived. Zhongfang hurried forward to separate the arguing individuals. The old man, upon seeing Zhongfang, looked as though he had found a savior and exclaimed, "What of the victory team? We are constructing a high-voltage power tower, a crucial national project. Do you dare to obstruct us?" A young engineer stepped forward, arrogantly pointing at Xia Yu and his group. His uncle was the project's chief overseer. He had been sent here merely to gain prestige. Once the high-voltage tower was completed, he would no longer need to toil in the wilderness but could comfortably reside at home. Xia Yu regarded the young man, bemused. Have you not yet matured enough to comprehend the gravity of the situation? Do you not realize this has escalated into a supernatural event? How dare you speak so brazenly about obstruction? It was this young man who, dismissing the age-old legends passed down through generations, insisted on tampering with the Stone of Knives, thereby unleashing the vengeful spirits known as the Ghosts of Love, which led to the current predicament. The Ghosts of Love, as the legend goes, were the spirits of two star-crossed lovers, a prince and princess from rival states, who, torn apart by war, chose to end their lives tragically, unable to unite in death. Their resentful spirits manifested as the Ghosts of Love, wreaking havoc upon their nations. Xia Yu retrieved the records of tranquil lands and began recounting the legend of the Ghosts of Love. Subsequently, this entity was sealed within the Stone of Knives by Jingtian Long. The elderly man gazed at Xia Yu with astonishment. You possess such knowledge of our village's lore. You are quite the catch. Should I introduce you to my granddaughter? Indeed, Jingtian Long sealed the last entity. The Suna ghost, did he not? Nishiqing recalled the terrifying Suna ghost from their previous encounter. How absurd. You are members of the victory team. Yet you cling to such superstitions. Allow me to clarify. This is merely a normal weather change. Once the rain has passed, everything will return to normal. The young engineer waved dismissively, urging Xia Yu and his companions to leave. Our project is of utmost importance. If the schedule is delayed, will you take responsibility? Do you wish to obstruct the victory team from executing their mission? So what if you do? I declare this, while I am here. Do not even think about carrying out your trivial task? The young man, with an air of arrogance, pointed at Xia Yu. Xia Yu, feeling exasperated at being bitten by this mad dog while attempting to enjoy life, thought, this cannot be tolerated. Commander Yoshioka, have you heard this mad dog's words? Xia Yu had already contacted Yoshioka Tetsuji, realizing that engaging in dialogue with someone so dim-witted might lower his own intellect. I have heard. To obstruct the victory team and Oppo's mission is an unforgivable offense. On the other end of the line, a cold glimmer flashed in Yoshioka Tetsuji's eyes as he swiftly issued an order. Before long, the young engineer received a phone call. His uncle had been discovered embezzling funds and was now detained, and he too was to be arrested. Ignoring the young man and Oppo's ashen face, the elderly man led Xia Yu and his companions to view the Stone of Knives. It was completely shattered, leaving no possibility for resealing. Xia Yu shook his head as he gazed at the stone. Just then, a fierce wind howled through the skies, and a colossal warrior, imbued with resentment, appeared not far away. Clad in armor from the Warring States period and wielding a sword forged from vengeful spirits, it bore a wild appearance. Why must you prevent our union? The voice of the Ghosts of Love resonated, a haunting blend of male and female tones, filled with sorrow and lamentation. The Ghosts of Love threatened to destroy everything in their path. Upon discovering the village, it brandished its sword, intent on annihilating it. The Ghosts of Love, being incorporeal and composed entirely of vengeful energy, rendered their conventional weapons ineffective. While Xia Yu continued to relay information about the Ghosts of Love, Nishiqing, undeterred by the warnings, drew his victory hyper gun and fired at the entity. However, the bullet merely passed through the Ghosts of Love without inflicting any harm. This was indeed a dire predicament. Chapter 52. Jingtian Jilong achieves MVP. Xinqing's serendipitous victory. There was no other option. External assistance was necessary. External assistance. The members of the victory team turned their gazes toward Xia Yu, questioning whether they still had any external aid left. At that moment, Xia Yu tore a piece of paper covered in incomprehensible runes from the Chronicles of Taiping. With urgency, he declared, in the name of Xia Yu, I summon Jingtian Jilong to quell the vengeful spirit. The paper in Xia Yu and Oppo's hand ignited spontaneously, and an invisible force enveloped him. Daegu and his companions stared at Xiaoyu, bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Since the adversary is a ghost, we shall combat it with the supernatural. An erudite elder once proclaimed, one must employ magic to vanquish magic. Before them appeared a middle-aged man clad in samurai attire, wielding a sword. It and Amp, Oppos, it's been a while, Daegu. Jingtian Jilung greeted Daegu with a warm smile. In truth, he had arrived the moment the vengeful spirit's blade shattered. However, unlike his previous manifestation, he was far weaker this time, unable to fully materialize or even possess anyone. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us swiftly resolve this predicament, Xiaoyu admonished. His essence was not to be squandered on idle chatter. He summoned Jingtian Jilung to eliminate a threat, not for conversation. Jingtian Jilung regarded Xiaoyu, recognizing that upon his summoning, an inexplicable energy surged within him, rendering him more formidable than in life. An inscrutable young man. Jingtian Jilung and Amp, Oppos, gaze shifted towards the vengeful spirit, and he began to grow in size, soon matching the spirit and Amp, Oppos, height. I shall see you dead. The vengeful spirit, upon witnessing Jingtian Jilung and Amp, Oppos' appearance, hesitated momentarily before charging forward with its cursed sword. This was the very being that had forcibly sealed it for centuries, and now it sought vengeance. Jingtian Jilung, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, mused, in the past, even without the strength I possess now, I could subdue you easily. Now that we are of equal stature, what do you intend to fight me with? Who instilled such courage in you to confront me? Xiaoyu, this is astounding. What sort of sorcery is this? Jiuekue approached Xiaoyu, a grin on his face. For him, as a scientist, Xiaoyu's actions were a complete paradigm shift. The Taoist sorcery of our celestial empire is specifically designed to counter such malevolent entities. The celestial empire is indeed a remarkable place. I must visit it one day. Jiuekue's eyes sparkled with reverence and anticipation for his journey. Daegu, do you know Jingtian Jilung? Lina inquired, observing Daegu as he watched Jingtian Jilung pummel the vengeful spirit. Indeed, the previous host of that spirit was also sealed by Jingtian Jilung. I met him once when he possessed another. Daegu recounted his encounter without reservation. Sigh. Compared to you two, I feel my life is so utterly mundane. Xinsheng glanced at Xiaoyu, then at Daegu, his expression one of existential doubt. Here stood one who could summon such a formidable entity, and another who had once battled countless monsters, while he himself lacked any extraordinary abilities and struggled in his personal life. Oh, how wretched my fate is. Xiaoyu, however, did not turn his gaze to Jingtian Jilung's battle. The vengeful spirit, once easily subdued by the human Jingtian Jilung, stood no chance against the now massive Jingtian Jilung. Indeed, the spirit was soon overwhelmed, its former malevolence diminishing. Just as Jingtian Jilung prepared to deliver the final blow, a bolt of dark energy descended from the ominous clouds, striking the vengeful spirit. Upon absorbing this dark lightning, the spirit erupted with a more potent malice, forcing Jingtian Jilung to retreat. What is this? The members of the victory team felt an unsettling sensation as they beheld the sudden emergence of dark lightning. Could this be reminiscent of the power of Gitangier? Xiaoyu pondered. Sensing a resemblance to the primordial energy of Gitangier, the source being above the ominous clouds, one must remain vigilant. Noticing the dark figure vanish without a trace above the clouds, Xiaoyu shook his head and chose not to dwell on it any longer. He had already deduced that this entity wielded powers akin to Gitangier and Oppos. As for its motive, he speculated it stemmed from the resentment generated when Gitangier was slain by Digo within the ruins of Lului, as the malice contained remnants of Gitangier and Oppos' essence. Why must you prevent our union? The vengeful spirit howled, raising its cursed sword towards Jingtian Jilung. Without a word, Jingtian Jilung brandished his own blade, deftly evading the spirit's assault before severing its head in a single stroke. For your unfulfilled desires, you wreak havoc upon innocent lives. You deserve to be subdued. Xiaoyu ascended a nearby hill, observing the head of the vengeful spirit in Jingtian Jilung's grasp, his tone icy. What? You wish for me to redeem these two? Am I simply idle? They have committed unspeakable atrocities and you expect me to reform them? I am not a benevolent figure, lacking their naive worldview. Eradicate them. I find their mere presence distasteful. With Xiaoyu's command, Jingtian Jilung obliterated the spirit's essence and malice. An inscrutable youth, yet he refrained from reclaiming the power bestowed upon him. Jingtian Jilung was taken aback as he noticed Xiaoyu's indifference. Soon, Jingtian Jilung's form dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Why persist in this toil? Xiaoyu mused. recognizing Jingtian Jilong and Apos' unwavering sense of duty. And so it concludes, what purpose did our presence serve? Xinsheng gazed at Xiaoyu, who had single-handedly resolved the crisis. Then turned to Zhongfang, bewildered. Jingtian Jilong achieved MVP, while Xinsheng basked in serendipity. Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly in Xinsheng and Apos' ear, eliciting laughter from those around them. Chapter 53. The scheme to disrupt the game. The Dark Spark and the Galaxy Spark, two enigmatic artifacts from the legend of the Land of Light. Led by Zophi. The Ultra Brothers and Apos cards, alongside a card of Super Taro and one of Leo, are gifts from the Ultra Brothers of the illusory world. Upon entering the real world, they were infused with primal energy, manifesting with powers equivalent to their original selves. The Dark Zaki Spark doll, discovered in the illusory world, has been safeguarded by Xiaoyu within the realm of the Dark Spark, remaining intact. The legendary Hapechtin Spark doll, akin to Dark Zaki, also originated from the illusory world. Since Xiaoyu extracted them from the illusory world, their strength has significantly diminished in this new reality, and to restore their power, they require a substantial amount of dark primal energy. The Divine Light Rod, one side black and the other in normal hues, was recognized by Diga and Apos' Spark doll in the illusory world, transforming into the Divine Light Rod. Subsequently, after absorbing a wealth of negative energy and hopeful light from Earth and Apos' denizens, Diga evolved into a new form and vanquished the overseer of the illusory world, a colossal eye. Following this, Xiaoyu materialized as Dark Luciel, alongside Galaxy Ultraman, embarking on a path of escape. During their flight, as Galaxy began to dissipate, Dark Luciel forcibly seized control of the Galaxy Spark, encapsulating Galaxy within it. Dark Luciel further manipulated the Galaxy Spark to acknowledge Xiaoyu. Thanks to Xiaoyu and Apos' semi-illusory state, Galaxy was preserved. Soon after, they encountered the genuine Carlmira, which facilitated the fusion of Dark Luciel and Galaxy, allowing their true forms to emerge and escape the illusory world. In their exodus, they carried away a vast amount of primal energy, causing the illusory world to vanish entirely. Upon escaping, Xiaoyu manifested as Dark Zaki, only to be cast into a cosmic prison by the King of Ultra. Following Belial's successful prison break, Xiaoyu once again became Dark Zaki, accompanying Belial in wreaking havoc in the Land of Light, seizing the Plasma Spark. Within the Plasma Spark, leveraging the connections of Luciel and Galaxy, Xiaoyu was recognized as the offspring of the Plasma Spark. This mother figure treated Xiaoyu exceptionally well, not only infusing him with a wealth of primal energy to become an Ultraman, but also granting him mastery over both light and dark primal energies. However, Luciel and Galaxy have lost too much primal energy and are still within the Plasma Spark, striving to recover. The young Carlmira, inherently weak, remains unable to emerge. The original quartet has dwindled to just Xiaoyu. Upon his return, Xiaoyu is forcibly integrated into the Land of Light by the King of Ultra. Originally, Zero intended to mentor Xiaoyu, but unexpectedly, Xiaoyu asserted his dominance, compelling Zero to follow his lead. After seizing the base of the Salomines, Xiaoyu aimed to traverse to other universes with Zero, only to be intercepted by the self-introducing Tartarus. Reluctantly, Xiaoyu transformed into Dark Diga, brandishing Super Taro and accompanied by Zero, managing to drive Tartarus away. Subsequently, a call resonated from another universe, prompting Xiaoyu to voluntarily venture there. In this realm, Diga had already vanquished Gitangier, yet an unknown entity, previously non-existent, emerged with powers reminiscent of Gitangier. Within the TPC, Xiaoyu reviewed the written words that chronicled his journey since arriving in this world. Who, after all, crafted the illusory world? What was the true cause of his traversing? Sitting at his desk, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, pondering the multitude of secrets embedded within this world, secrets known only to the most elite of the powerful, while the rest remained oblivious. They are the top-tier players in this grand game, with Zero and Galaxy as mere pieces propelling the game forward. At present, I too am but a pawn. Xiaoyu continued inscribing on paper. The entire multiverse is a colossal game. This game has been in motion for countless ages and remains unresolved. My emergence represents an anomaly that was never intended to be part of this game. With an anomaly comes a multitude of possibilities. Because of my presence, when this game reaches its conclusion, one of the opposing players shall be buried within it. Sighing, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing. To disrupt this long-standing standoff, my current capabilities are woefully insufficient. Thus, I must seek out other powerful beings and draw them into this game. The more powerful entities involved, the greater the chaos, allowing me to stealthily grow. In the multiverse, the powerful beings I am aware of include the enigmatic Four Supreme Ones, undoubtedly positioned at the pinnacle. However, it is evident that they constitute a cohesive unit. Perhaps they have always been part of the game. Drazian, a figure shrouded in mystery, remains largely unseen by others. Luring him into the game will prove challenging. As for the King of Absolute Isolation, he remains an enigma. How vexing. Those renowned powerhouses are either unknown to me or have been sealed by the mysterious Four Supreme Ones. Xiaoyu scratched his head, his hair transforming into disarray. No, my objective is not to gain their support, but to draw them into the game and stir the waters. Locating the obscure powerful beings is difficult, yet those who have been sealed are far easier to find. A sudden realization dawned upon Xiaoyu, a signature smile gracing his lips. Since they were capable of sealing once, they can surely be sealed again. To the mysterious Four Supreme Ones, I've heard you're quite idle. Allow me the privilege of presenting you with some tasks. Once these individuals are preoccupied, the game shall descend into disarray. Those who break free from their seals, unable to contend with the Four Supreme Ones, will undoubtedly flee, right? If the once stable game is suddenly disrupted by those they painstakingly sealed, it would truly be absolutely splendid. With renewed vigor, Xiaoyu seized his pen and swiftly resumed writing on paper. Plans emerged in an orderly fashion, one after another. A seamless string of strategies. My only advantage now lies in glimpsing future trajectories. Let us shatter the future into fragments and invite all into this game. Chapter 54. Behold my driving skills. Here lies another universe. It appears strikingly similar to the one I previously inhabited. At this moment, Zero is soaring through the crimson-hued cosmos he has entered, observing the surrounding planets and absorbing the essence of this universe. Zero perceives no discernible difference from the realm he once called home. Who could possibly be calling out to me? As Zero contemplates this mystery, a distant cry for help reaches his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly propels himself in the direction of the sound. You're being excessively unreasonable. 1 ton of aminol or is merely 500,000 cosmic coins. Why not seize it for yourselves? A child argues vehemently with a figure clad in armor on planet Anu. Beside him stands a young man and an elderly woman with silver hair. Little Ji, this price is already generous. If we fail to appreciate it, we may find ourselves in tears with nowhere to turn when they pull out. I understand, brother. Little Ji glances at his elder sibling, letting out a resigned sigh. He is the youngest son in a landowner's family on planet Anu, and his brother is named Lon. Lon possesses remarkable talents, but is utterly clueless when it comes to business. In contrast, Little Ji has harbored a keen interest in commerce from a young age, often indulging in books on the subject during his leisure time. Planet Anu, as its name suggests, is a remarkably underdeveloped world. The inhabitants of this planet possess a rudimentary level of technology. However, it is rich in a mineral known as aminol, which harbors immense energy potential. Unfortunately, due to its backwardness, Planet Anu is unable to effectively refine the ore for industrial development, forcing it to export only the raw material. Originally, the raw ore was exported to the Esmeralda royal family at a meager price. The Esmeralda royal family is the undisputed leading power in this universe, boasting advanced technology and a large population. The Esmeralda star is also rich in aminol ore. However, with the opportunity to acquire raw or at a lower price from other planets, why would they bother extracting from their own resources? Aside from this one dominant force, other planets in the universe are relatively weak. Furthermore, many planets are eager to export their ore to the Esmeralda royal family. In recent years, however, a formidable entity known as the Belial Galactic Empire has emerged, beginning to acquire aminol ore across the cosmos at prices surpassing those offered by the Esmeralda royal family. This sudden rise of the Belial Galactic Empire displays a power that rivals, if not exceeds, that of the Esmeralda royal family. Consequently, numerous planets have shifted their export allegiances from the Esmeralda royal family to the Belial Galactic Empire. Currently, representatives of the Belial Galactic Empire are negotiating with Little Ji, the representative of planet Anu, regarding the export price of aminol ore. Why is it that other planets have an export price of 550,000 cosmic coins? Yet for us on planet Anu, it has dwindled to 500,000? After the contract was signed, Little Ji inquires of the Belial representative. The other planets mine and sell the ore themselves, while you from planet Anu require our mining robots. The Belial representative replies curtly before hastily departing. Embarrassed, Little Ji scratches his head, realizing perhaps their demands were too excessive. Little Ji, The chief representative of the Belial Galactic Empire has assured us they will provide Planet Anu with a wealth of scientific technology. They will also establish numerous infrastructures to improve our living standards. Lon, his brother, exclaims joyfully as he approaches Little G. What are those? Just as Little G is about to nod in agreement, a mountain nearby cracks open, revealing a colossal creature, the ancient beast, Gomes. Upon Gomes' emergence, it spots the mining robot Regine, diligently extracting aminal ore not far away. This ruckus has disturbed Gomes from its long slumber, and it is not pleased. With a fearsome roar, Gomes unleashes a barrage of searing fireballs, toppling the Regine robot. This machine, designed by Belial specifically for mining aminal ore, lacks substantial combat prowess. Given the high demand for mining robots throughout the universe, their materials are subpar, merely needing to ensure operational reliability. Thus, it is easily vanquished by Gomes' fiery assault. Yet, Gomes is not satiated after dispatching Regine. Its menacing gaze sweeps the area, quickly identifying the scattered populace. Roar! Gomes bellows, commencing its hunt for the terrified crowd. Quickly, everyone flee. Run in this direction, and I will divert the beast. Little G commands, standing atop a raised platform, calmly directing the panicking throng. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to his commendable reputation, the crowd obeys Little G's instructions and begins to escape in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Lon has commandeered a jeep and is driving towards Gomes, honking the horn in a frantic attempt to draw its attention. Indeed, Gomes, much like a child at an amusement park, is captivated by the commotion and begins to pursue Lon. Fireballs rain down upon Lan's jeep, yet his driving skills are exceptional. He skillfully evades each fiery projectile. Little G, are you alright? Seizing an opportunity, Lon manages to pull his brother into the safety of the jeep. I and Oppos am fine. The others have retreated to safety. Brother, let us escape the creature's gaze. Alright, witness my driving prowess. As Gomes observes the two insignificant beings disappearing into the distance, it raises its formidable tail, aiming a devastating strike at a nearby mountain. In an instant, a section of the mountain crumbles, hurtling towards the jeep where Little G is seated. Help! Is there anyone to save me? In this moment of peril, Little G cries out in despair, his necklace emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Chapter 55, Zero. Am I dreaming? Just as the fractured mountaintop was about to crush Xiaoji and his companion, a blue figure emerged and sent the debris flying. Wonderful. It is the Dark Lopus Zero combat robot from the Belial Galactic Empire. We are saved. Xiaoji beamed with joy at the sudden appearance of the giant who rescued them from peril. Zero? Did I hear correctly? Belial Galactic Empire. Dark Lopus Zero combat robot. Never mind, let us deal with this Gomes first, and then I'll question these two. Gomes, sensing the formidable aura of the suddenly appeared Zero, looked on with caution. Gomes fled. Without a second thought, he began to dig a hole to escape. Unable to defeat him, but can I run away? Thinking of escaping, after destroying the Belial Galactic Empire's mining robot, do you really think you can get away? Xiaoji said disdainfully as he observed Gomez's actions. If you manage to escape today, I, Xiaoji, will never engage in commerce again. Zero, utilizing his Ultraman telekinesis, lifted the feeble Gomes into the sky. Gomes, now, I can fly too. Who can't fly now? Boring. Zero removed the icy axe from his head and swiftly dealt with the weak Gomes. Hey, Dark Lopus Zero, that monster just defeated the Regine mining robot. Hurry up and send a new Regine mining robot. Xiaoji shouted at Zero. Zero, when did I become Dark Lopus Zero? ISNT that under summer rain? I am not Dark Lopus Zero. I am Zero, Ultraman Zero. With great confidence, Zero introduced himself to Xiaoji and his brother, his face beaming with pride. What? Are you the latest combat robot developed by the Belial Galactic Empire? Xiaoji gazed up at Zero with innocent eyes. I told you. I am not a combat robot. I am Zero. By the way, what on earth is this Belial Galactic Empire you keep mentioning? Zero, unable to contain himself, reverted to his normal form, appearing before Xiaoji and his brother as the human Zhuzheng. You really aren't a combat robot. Xiaoji still struggled to accept this, but Zero compelled him to believe. Soon, the brothers invited Zero, their savior, to a tea house. What? You say Belial has appeared in this universe and established an empire? Upon hearing Xiaoji's account of the Belial Galactic Empire, Zhuzheng was taken aback, his voice involuntarily rising several degrees. Yes, is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Who is Belial? A ruthless marauder, committing every conceivable evil. No. I must destroy this empire of Belial and rescue the people suffering under his tyrannical rule. Zhuzheng and Apos' expression hardened with determination as he prepared to leave and confront Belial. Ciro, are you out of your mind? What grudge does Belial have against you? Xiaoxi hurriedly stopped Ciro, preventing the one who saved him and his brother from walking into danger. Do you know? Belial not only refrains from plunder, but also rationally acquires Imarana or from various underdeveloped planets, helping them build infrastructure for free. Since the emergence of the Belial Galactic Empire, crime in the universe has decreased by 300%. Everyone operates under the rules of the Belial Galactic Empire. The universe is now flourishing. Xiaoxi quickly recounted the accomplishments of the Belial Galactic Empire in recent years. First, the Belial Galactic Empire eradicated all the ruthless bandits in the universe, making the exports of various planets much safer. Second, the Empire purchased Imarana or at prices significantly higher than those offered by the Esmeralda royal family, while also funding free education for these planets. Once talented individuals emerge, they have the opportunity to work in the Belial Galactic Empire. It's worth noting that the Belial Galactic Empire attracts the universe's finest talents. The chance to work there is rare, even among hundreds of underdeveloped planets. Third, the Belial Galactic Empire promulgated new cosmic laws, and due to its formidable military strength, no force in the universe dares to defy them. Even the previous top force in the cosmic black market, the Esmeralda royal family, must comply with the laws established by the Belial Galactic Empire. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Ciro sat down on the bench, his gaze vacant and speechless. Is this the Belial I know? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime benefactor. Even our land of light does not operate this way. What is Belial trying to prove? That his empire is superior to the land of light. Ciro's mind became a jumble, and he lost his capacity for coherent thought. He even forgot to question why Belial had used him as a model to create the Dark Lopa Ciro combat robot. In fact, this was also Belial's wicked amusement. Having Ciro work for him for free? Isn't that delightful? Absolutely delightful. Since Belial has not engaged in destruction in this universe and the people are not suffering. Then who summoned me here? Soon, Ciro recalled why he had come to this universe. It was a voice in his mind that called him here. Well, returning now seems pointless. I might as well settle here and see if Belial has truly reformed. Ciro looked at the Xiaoxi brothers and asked them to arrange a place for him to stay, deciding to reside there for the time being. Have you found that guy yet? No. He seems to possess some special power that allowed him to defeat 5 Dark Lopa Ciro and escape. In a grand palace, Belial, clad in a magnificent royal robe, sat upon the throne. Just below Belial's position was another seat, yet it remained unoccupied. Below were several tiers of steps leading to the officials. Interesting, he was able to escape from 5 Dark Lopa Ciro. This fellow must be exceptional. Belial, upon hearing this news, did not show anger. After all, Summer Rain had said that anger is the most useless trait of an emperor. Issue a cosmic wanted notice. Capture this kid named Shotong, and he can serve in the Empire. Yes. With Belial's command issued, the Belial Galactic Empire began to mobilize. Summer Rain. Where are you now? How have you been? I have said that I, Belial, am never inferior to others. This empire has accomplished what even the Land of Light could not. Belial gazed at the empty seat beside him, murmuring to himself. Chapter 56. The Mighty Shotong, a galactic bounty on Zhotong. With the Belial Galactic Empire issuing a cosmic warrant for Zhotong, his name has ignited fervor throughout the universe. Various factions have mobilized their forces, embarking on a quest to uncover Zhotong's whereabouts. This marks the first time since its inception that the Belial Galactic Empire has sought assistance from other powers. Should they succeed in locating Zhotong, ideally capturing him and delivering him to Belial, it would undoubtedly earn them favor in his eyes. Furthermore, if they could secure a place within the Belial Galactic Empire, it would be a tremendous boon. As the potential rewards far outweigh the risks, they have commenced their search. Even some of the more formidable factions in the cosmos are on the hunt for Zhotong, not to mention the weaker planets. The Belial Galactic Empire is not only purchasing their Imaralana ores at exorbitant prices, but also providing free assistance in building infrastructure and educating their populace. They are eager to repay Belial in some manner, and Zhotong's presence is serendipitous. Captain, should we lend our aid in the search for Zhotong? Amidst a breathtaking expanse of cosmic sea, a majestic spaceship glides gracefully through the void. At the bow, a colossal figure clad in crimson turns to regard the 3 men in the cockpit. Of course we should. This is an excellent opportunity to secure a stable position. In our line of work, Chaos in the universe has always been advantageous. Yet now that stability is gradually returning, we must also secure our future. Indeed, let us go. Flame Warrior. All right, let us embark. Countless individuals, including denizens of the second dimension and the royal family of Esmeralda, have mobilized substantial resources to seek the elusive Zhou Tong, as mandated by the Belial Galactic Empire. At this moment, on an obscure asteroid, a silver-haired man leisurely sips tea in a quaint tea house. Outside, a throng of people brandishing a wanted poster scours the area. The poster features a sharply defined man with jet black hair. These foolish creatures do not even know what Zhou Tong looks like and dare to search for him. Upon glimpsing the likeness on the warrant, the silver-haired man chuckles disdainfully. Little does he know, numerous warships are converging outside the asteroid. Suddenly, a dark Lopus-Cero descends from the heavens, locking its sights on the silver-haired man. Target identified. Execute the command to eliminate. How amusing, they attempt to employ subterfuge. Yet they greatly underestimate my prowess. Zhou Tong, the silver-haired man, regards the encroaching dark Lopus-Cero with a smirk. He raises his hand, and a lightsaber materializes in his grasp. Transformation. A flash of white light engulfs him, revealing a towering figure clad entirely in white, draped in a flowing cape. Wielding a sword. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashes a wave of sword energy, cleaving the dark Lopus-Cero in twain. History has become chaotic. Right and wrong, I can no longer discern. Now, allow me to eradicate this erroneous history. With a resounding declaration, Zhou Tong gazes skyward at the boundless enemy forces and charges forth with his sword raised. On planet Anu, Cero has lingered for quite some time. Initially, he had planned to seize upon any misstep by Belial to launch an unrelenting assault on the Belial Galactic Empire. To this end, he had even prepared a notebook. However, as time passed, not only did he fail to document any misdeeds of Belial, but he also found himself noting the benefits brought by Belial's policies. What should I do? At this rate, I feel as though I might join this so-called Belial Galactic Empire. Someone, please tell me a solution. I'm in urgent need. Cero, trouble approaches. A great battle has erupted not far from planet Anu. The combatants consist of battle robots from the Belial Galactic Empire and a giant clad in white. As Cero stands entranced with his notebook, Xiaoji rushes in, exclaiming urgently. The dark Lopus-Cero stands no chance against that white giant. Can you lend your assistance? Xiaoji is aware of the Belial Galactic Empire and Oppo's warrant for Zhou Tong. However, planet Anu has no intention of joining this fray. Why, you ask? The answer is simple. They cannot afford to. Their arsenal consists only of tanks and rudimentary weaponry. Spaceships are beyond their means. Even the ships once used for or exports were not their own. That white giant is battling the robots of the Belial Galactic Empire. Indeed, Cero, you must go see for yourself. The battle is nearing planet Anu. Upon hearing Xiaoji and Oppo's anxious tone, Cero wastes no time. Donning his Cero glasses and transforming to venture into the cosmos. He has acquired much during his time here and is determined not to allow this impoverished planet to suffer destruction. Has your master Belial not arrived? Are you mere fodder sent to perish? Zhou Tong, sword in hand, addresses the dark Lopus-Cero with nonchalance. He holds these adversaries in disdain. Over the past days, he has dismantled countless dark Lopus-Cero, yet Belial remains elusive. This lack of appearance vexes him greatly. Why does Zhou Tong not directly assault the capital of the Belial Galactic Empire? Quite simply, he does not wish to. Or rather, he senses a formidable dimensional energy residing there, potent enough to obliterate the universe. His intention is to rectify this flawed history, not to annihilate the cosmos. Otherwise, those ancient beings would not remain absent to this day. After all, the timeline of this history diverges significantly from their plans. For now, he merely serves as a sword. Once his purpose is fulfilled, it could signify his demise. However, that esteemed individual will not abandon him. Were it not for the assurances from that figure, Zhou Tong would never dare to manifest so brazenly within this universe. As a dozen dark Lopus-Cero remain silent at Zhou Tong and Oppo's words, they merely raise their arms and unleash beams of light. Why am I even conversing with these constructs of metal and code? Zhou Tong chuckles helplessly, raising his sword to cleave the combined beams of light from the dark Lopus-Cero. Suddenly, a fiery foot descends from above, targeting Zhou Tong directly. Cero kick. Yet, undaunted by the incoming strike, Zhou Tong extends his left hand and seizes Cero's foot. With effortless grace, he neutralizes the powerful blow. Cero, I recognize you. But what brings you here, if not to dismantle the Belial Galactic Empire? Do you wish to dance alongside these machines? Chapter 57. The Quest for the Shield of Pelagi. What on earth are you? Sero exclaimed, his face a mask of horror as he stared at Zhou Tong, who had effortlessly deflected his kick. How can this person be so powerful? Who am I? You might as well inquire with that old fool, Peter. However, as a mere pawn, he is unlikely to divulge anything to you. Zhou Tong cast Sero aside and turned his gaze toward an empty space. He sensed a faint ripple emanating from that direction when he seized Sero. It seems that resolving this matter is beyond possibility. Zhou Tong sighed, shaking his head as his form gradually faded from view. What an incredibly formidable individual. Sero watched the spot where Zhou Tong had vanished, still feeling the lingering intensity of his presence. Who is this person truly? Furthermore, when he referred to me as a pawn, what did he mean by that? Filled with bewilderment, Sero returned to planet Anil. The dark Lopus Seros did not confront him, but instead took flight. Indeed, there are powerful beings in the vastness of the universe. You are strong now, but soon I shall catch up to you, for I possess no limits. Upon returning to planet Anu, Sero prepared to bid farewell to Xiao Ji, for he was about to embark on his journey of self-improvement across the cosmos. Sero, do you know of the Shield of Pelagi? After listening to Sero, Xiao Ji did not deter him, instead posing this question. Sero shook his head in confusion. His limited education left him unfamiliar with such a relic. The Shield of Pelagi is a legendary artifact created by the warrior, Noah Ultraman, during ancient times. According to legend, possessing the Shield of Pelagi grants one the power to obliterate all foes. Sero, I believe the Shield of Pelagi is your best opportunity to enhance your strength. Xiao Ji grasped Sero's hand, beginning to dance with excitement. The Shield of Pelagi? Very well, I must find it. At this moment, as Sero spoke of the Shield of Pelagi, clarity washed over him. He realized this was the very opportunity that had brought him to this universe. Yet, I do not know where the Shield of Pelagi is. The question arises, with such a vast universe, how shall Sero locate the Shield of Pelagi? Not to worry. It is not a significant problem. Xiao Ji patted his chest confidently. The Fire Pirate should know about it. We must seek out the Fire Pirate. Thus, Sero set off with Lan and Xiao Ji. Initially, Lan was reluctant to join, but ultimately relented to his younger brother and Apos' persistent coaxing. Noah, I know you are here. After all, we have known each other for countless years. Will you not come forth to greet an old friend? The vanished Zhou Tong reappeared outside a relic, calling out into the depths. Soon, as if responding to Zhou Tong, a radiant light manifested, revealing Noah and Apos' youthful form, Red Youth Nexus, before Zhou Tong. Traitor, how dare you show your face before me? Are you not afraid I shall slay you on the spot? Nexus erupted with fury upon his arrival. Were your true form present, I would certainly kneel before you, pleading for mercy. However, you are but a mere avatar. What can you do to harm me? Zhou Tong regarded Nexus with a smirk, his expression laced with provocation. In truth, I do not comprehend what you are all pursuing, nor why you seek to thwart that esteemed individual. In the past, you expended tremendous effort merely to seal him away. What have you gained from it? Traitor, our pursuits are beyond the comprehension of a selfish wretch like you. The colors upon Nexus began to shift until he transformed into his blue youth form. Were it not for you, we would not have paid such a heavy price. A glimmer of silver light enveloped Nexus, and Noah emerged. Oh, had I not switched allegiances in time, I would have perished long ago, just like those fools who have been obliterated, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of spirit. Whether they can return is uncertain. Even if you covet me, it is far better than being as weak as those imbeciles. At the very least, I am still alive, am I not? Zhou Tong's emotions surged as he fixed his gaze on Noah, bursting into laughter. Indeed, I am still alive. Noah, I know you are displeased with me, but you cannot eliminate me. Zhou Tong reveled in the exasperation he elicited from Noah. In their past encounters, Noah had ranked among the top 3 in power among their peers, while Zhou Tong had languished at the bottom. Noah had always been a figure Zhou Tong looked up to. However, times have changed. After that battle, Noah sustained grave injuries, leaving behind merely an avatar. Its whereabouts now unknown. Though this avatar's strength surpassed his own, Zhou Tong knew he could still escape if he chose. As Zhou Tong indulged in his elation, an unseen barrier enveloped the entire universe, silently and undetected by him. Upon sensing the barrier's completion, Noah regarded the traitor Zhou Tong, declaring, "This time, you shall not escape." In an instant, Noah vanished, leaving only Zhou Tong's laughter behind. Noah seethed in silence. Zhou Tong continued to chuckle at Noah's absence. Truth be told, the exhilaration of flaunting before someone he once revered was a delight even for an ancient being like him. In this multidimensional universe, how many could truly rival him? Even if there were, he still possessed the trump card left by that esteemed individual, allowing for a swift escape. However, he must temper his arrogance, lest Noah truly decide to act against him. Peter, ensure that this time, the traitor does not slip away. Outside the universe, Noah and Apos' avatar appeared, flanked by Ultraman King and Ryujito. This traitor Zhou Tong must be captured, and even if we cannot seize him, we must eliminate him. Rest assured, not only do we wish to apprehend the traitor Zhou Tong, but several old-timers will also join in to guarantee his capture. Ultraman King cast a cold gaze upon the encircled universe. This audacious individual had dared to appear before them openly. Yet, Zhou Tong's boldness signaled a message. He may have partially broken free of his seal. This time, they must capture Zhou Tong, ideally discovering where the seal had been breached so they could rectify it. That is imperative. Failing to capture Zhou Tong would be an affront to those brothers he has slain. Chapter 58. The emergence of the Lily Ruins in contrast to Zero and Apos' quest for his external powers, Xiaoyu found himself rather bored. Since the encounter with the vengeful spirit, there have been no supernatural occurrences. Even the entity reminiscent of Gitangier had ceased its disturbances, as if it had departed from Earth entirely. Yet, Xiaoyu understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Is the Lily Ruins about to appear? Do not rush me. I am exerting every effort to dismantle the seal, striving to bring the Lily Ruins to the surface more swiftly. A black-robed figure, possessing an elderly head atop a youthful body, spoke impatiently from the Mariana Trench. In recent days, these two individuals had been dismantling the seal left behind by Youyan. Once the seal was completely destroyed, the Earth would once again plunge into crisis. When the three entities clashed with the mysterious black-robed figure, the two would sneak into the Lily Ruins, absorbing the lingering resentments of Gitangier and the residual energies of the ancient giants. At that moment, this planet, no, this entire universe, would be beyond the reach of anyone who might seek to thwart their dominion. Come on, Dagu, Shinjo, continue. I'm done. I can't fight anymore. Xiaoyu, do not take advantage of your status as a new recruit to bully us, the seasoned veterans. In the TPC training room, Xiaoyu effortlessly dominated Dagu and Shinjo, leaving the two veteran members of Victory Team utterly exhausted, unable to rise from the ground. Dagu was supported by Lina, and Shinjo by his sister, Mayumi. Shinjo collapsed into a chair, gulping down a bottle of water while staring at Xiaoyu as if he were a monster. This guy is simply inhuman. Not only does he possess techniques from the legends of the Celestial Empire, but in close combat, there is no one in the TPC who can match him. Even Dagu, who once transformed into Diga and battled countless monsters, is no match for Xiaoyu. In the absence of supernatural events, Dagu and Shinjo had been subjected to relentless training by Xiaoyu, who justified it as necessary for maintaining their physical strength and combat skills. The first step to becoming stronger is learning to endure blows. Thus, the nightmares for Dagu and Shinjo commenced. Nowadays, Dagu returned home at night only to collapse into bed without engaging with Lina. Recently, Lina's gaze toward Dagu had grown resentful, and she had begun to regard Xiaoyu with discontent. Surely, there must be a limit to daily training. How can Dagu continue to draw water like this? If he doesn't, the well will overflow. Then Lina will have to draw the water herself. After lunch, just as Xiaoyu and the others were set to return to the training room, they were summoned to the Victory Team and Apos' Operations Hall. An anomaly had been reported in the Pacific. A small island had suddenly emerged from the sea. The location of the island corresponded precisely to where Gitangier had once appeared. On the large screen, a man clad in a blue uniform reported expressionlessly. Behind him lay a damp island devoid of life, exuding an ominous aura. Dagu gazed at the island, fragments of chaotic scenes flashing in his mind. War-torn landscapes, titanic beings clashing in cataclysmic battles, the reverberations of destruction obliterating all life around them. In the end, the giants fell, but why? Why did they engage in civil war? Who emerged victorious? Dagu began to murmur, pain surging through his head. Xiaoyu's expression grew peculiar, for he too could perceive the scenes that Dagu witnessed, though his understanding extended further. It culminated in the emergence of the Dark Diga leading the four dark giants, forcibly concluding the conflict among the giants. Yet, beyond this point, Xiaoyu's vision faltered. How intriguing. Could it be due to the godlight stick that I am able to glimpse events from 30 million years ago? As a traveler from another world, Xiaoyu possessed no so-called ancient genetic lineage. Thus, his ability to perceive these events must be attributed to the godlight stick. Kujira Megumi gazed upon the Lily Ruins with a look of sheer terror. as if it contained elements of her deepest fears. Remarkably, the ruins, initially expected to surface 2 years later, have appeared merely 2 months after Dagu dealt with Gatangier. A smile graced Xiaoyu's lips. The swift ascent of the ruins could hardly be concealed from him. Yet, rather than obstruct it, he had subtly accelerated its rise. As for the black-robed figure that had appeared in Antarctica, Xiaoyu speculated on his identity, presumably a kin of Gatangier, endowed with similar powers. His intentions, no doubt, were to seize the abundant energies within the Lili ruins. Alas, I too am drawn to the energies of the ruins. A conflict of interests, indeed. However, Xiaoyu was not inclined to act hastily. He remained unaware of the true strengths of the 3 dark giants within the ruins. Given that they had once been allies of the most formidable warrior of the ancient era, Dark Diga, their might was assuredly significant. Until he comprehended the true capabilities of the dark giants, Xiaoyu would refrain from making any impulsive moves. That individual awaited my conflict with the 3 dark giants, while I, in turn, awaited the moment this rat unwittingly stumbled into my meticulously laid trap, ready to crush it. What are your thoughts on this sudden emergence of the island? Kujira Megumi suppressed her fear, directing her inquiry at the others while her gaze lingered on Dagu. As a chosen one of Ultraman Diga, Dagu surely possessed knowledge. I cannot say. It feels as though the deepest darkness resides there. And a mere glance could consume me. Dagu and Apos' face turned pale as he uttered these words in a barely audible voice before collapsing. Dagu! Dagu! Lena exclaimed anxiously, quickly carrying him toward the medical room. Observing Dagu's condition, Xiaoyu's eyes took on a profound depth. This was not normal, far from it. Even with Dagu's ancient warrior lineage, he should not have been reduced to unconsciousness by fear. Xiaoyu, what do you think of this island? Ignoring Dagu, Kujira Megumi turned her attention to Xiaoyu, the enigmatic young man whose extraordinary abilities had emerged since joining Victory Team. Perhaps he possessed insights into the matter. I do not know. I have never heard of this island. Xiaoyu shook his head. In Kujira Megumi's gaze, she could discern no fluctuations. Only the stillness akin to stagnant water. Chapter 59. The moves of all parties. The members of the Victory Team concluded their meeting without reaching any significant decisions and departed separately. Xiaoyu approached his room, opened the door, stepped inside, closed it, and used dark sparks to seal the entire space. Sitting at his desk, he retrieved the Divine Light Staff and placed it on the table. So, that call was indeed a message from you? The purpose being to ensure Chimera's safety? Xiaoyu gently mused, gazing at the staff, which responded only with a faint glow. Just moments ago, Xiaoyu pondered who had summoned him to this universe. After several contemplations, the only conceivable entity was Diga. After all, he had only recently come into existence, even in the presence of the King of Ultra. He was merely recognized as the son of the Source. Currently, apart from his mother, no one knew he had escaped from the illusory realm. Thus, Xiaoyu swiftly focused his intentions on the Divine Light Staff. His knowledge of Chimera was rather limited. He only understood that she was Diga's beloved. 30 million years ago, Diga had seized Chimera's darkness, Hitler's agility, and Darm's power, transforming himself from darkness to light, sealing the trio within the ruins of Lili. Subsequently, having transitioned into light, Diga learned that humanity no longer required the Giant of Light and left his combat form on Earth, while his true self returned to his homeland. 3 decades later, Earth underwent a transformation, plagued by supernatural occurrences. Dagu, bearing the genetic legacy of the ancient warriors, successfully morphed into light at the pyramid, becoming Diga and began battling to protect humanity. However, after vanquishing Gatangia, Dagu could no longer transform into Diga. 2 years later, the ruins of Lili resurfaced, prompting the TPC organization to investigate, with their ultimate goal being to ascertain the existence of any statues of ancient giants to fulfill the F plan. Subsequently, Chimera and her dark trio were resurrected, with Chimera mistakenly identifying Dagu, who possessed the genetic lineage of ancient warriors, as Diga. She handed the dark Divine Light Staff to Dagu in hopes of summoning Diga back, but unexpectedly, the trio was annihilated. This was the extent of Xiaoyu's knowledge. Since it is your request, I shall do everything within my power to safeguard Chimera and her companions, Xiaoyu declared. Placing the Divine Light Staff within the space of dark sparks, his gaze directed towards the window. Diga had once been his savior. Had it not been for Diga, he might have perished at the hands of that eye. Wait, the eye. It seemed Xiaoyu had grasped something, and his expression sharpened. He recalled that the entity had once exclaimed why it was not the radiant Diga, indicating that mere strength could not extinguish it. That eye was well acquainted with Diga. It appeared that after Diga left Earth, he did not return to his homeland, but ventured into another universe. Perhaps Diga had indeed participated in the great battle Xiaoyu envisioned. Regardless, the priority was to rescue Chimera, since she and Diga hailed from the same origin. Perhaps she could lead him to Diga's true form. With this realization, Xiaoyu altered his plan and exited his room, heading towards his laboratory. Daegu. Within the ruins of Luli, 3 demons are sealed. Do not release them. If possible, eliminate them. At this moment, Daegu lay unconscious in the medical room. Yet his consciousness remained alert. He gazed at the white-haired woman before him, identical to the one from the time machine, Yulian, the captain of the ancient Earth Guard. The ruins of Luli? They seal 3 demons? Very well, I understand. Daegu remarked, his originally bright eyes now devoid of light, appearing utterly vacant. Observing Daegu, Yulian smiled with satisfaction. Once Daegu is gone, the contingency I leave behind will be mine to claim. Everyone, the ruins of Luli have emerged. Humanity's hope rests upon this. Yoshikawa Tetsuji observed the fervent gazes of those below him, a satisfied smile adorning his face. This time, I shall organize a small team to explore the ancient ruins of Luli. The team, with Xiaoyu from the victory team as the commander, was met with unanimous agreement. No objections, Commander Yoshikawa. We will swiftly assemble the team. Soon, the meeting adjourned. At the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, a figure in a black robe concealed himself within a small structure, watching a monster racing from the depths of the universe towards Earth, a smile creeping across his lips. Once this creature arrives on Earth, I will direct it to attack the ruins of Luli, drawing out those 3 entities to engage in battle. Afterward, I shall not allow Earth to be destroyed. I will intervene to restrain those 3, enabling me to devour the energy within the ruins. When my power surpasses theirs, I will consume all life on this planet. That night, Jiumei Hui remained awake within the victory team, unable to sleep. The terror from the sudden appearance of the island during the day still lingered, preventing her from resting. Suddenly, Jiumei caught a glimpse of a figure clad in white passing through the corridor outside. The familiar silhouette prompted her to spring up and chase after it. Despite the figure being right in front of her, Jiumei could not catch up. At last, the corridor ended with no path forward, and the white figure halted as well. Breathless, Jiumei paused a short distance from the white figure, observing her back. The figure turned to face her, clad in a long white robe, with flowing white hair, and a face strikingly similar to Jiumei's own. Yulian, the captain of the Earth Guard from 30 million years ago. My descendant. My reappearance in this world signifies that the ruins of Luli have manifested. Yulian spoke slowly to Jiumei. Within the ruins lie 3 dark giants, who are Diga's kin. You must protect them. Do not let Daegu annihilate them. I implore you. After Yulian fervently conveyed her message, she vanished. Jiumei pondered Yulian and Appo's words, her brow slightly furrowed. Yet, the warmth from her bloodline instilled a deep-seated belief in Yulian's message. I, Jiumei Hui, shall surely safeguard them. With the emergence of the ruins of Luli, various factions commenced their strategic maneuvers. Who would ultimately claim victory? To be continued. Chapter 60. Your brain has been devoured by zombies, Daegu. Are you all right? In the infirmary, Xiaoyu and Nyoching stood by Daika's bedside, observing as Lina served him porridge. Their expressions were far from pleasant. Had they known they would encounter such a scene, they would have refrained from coming. Both Xiaoyu and Nyoching thought to themselves. Alas, they were both bachelors. Oh, I feel splendid. It's as if boundless energy courses through my veins. Daegu exclaimed, finishing the last spoonful of porridge with a beaming smile aimed at Xiaoyu and Nyoching. Well, if you're fine, then get up and start training. Nyoching, unable to tolerate Daika's cheerful demeanor any longer, approached him and attempted to pull him off the bed. Nyoching, please don't be unreasonable. Daika has just regained consciousness. What if he faints again? Lina interjected, her petite frame exuding unexpected strength as she pushed Nyoching aside. Glaring at him fiercely. Love is lost. Love is lost. Daegu, remember the times before you were with Lina when we were the best of brothers. Nyoching lamented as he moved towards the door, reminiscing. We crashed planes together, repaired aircraft, and fought side by side. All right, I'll get up. Daegu could no longer bear it, casting a resentful glance at Nyoching before nimbly rising from his bed. It was supposed to be his time being cared for by Lina. Yet here was an intruder incessantly talking. Can't you learn a thing or two from Xiaoyu beside you? Must you not be a quiet, handsome gentleman? It seemed time to find a girlfriend for Nyoching to prevent this nuisance from bothering him further. In the victory team, Xiaoyu was occupied playing a hybrid version of Plants vs. Zombies on his computer to alleviate his boredom. This game had yet to appear in their world. But with the genius Yatsuki on hand, Xiaoyu had explained the concept to him, and within half a day, it was ready. After half an hour of play, everyone in the victory team, except for Ikuya, became captivated by the game. Hey, Nyoching, stop making reckless moves. How are we supposed to fend off the zombies like this? Enough, Nyoching, you're beyond saving. Let the zombies feast upon your brain. Katsuji exclaimed, watching Nyoching play anxiously, ultimately covering his eyes in despair. There is no hope? No hope. Katsuji wished he could pry open Nyoching's head to see what was inside. A minor earthquake struck the suburbs of Tokyo, revealing a deep hole, which potentially housed a gigantic creature. A video feed appeared on the main screen, featuring a man in a blue uniform describing the situation, with a hole approximately 30 meters in diameter behind him. All right, the victory team understands. We will dispatch personnel immediately. Ikuya hung up the video call and began mobilizing forces. Nyoching, Daiku, you will pilot Victory Falcon 1. Xiaoyu, Lina, Katsuji, and Munakata, you will pilot Victory Falcon 2. Hurry to the Tokyo suburbs and ascertain what is going on. By now, the suburbs of Tokyo were heavily sealed off by the military, and residents had begun evacuating to other cities. See, this is professionalism. At the first sign of trouble, they evacuate to ensure their safety. When asked why they were so experienced, the answer was simple. They had seen it all before. Soon, the two Victory Falcons arrived at the site. The depth of the hole seemed unfathomable. Was it naturally formed, or had it been excavated by a monster? Should they deploy the subterranean Pipiton to investigate? Investigate? Are you forgetting about the last incident with Golzan? This time, there is no Digga to save you. Just as Nyoching spoke, Katsuji shot back. If you wish to treat us to dinner, you need not resort to such extreme measures. We could go for Boston lobster tonight. After receiving Katsuji and Appo's scolding, Nyoching finally remembered that Daiku could no longer transform into Digga. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Daiku inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiaoyu, who was holding a book on the local customs. Clearly, there is a monster within that hole, one that has yet to awaken. Xiaoyu sensed the massive creature below, its snores echoing for miles. This creature was named Gamora, an ancient monster native to Earth. Gamora? What is its relation to Golzan? Golzan was a monster from 30 million years ago, while Gamora and Appo's history dates back 150 million years. Gamora predates Golzan by far. The two share no connection. Xiaoyu opened the book to reveal a hand-drawn illustration of Gamora. For reasons unknown, Daiku felt an itch in his hands as he gazed at Gamora and Appo's two horns. Xiaoyu, what should we do next? Are we simply to allow this monster to sleep here? Katsuji also turned to Xiaoyu for guidance. Munakata interjected, are you kidding? I am the commander here. Why does everyone keep asking Xiaoyu? This was indeed a challenging dilemma. Munakata ceased to question who was in command and began to ponder the issue at hand. Allowing the monster to slumber here, so close to Tokyo, posed a risk. If it were to awaken, Tokyo would be in peril. If they did not allow it to sleep, they would need to relocate the creature. The critical question was, how to move it. I recall that you had previously seized a shrinking gun from the Crowstar people. Let us have that sent over to shrink Gamora. Xiaoyu chuckled, noting that the Gamora sleeping in the hole was relatively small, around 20 meters in size. A mere juvenile monster. The shrinking gun could easily contain it. After Xiaoyu's suggestion, Katsuji recalled that the victory team had indeed confiscated many alien weapons. Thus, Munakata immediately sought assistance from Ikuya to have the shrinking gun delivered. Xiaoyu, why didn't you join the victory team sooner? Had you come earlier? We wouldn't have struggled so much against monsters. Nyoching remarked with a chuckle, pleased that this crisis was being resolved. Enough chatter, let us get moving to the aircraft. Xiaoyu exclaimed, noticing several spheres flying towards them from the sky, and hurried to Victory Falcon 2. What on earth are those things? Chapter 61. The arrival of the Sphaya orbs. What are these entities? Shinjo and Daigu, piloting Victory Swallow No. 1, commenced their assault on the white orbs. The Sphaya orbs, originating from an unknown cosmic life form, possess limited strength yet can attach themselves to any object, transforming it into a monster. I suspect that the initial Ligadron was possessed by Sphaya, thus becoming a beast. On board Victory Swallow No. 2, Xiaoyu began recounting the origins of these white orbs. How infuriating. These entities are the culprits. Daigu, I must get serious. I shall annihilate every last one of them. Upon hearing the name Ligadron, Shinjo and Appo's anger flared. For it was this very creature that claimed the lives of 3 astronauts. Now, Xiaoyu reveals that these white orbs are the reason behind Ligadron's emergence. How could he not be enraged? Shinjo, as if he had unlocked the vital energy channels, maneuvered Victory Swallow number 1 through the swarm of Sphaya, firing laser cannons. Each shot struck true, obliterating a Sphaya. Is this truly the Shinjo I know? Has his piloting skill reached such heights? Lena rubbed her eyes in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. Ordinarily, at this juncture, Victory Swallow no. One would have already succumbed to a crash. How peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. In no time, the multitude of Sphaya fell to Xiaoyu and the team, with Shinjo accounting for 80% of the kills. However, just as they finished off the last of the Sphaya, dozens more emerged from an unknown source, launching an assault on the Victory team. How is there such an overwhelming number? Shinjo persisted in piloting Victory Swallow number 1, continuing the slaughter. Yet, not all Sphaya engaged in combat. Several detached from the main group and entered the cavern where the juvenile Gamora lay dormant. This is bad. We must stop those Sphaya. Daigyu shouted, watching the Sphaya dart away. Alas, it was too late. The Sphaya had reached the depths, discovering the young Gamora. Soon, a roar echoed from within the cavern. A 50-meter-tall monster emerged, towering above the ground. Sphaya Gamora, the result of Gamora being possessed by Sphaya, now bears tougher skin and asymmetrical horns. This creature, a fusion of Sphaya and Gamora, demands caution. Xiaoyu relayed this information through his helmet to Daigyu and the others. Upon witnessing Sphaya Gamora, the remaining Sphaya hastily departed, fleeing to other locations. Sphaya Gamora bellowed at the 2 Victory Swallow aircraft hovering above, its horns vibrating ominously. A beam of light shot forth from the creature's head, aimed at the planes. However, the lengthy wind-up allowed for an easy evasion. Shinjo unleashed lasers from Victory Swallow number 1, yet the beams merely sparked against Sphaya Gamora's hide, failing to penetrate its defenses. Shinjo, Daigyu, you must restrain the beast and buy me time to eliminate it with the Texas cannon. Understood. The monster has reappeared. The citizens of Tokyo, clutching their phones as they evacuated, witnessed Sphaya Gamora, their expressions grim. It had been but a short while since Katanja had been vanquished. How could another monster appear so close to the city? Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless against this creature, hoping fervently for the swift arrival of Digga to eradicate the beast. Did you see? Just after the monster and Appos' emergence, a multitude of people had already lost faith in the Victory team, kneeling in desperation and beseeching Digga to return and vanquish the menace. Gikawa Tetsuji observed the nationwide phenomenon of citizens praying for Digga and Appos' intervention with disappointment in his eyes. This populace has lost their indomitable spirit, placing their hopes solely on Digga in times of crisis. Shouldn't humanity have gained a deeper understanding of self-reliance after defeating Katanja? Is it truly the case that every crisis demands a resurgence of light from humanity? Is that what defines us? Or are we merely slaves providing faith? Masaki Kigo, how is your research progressing? Gikawa Tetsuji inquired, dialing a number and regarding the man appearing on the screen with an air of indifference. It will be completed shortly. On the other end, Masaki Kigo adjusted his glasses, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Once the exploration of the Ruruai ruins concludes, we will commence the second experiment without delay. Gikawa Tetsuji nodded approvingly at Masaki Kigo before ending the call. As a key figure in Project F, Gikawa had already begun his studies on the giant stone statue. Masaki Kigo, with his experience and past successes, proved to be an invaluable asset. As Xiaoyu and Masaki Kigo pursued their respective paths, ensuring no detail was overlooked, Sphaya Gamora grew irate at the incessant buzzing of Victory Swallow number 1, akin to a bothersome fly. This nuisance vexed Sphaya Gamora, who yearned to seize the aircraft and hurl it to the ground. However, it soared too high, eluding capture. Sphaya Gamora, so you think you can bully me for not being able to fly? I shall no longer entertain you. I will wreak havoc upon the city and unleash my fury. Sphaya Gamora turned its gaze toward the nearby urban area, stomping forward with immense strides. At that moment, the prepared Texas cannon targeted Sphaya Gamora's back and fired. The Texas cannon, a formidable weapon aboard Victory Swallow number 2, had a history of annihilating monsters. A devastating blast struck Sphaya Gamora's back. Boom. The creature's flesh tore apart, revealing pristine white bone beneath. Sphaya Gamora howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Do not cease. Continue the assault, Xiaoyu shouted, as both Victory Swallow aircraft bombarded Sphaya Gamora and Appos' back in rapid succession. Finally, Sphaya Gamora exhibited no signs of life. And with the final blast from the Texas cannon, the creature erupted in a spectacular explosion. Phew. Fortunately, this creature lacked intelligence. Otherwise, we would not have vanquished it so easily. Gikawa Tetsuji smiled at the fact that they had eradicated the monster without relying on Diga's power. Even without the giant's assistance, humanity can triumph over monsters. As those who had kneeled in prayer for Diga and Apos' return witnessed the victory team and Apos' triumph without reliance on the giant. They exchanged glances and swiftly departed. Trouble brews. A powerful biological response emanates from beneath Mount Woman, suggesting that the fallen Golzon has revived. The Sphaya orbs have appeared across the earth, merging with the soil, giving rise to monsters that have begun their destruction of the planet. Chapter 62. The curtain falls on Masaki Kigo. What on earth has happened? Why are there so many monsters? Xiaoyu and his companions have returned to TPC. Watching the large screen displaying the synthesized spheres wreaking havoc across the globe. With so many monsters appearing, even the 2 victory flying swallows cannot make much of a difference. This mirrors the situation over a month ago when Gitanjia awakened, and the vanguard monster Zogia wreaked havoc on the world. Daga's expression darkened considerably. The ability to command such a multitude of monsters implied the emergence of a creature whose power rivals that of Gitanjia. Moreover, it showed no mercy to humanity. Beginning its invasion of Earth just over a month after Gitanjia's defeat, many regions are still recovering from the devastation caused by Gitanjia. The only distinction of this new monster from Gitanjia is that it has not plunged the earth into darkness. Xiaoyu, what should we do? Daga turned to Xiaoyu, who sat in contemplation. He no longer possessed the ability to transform into Diga for battle and could not confront the hidden monster. However, given Xiaoyu's previous display of power, there might be a solution. Xiaoyu lifted his head, observing the synthesized spheres appearing worldwide. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. This technique was the very one he had employed to deceive in the illusory world. Now, it was being utilized by that cloaked figure. How audacious, to attempt deception once more. Though possessing a power akin to Gitanjia, it could not deceive the light. Xiaoyu pondered whether he should allow despair to fester among the people of Earth before transforming into Diga to seize hope once more. Yet, it had not been long since humanity produced a significant amount of light. Would they be able to generate high-quality light again? Alas, I am no deity and cannot contend with such a multitude of monsters. Xiaoyu shook his head. While he possessed the capability to eliminate these synthesized spheres, it did not align with his interests. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Daga hung his head in despair. Captain, 3 synthesized spheres are approaching the base rapidly. No, not just 3. Captain, there are a total of 12 synthesized spheres advancing towards the base, 1 from every direction. Yasei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scanned the radar. On the large screen, 12 synthesized Xavers, formed from the fusion of the Sphere King and the Earth's soil, marched towards TPC. These creatures had enormous arms adorned with blue crystals and a red horn atop their heads. With each step, the ground trembled. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many monsters? Wazn and Apos, Gitanjia already eradicated? Who brought forth these creatures? Yoshikawa Tetsuji observed the encirclement of monsters surrounding TPC, his expression grim. His plan had only just commenced and had yet to fully produce a giant of humanity's own creation when these creatures appeared. Time was of the essence for Yoshikawa Tetsuji, yet the adversaries offered him none. Commander Yoshikawa, we must flee. The TPC's defense system stands no chance against such a multitude of monsters. Indeed, Commander Yoshikawa, as long as the Green Hills remain, we need not worry about firewood. 2 of Yoshikawa Tetsuji and Apos' confidants stepped forward, attempting to pull him away. What are you doing? Do you wish to be cowards? Yoshikawa Tetsuji shook off their hands. Closing his eyes, he recalled the fervent presentation of the plan that had garnered the approval of much of TPC's upper echelon, launching it to the pinnacle of TPC's initiatives. He had envisioned a future where humanity reclaimed its indomitable spirit, believing they could triumph even against monsters far exceeding human capabilities. However, it seemed fate denied them this opportunity. This crisis had struck too suddenly. Unless they could summon the radiant Diga from that day, who could possibly vanquish these 12 monsters? Yoshikawa Tetsuji opened his eyes and dialed a number. Commander Yoshikawa, are we to retreat? On the other end was Masaki Kigo, with a colossal statue of a giant silently looming behind him. Have you completed the development of the light particle converter I requested? Commander Yoshikawa, it has long been completed. Masaki Kigo seemed to anticipate Yoshikawa Tetsuji and Apos' next course of action, smiling. Are you certain? Commander, please do not say more. I was once blinded by the power of giants and nearly committed a grave error. Now that I have a chance for redemption, how could I let it slip away? Masaki Kigo interrupted Yoshikawa Tetsuji, a fervent look in his eyes. He approached the giant statue, beneath which lay a glass dome enclosing a machine. A tube extending from it and connecting to the statue. This statue was manually constructed by Masaki Kigo from the remnants of two statues destroyed by Golza and Melba within the Pyramid of Diga. Awaken, giant, and fight to protect humanity. Masaki Kigo entered the glass dome and pressed the machine and amp, Oppo's, S button. Instantly, sparks and smoke erupted within the dome. And Masaki Kigo's expression twisted in agony. He could barely stand. You think this will confound me? I was once a warrior of light who battled alongside Diga. This light particle converter would transform humanity into light, channeling it into the giant statue to awaken the giant. However, this was an extreme measure. Those transformed into light would vanish forever. Masaki Kigo understood well that without the gene of the ancient warriors, the light entering the giant's body would be feeble. Yet, with the light transformed from the ancient warrior genes, it would be a different story. The giant created by humanity could possess immense power. Awaken, giant. Fight for the survival of humanity. Masaki Kigo shouted from within the dome, his body entirely transformed into light, infusing the giant statue. He, Masaki Kigo, possessed the genes of the ancient warriors. What Diga could do, he could do as well. Though no one would know of his sacrifice, the giant statue, infused with Masaki Kigo's light, began to glow, gradually reviving. Soon, the statue was fully awakened. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the Crimson Youth of Nexus. A great opening appeared above its head, and this artificial giant soared into the sky, ready to confront the synthesized spheres. Chapter 63, The Bond of Light. Captain Aijima, accompanied by the members of the Victory Team, made their way to the Arctidus. We must evacuate this base. Director Zawai approached the Victory Team, gazing at the warriors who had fought valiantly on the front lines countless times, and softly remarked, "This crisis is global in scale, far beyond their capacity to resolve. Rather than allowing these exceptional individuals to meet their demise, it is more prudent to withdraw and preserve hope for the future. Everyone, let us proceed to the Arctidus." Aijima raised her Victory hypergun, looking at her comrades with a gentle smile. As long as we have not surrendered, hope remains. Soon, Xiaoyu and the others boarded the Arctidus. Outside the TPC, 12 Sphaya Zawals were drawing closer to the base. Thud, 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 thud. A rhythmical sound of footsteps echoed in Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppo's, ears. A giant, emerging from the unknown, confronted the 12 beasts. Another giant appeared. A silver-red colossus. Who could it be? All eyes turned towards Xiaoyu. There was no other choice, after Xiaoyu had showcased his omniscient prowess previously. It was only natural for them to think of him in such a situation. Nexus, has the Bond of Light arrived here? Xiaoyu's eyes widened at the sight of the sudden appearance of the Ultra Warrior. Yet he soon realized that although this giant bore a striking resemblance to the Red Youth Nexus, it was not him. How intriguing. You truly are audacious to have created an Ultra Warrior of this design. Xiaoyu directed a thumbs up towards Director Zawai. You are undoubtedly unafraid of Noah discovering this. Do you seek to challenge the lengthy history of humanity? This giant, resembling Nexus, was evidently a creation of the TPC, having absorbed the light of Masaki Kigo. It was revived as a true giant, arriving to confront the Sphaya synthetic beasts. Director, who transformed into light and entered the giant S form. Aijima inquired. Recalling the prior instance of Masaki Kigo, why embark on such a reckless plan again, risking humanity's downfall? I do not know. But it is highly probable that Masaki Kigo transformed himself into light to awaken this giant. Director Zawai shook his head, aware of his friend Yoshioka Tetsuji and Oppo's SF plan. However, he could not intervene, for some individuals had lost the indomitable spirit of humanity. What humanity needs is self-reliance, not to place all hope upon giants. Thus, this giant was born. Its mission is to shatter the mindless belief in giants, to demonstrate that humanity can catch up to them through its own strength. Humanity must strive for self-improvement. Xiaoyu paid no heed to Director Zawai's words, but instead focused on the computer aboard the Arctidus, which displayed the unfolding battle. The Ultra Warrior, strikingly similar to Nexus, gazed at the 12 beasts encroaching upon him, and from his right arm, a sword of light extended forth. He began to run, raising the sword and cleaving down upon the approaching Sphaya Zawals. Roar! The Sphaya Zawals cried out in agony as one of its massive arms was severed. The giant paid it no mind, swiftly directing his sword towards its neck, severing its head in one fluid motion. This formidable Sphaya synthetic beast met its demise with astonishing ease, the entire process taking less than 3 seconds. Ignoring the already fallen creature, the giant continued to run, mechanically raising his hand in preparation to slay the next beast. This manufactured giant is incredibly powerful. Dega marveled at how effortlessly the Nexus-like giant dispatched a beast. The others, witnessing the giant's effortless prowess, felt a flicker of hope igniting within them. Yet Xiao Yu shook his head slightly. This fellow would not endure for long. Indeed. After 15 seconds, upon defeating the sixth beast, the timer on the giant's chest began to flash ominously. The giant looked down at the timer, perplexed. He could not comprehend why the light flickered and why, when it did, his strength waned. Lifting his gaze to the remaining beasts, the giant yearned to annihilate them all. However, as he took a step forward, weakness overwhelmed him, causing him to kneel, and the sword of light vanished from his grasp. Xiao Yu, what is happening? Why is this giant failing so quickly? I recall that Diga could fight for 3 minutes. Ijima softly queried Xiao Yu. It's simple. He does not know how to effectively utilize his energy. Each strike expends energy concentrated in the sword, leading to a significant waste. Thus, his operational time is drastically reduced. Xiao Yu, can we not provide this giant with light, as we did for Diga? Jueki asked, already grasping a flashlight, eager to participate. Certainly, but not with the light of a flashlight. Rather, it must be the light of human hope, just as you transformed into light to overcome Gadenjiru. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed their heads. Such a state was a rare opportunity indeed. Xiao Yu gazed at the giant, still struggling to rise, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Within the TPC base, not everyone had evacuated. One person remained. Yoshioka Tetsuji had not left. At this moment, he stood before the light particle converter. Here lies everything I hold dear, my family, my comrades, my dreams. When it comes to the determination to protect humanity, I, Yoshioka Tetsuji, am no less devoted. Resolutely, Yoshioka stepped into the light particle converter and pressed the button. The machine activated, transforming his body, soul, and dreams into radiant light. Yoshioka, what is your dream? I wish to become a great hero of humanity, contributing to its progress. In a daze, Yoshioka recalled the purest words spoken in his childhood. Alas, I must break my promise. I shall not fulfill this dream. Yet I do not regret it. My life, like those nameless heroes, is imbued with meaning. Dedicated to protecting humanity, Yoshioka Tetsuji transformed into light, entering the giant they had created, fighting for the hope of humanity. Perhaps Yoshioka would soon be forgotten. But if he deemed his death meaningful, then it was all worthwhile. Chapter 64. My mission is not yet complete. How could I fall? The giant knelt on the ground, striving to rise. Yet despite his utmost efforts, he remained unable to stand. He laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the approaching monsters. His eyes filled with a fierce intent to kill. He was oblivious to his identity, unaware of who had created him, and ignorant of the reasons for his presence in this place. All he knew was that his mission was to obliterate these beasts and protect the base behind him. However, the weakness coursing through his body signaled that he might not accomplish this mission. As he beheld the Sphaya Zawals drawing near, the giant compelled himself to rise once more. He struck the beast with a powerful punch, but his current strength seemed insufficient to inflict any damage. The Sphaya Zawals roared in fury, its massive arm crashing into the giant, sending sparks flying as he staggered backward. Meanwhile, several more Sphaya Zawals charged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the giant. The giant lifted his gaze to these monsters, his weakened body and feeble fists unable to deter him from his mission. Once again, he charged forward. Like a hero facing the curtain call, determined to defeat these beasts even unto death. The giant engaged in combat with several Sphaya Zawals. Yet without the energy to support him, he became merely a passive target for their relentless blows. Brutally battered by the monsters, the giant bore numerous wounds, and suddenly, the timer on his chest, which had been flashing erratically, ceased its glow, signaling the decline of his vital signs. At this moment, the previously clear sky began to drizzle. As if the heavens mourned the giant and Appos' plight. Raindrops fell upon him, mingling with tears that streamed from his lifeless eyes. It was uncertain whether these tears represented the giant and Appos' frustration at failing to fulfill his mission or the despair of not vanquishing the monsters. Unaccountably, I felt an urge to weep. I understood your feelings. My own tears had already begun to flow. Observing the giant, a creation of humanity that fought valiantly until his last breath, tears welled in the eyes of the Victory Squad. They yearned to feel the despair that the giant had experienced in life. Several Sphaya spheres emerged from the void, seeking to possess the giant, thereby transforming into a formidable warrior. They were oblivious to the giant and Appo's final charge or his unwavering loyalty to his mission. They knew only destruction, devoid of emotion. Just as they were about to merge with the giant, a scarred hand suddenly shattered one of the spheres. The giant lifted his head once more. His lifeless eyes fixated on the spheres. In that moment, he exhibited no signs of life, only an indomitable obsession that ran deep within his bones. He bore a striking resemblance to the Naxos, and even in his extinguished state, he continued to fight. Xiaoyu watched this human-made giant, now shining with unexpected brilliance, his eyes glittering with hope. At that instant, a beam of light surged forth, entering the giant's timer. Finally, the timer illuminated, though it flickered wildly. A swarm of spheres and Zawals launched an assault on the giant, akin to humiliated losers seeking to obliterate him completely. The giant comprehended that in his current state, he could not annihilate them all. Yet, while he remained alive, he could not defeat them. However, in death, there lay the possibility. Just as the giant prepared to strike, he found himself unable to move. Simultaneously, a warm surge of energy flowed into his body. Xiaoyu had intervened. Now, Xiaoyu was at the helm of the giant's body, initiating the battle. United in purpose, Xiaoyu adopted the essence of the giant. However, it was not the giant embodying Xiaoyu, but rather Xiaoyu embodying the giant. The giant's hand grasped a shimmering sword of light, its sharp brilliance slicing through the very fabric of space. With the spheres and Zawals in sight, Xiaoyu charged forth. This time, it was not a wasteful expenditure of energy, but a calculated endeavor to maximize efficiency in vanquishing the enemy. Once Zawals appeared beside Xiaoyu, and with a single strike, he pierced its heart, delivering a rapid succession of 18 strikes that utterly annihilated the beast. In swift succession, too. Then 3 monsters fell to Xiaoyu's might. The giant observed in astonishment as the monsters perished so effortlessly, yet his own energy remained abundant. He realized that he was no longer in control of his own body. Another was at the reins. The giant rose once more, resolute in exterminating the remaining spheres and hybrids. This giant truly inspired my admiration. In mere moments, all the were eradicated by Xiaoyu. As Xiaoyu relinquished his connection with the giant discovered he could once again command his own form. Truth be told, I found myself quite fond of this creature. Xiaoyu gazed at the giant, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Naxos, and sighed. Why not take him in? Fear of being pursued by Noah held him back. The giant surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, his form slowly fading away. Aboard the Attitus, Xiaoyu observed the gathering of the trust evolver in his hands, his lips twitching uncontrollably. It was precisely the fear of Noah's pursuit that had prevented his acceptance. Yet unexpectedly, the giant had manifested in his grasp. And to add to his bewilderment, why did the giant resemble the Naxos so closely, even down to the transformation device? Was this a plot against him? Ultimately, Xiaoyu dismissed such concerns, resolving to seek refuge with the King of Ultra when pursued by Noah. Regardless, Xiaoyu truly cherished this giant. As he vanished, Director Zaiwei lamented, "The giant you created has disappeared. Where could he have gone? Is he off to thwart the monsters elsewhere?" Watching the giant's disappearance, the crowd turned their gaze toward the large screen, hoping to see his silhouette appear in other parts of Earth, thwarting the devastation wrought by monsters. Yet, to their disappointment, the giant did not reappear. He had fulfilled his mission. What more could we ask of him? Director Zaiwei empathized with the giant's actions and kindly addressed the group. "Director, a new situation has arisen. A colossal monster is approaching Earth." Yurue activated the satellite surveillance, revealing a gigantic creature in the cosmos. Its body was encased in hard armor, protecting its form. At its core, a blue and white orb pulsated with an enigmatic light, while its face bore a terrifying countenance. This was the most powerful of the hybrids, the maternal Zawals. No one knew where this creature originated. Legends spoke of it as a being transcending time and space. Shrouded in mystery, Xiaoyu stored the trust evolver within a small space and retrieved the tales of Taiping, preparing to explain the origins of this creature. However, despite his words, this monster was not particularly formidable. As the final boss within the Ditsai series, it bore none of the gravitas typically associated with such a title. It lacked the capacity to plunge Earth into darkness. Its oppressive presence paled in comparison to that of the Grand Sphit from the Dana series. Particularly, the creature's weakness lay in its core, located in its chest, an obvious vulnerability indeed. Even unable to conceal its own weaknesses, Xiaoyu could hardly comprehend how this individual ascended to the role of the ultimate antagonist. The maternal entity, Sphaias Zavers, seemingly sensing the scrutiny from the onlookers, let out a furious roar, locking eyes with them from afar, before soaring toward Earth.